Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. In the building, we're gonna need 6 more lights so we can get started. Go ahead. Thumbs up, 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 Yes, God. Y'all know what the routine is, baby. If I'm working, y'all working, baby. We working too. All right. We want to need some more likes in this video. We're going to need 3 more likes on this video, baby. How does the mic sound now? Can you guys hear me? You guys can hear me good? If you guys can hear me good, give me a 1 in the chat, child. If you guys can hear me good, give me a nasty piece of 1. All right, everything good. All right. Girl, y'all know what we're here to get into. Thank you for that, Ray. You guys know what we're here to get into. Girl, it's a lot going on, baby. T.S. Madison just got finished gathering. That's what took me a minute, girl, because she had went live on Instagram, girl, to snap on the kids. Snap for the kids, snap for the kids, snap for the kids one time, baby. Okay, and Miss Craig, the mistress, got her toupee tugged on. Gossip Girl, XOXO, GG Girl, got a piece of her synthetic girl tugged on, baby. And the poor same gender loving man, girl, who went live on TikTok and had some choice commentary about Mother Madison, also got him and his hot wings tugged on a little bit as well, girl. So we're going to be getting into her live as well, girl, okay? Because there's a lot that's going on. So before we even get into it, because I'm about to work, girl, okay? But I need y'all to work first, okay? Y'all got to thumbs up this video until it is absolutely stuck. You guys know that thumbing up the video not only helps with YouTube's algorithm, but more importantly, it triggers up YouTube's notification system. So when you are thumbing up the video, you are literally knocking on the digital door of another Conscious crew member and telling them to get their arses into the sanctuary. Also, shout out to all of the new subbies. I love you guys a long time. Make sure that you guys have your notification bell set to all. And last but not least, please share the stream out to wherever it is you have digital community, whether that be your YouTube community wall, your Facebook, your Instagram, your Snapchat, the dark side of Twitter, Tumblr, or your personal OF. I don't really give a damn where you lay the link. Just let them boards know the Real Loud Live and then Cullen. With no further ado, let's go ahead and push on through.
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
All right, let me speak to the Conscious crew who in the building, starting from the top on down. Honey, hold on. Great. What's going on, Demon? Hey, Denitria. Hey, Star. Hey, my room is in T. What's going on, Sherry? Heaney. What's going on, Shauna? Hey, baby mother Courtney. What's going on, Sam? Hey, Jennifer. What's going on, Sin? Hey, old enough to know better. What's going on, Kiwana, Sharon, B, Angie, outside the box, blessed and highly favored. Latera, Ashley, food expert. Hey, boo. Hey, cats meow. What's going on, Tia T, baby? What's going on, Hemi? Hey, Gemini, baby. What's going on, Corn Silk, Adonis? Hey, B, Angie. What's going on, Benny Ben? Hey, what's going on, Anna? Hi, Sharon. Hey, BS Speaks. What's going on, St. Marquise? What's going on, baby mother Kiwana? Hey, Dr. Quantum. Hey, Natural Honey. What's going on? Hi. Hey, hi. Let me make sure I'm just scrolling down. Great. Catching everybody, honey. Hey, Anna. What's going on, Sandy? Hey. What's going on, Ray? Hey, Trey Lane, Hamble. The girl, baby, the guys. Look, I'm gonna be dropping the link, honey, because I want, girl, it's a lot going on, honey. So, Mother Trey I might need you to come up here, honey, and give a little one too. What's going on, Joshua 1994? Hey, Lakia. What's going on, Lady D? Hey, Lumen. What's going on, Lady Jade? Hey, Sam. Maddie said that Craig has been tapping Miss Netta on the shoulder for several weeks, but Craig denied it. She snapped on Craig, and Craig could not take it. What's going on, blessed and highly favored? Hey, Messy Ho. What's going on, Adriana? Hey, Pac-Man. What's going on, Daddy? What's going on, Riri? Hey, Natural Honey. Hey, y'all. Hey, Jennifer Sharp. Hey, guys, a lot of y'all. Hey, Justin James. What's going on, K. Brad? Walking Truth Radio. Hey, Bull. May God be a blessing to everything on period. Hey, she's. Hey, y'all. And shout out to my baby mother. Hold on. Somebody just sent me old Cash App, girl. Y'all love throwing money on the bitch. But I even get into the fizzles, honey. My baby mother, Ashley. Forwarding the piece of child support check. You guys know that all the donation information is in the description box below. Okay, now we are emoji free mod, so let these folks get carried away with their emojis, honey. If YouTube moderator blocks y'all asses, girl, don't blame it on the mods, honey. Okay, because sometimes Google moderator, they do their own thing, honey, and we ain't got no power over. I ain't got no power over it. The moderators ain't got no power over it. All right. We got a lot going on, so let me just start with this. I had went live earlier today on Instagram because I wanted to know if you guys wanted to have a open discussion, girl, about this whole rabbit hole of the Miss Netta, or what I like to call her Miss Nestle, and Charles Multiverse of Madness, girl. It's a literal whole rabbit hole. Now, Miss Netta, aka Miss Nestle, and Charles ended up on my particular radar A few days ago, I had put them in my hot topics because girl, Miss Nestle had dragged the shit and had dragged the goddamn dish water out of Craig, the damn hooker girl, just dragged her right on out of her ass, girl, because she got sick and tired, in her own words, of watching that sissy next to T.S. Madison. It is so funny to me when other LGBTQIA plus members, girl, be using this type of like anti-queer language toward each other. As mad as I get at the girls and as much as I get in the girls' asses, I don't know. I just don't enjoy that. Yeah, I don't enjoy the F word. I don't enjoy the sissy word, the punk word. I just don't use that type of language. But you know, I guess when it's in-house fighting, it don't count. Like the word nigga, you know, when it's inside the camp, girl, it's all right, honey. But you know, anything outside of that, off with the head. Nonetheless, it ended up on my radar. And then I ended up having to go down the rabbit hole of what created and started the tension between T.S., her water boy, and Miss Netta. And then that ended up just taking me down an entire rabbit hole last night. So I was literally up for like 6 hours, girl, looking through hours worth of content on Miss Netta and Charles, girl, all of Miss Netta's ops. And then I spent the majority of today kind of going through some of the commentary that Craig and Miss Maddie has given over the past few months regarding Miss Nestle and Craig as well, girl. And I find I find this whole thing to be quite fascinating for a few reasons. First, I want to say this. I have to echo similar sentiments to Gigi. Shout out to Gigi, Gossip Girl XOXO on YouTube, girl, because you know I've been telling y'all for the past few years, girl, that this is ugly bitch era. Okay, so if you a ugly bitch, if you a extra wide back bitch, if you a neurodivergent bitch, if you a weird bitch, a strained bitch, a gap mouth ass bitch, if you could bite a apple through a picket fence, bitch, this is your motherfucking era, hoe. Okay, these girls are getting to the bag. They snatching y'all niggas. They getting the wedding bands, girl. They got the marriage certificates plastered on the wall, girl. They get into their first homes and double wides, bitch. So if you have been a misfit hoe, this is your motherfucking era. Don't let these cute hoes tell you shit, bitch, okay? Because ugly bitches are giving the girls a run for their money, girl. The gatekeeping has been obliterated, bitch, okay? The kingdom is being seized, girl, aggressively, bitch, okay? Girl, there ain't nothing but space and opportunity in this era, girl, okay? So you better let all that childhood bullying go and transmute, girl, all that bullying and all that teasing, girl, into an online personality, baby, because these girls are going the fuck up in this era, bitch, okay? So shout out, girl, to the age of Aquarius, girl, I love this for y'all. I love this for all my ugly bitches, girl, all my snagger-tooth hoes, bitch, all my pancake booty bitches, all my fat bitches, girl. Girl, it was time, girls. It's been long overdue, girl, for y'all to get y'all fair share of the American pie, bitch. Okay, so 2 toodles, girl, to the girls. Now, with that being said, because this era is all inclusive, baby, and it's an anything goes era, bitch, this has allowed a lot of interesting people who, if this would have been any other era, would not have been given the time of day. But let me tell you guys what my personal preference is. I typically don't get into these tropes, these like pop culture tropes, girl, like Andrew Caldwell, Shamor, Miss Nestle and Charles. It's not my particular niche of interest. The only side effect to capitalizing off of the ugly bitch era as an ugly bitch is you will make your coin and you will do your numbers and you will get to your bag and you will get to your popularity and your fame. But you will have to accept the dark side of that, which is that people are not laughing with you. They're laughing utterly at you. But if you don't mind getting paid and you don't mind sitting in luxury at the expense of your dignity and knowing that you are the living, walking professional butt of this society's joke, then baby, have at it, bitch. Because I think it was Flavor Flav who had said, girl, that y'all can call him whatever the fuck y'all want to, girl. Just cut the check, bitch. Okay? So that's the only dark side of this era, okay? Is that this society of folk are pedestalizing the wicked and the weird, girl. However, it's because they see you as wicked and weird. But once again, girl, if you don't mind that and you can stand the rain, then baby, get your shit, bitch. Get your shit. All of your shit. Okay? Now, I want to first get into, because we're going to go in chronological order, girl, so I can just stay on task. Okay, we're gonna go through everything, girl. The Maddie versus TS and the TS Netta and all that, girl. But there's a big growing conversation. There's a lot of conversations coming out of the Nestle and Charles situation, girl. One of those things being, what is Miss Netta's fucking identity, girl? Is she trans? Is she a feminine gay boy? Is she a cross-dresser? Is she a drag queen, girl? What is it really given? Miss Netta doesn't seem to really know what it's really given. She has kind of seemingly said a lot of contradictory things as it relates particularly to her gender during her time on social media and in her interviews. So what we're going to do is we're going to do some fair use. And I'm going to let you guys hear some of the confusions around Miss Netta's alleged gender identity, girl, okay? Because Miss Netta seems to be just as confused as y'all ass is about what it's given, honey. Okay, also, it's 433 of y'all in the building, girl. Thumbs up, hit those thumbs up, honey. Moderators, please support the folk using their masturbation finger to thumbs up this video, okay? Because if I can work, y'all can work too, okay? So we're going to do an next piece of fair use, girl. Let me put up my next piece of fair use, girl. And Miss Maddie just played something even more blatant on her Instagram live regarding Miss Netta's gender identity. It's a soundbite of Miss Netta basically saying, girl, I don't identify with none of you hoes. I'm just being myself, girl. I don't do the L, the B, the G, the Q, the IA, girl. I don't do none of that, girl. I just do Netta, okay? But I got a perspective for that too. The first thing I want to start with is the soundbite that came from Maddie's show 3 months ago. There was a soundbite there. Matter of fact, I'm just going to go ahead and show you guys some of the commentary, because this is also where I guess some of the tension came from. We can go ahead and get that context out the way. I can knock that down later. This is courtesy of Baby Mother T.S. Madison's platform, girl. Okay. All right. This is old nasty piece of fair use, girl. Ooh. God, Miss Netta, girl. Hold on, Miss Netta, girl, Miss Netta. I can't do that picture, girl. It's too much. It's too much for my eyes, baby. Okay. Let me share. Okay, here we go. All right, listen to this, girl. Let me switch over my microphone, child. This is where some of the tension came from. And there's also a soundbite in here of Miss Netta talking about her gender identity then. We want to continue to fast, to go down the line of how we got to confusions. I'm going to take y'all through what led me to my conclusions. How about that? All right, let's listen.
So that's not disrespectful and for the gay. That thing shaped like.
Just be my biggest thing. So I don't be no disrespectful for the gay community because I'm in that community as well too. So that's not disrespectful and none of the fact may be. It's just that I'm who I am or whatever. If I want to classify myself as transsexual or whatever, that's my prerogative. But I just classify myself as being myself. And if y'all people that know me and hear my hometown, it's like I really some people like, we don't even see you dressed like that unless we see you on social media or whatever. And that's why I don't go to, you like, oh, yeah, you out in the public. Now, I'm not in the public of my hometown. I'm in the public with Miss Netta, and I'm portraying a whole image of another person because that's what it is. So, yeah, Miss Netta, Miss Netta wear makeup. Miss Netta is a woman, you know. But me personally.
How is it sounding tonally? Are y'all having sound? Well, I don't. Hold on. Let me pull up my live because the audio sounds like that on the actual thing. So it's not a super clear audio on Maddie's show. Sound like Netta is on a speakerphone in that live. Let me play my hold on. Let me play my string and see. Oh yeah, like that's how the audio sound, Ray. So y'all gonna have to listen closely.
Robinson, I am a male.
Ah, we got it.
Okay.
And see, this goes back to the pronouns.
We got it.
Now your stage name is Miss Netta.
We got it.
But you going by
Miss Netta's a drag queen.
Basically what Tyler Perry's doing.
All right.
Okay, we'll revisit that part later. Okay, so y'all just heard the sound bite from 3 months ago of Miss Netta basically saying she plays a character. The character is Miss Netta. Miss Nettie wears the weaves, the makeup, etc. No offense to the community. She don't really per se identify with any of the labels. She just identifies as Miss Nestle. Okay. Now we're gonna move on into another sound. No, that ain't what I'm looking for. Okay. Then we're gonna move over, girl. Okay, to Miss Netta's Fox Soul interview. Okay, where Muva Madison was a part of the panelist. Shout out to Claudia, and shout out to Al Jones, and shout out to T.S. Madison. Okay, T.S. Madison is about to ask Miss Nestle straight to her fizzle. What is her dizzle? Okay, so check this out.
Ain't going nowhere, baby. Now let me ask you this too. Never know that. Are you a part of the LGBTQIA community? No, I'm not. Okay, I just asked. I wanted to know. Okay. Oh, okay. Ask that question one more time. Miss Netta, are you a part of the LGBTQIA community? I didn't quite understand you, but yes, I am. Oh, okay.
okay.
I am. Yeah, because I know even, I'm trans, so my pronouns are she and her, so I respect everybody's pronouns. And obviously, I'm not going to call you anything but she and her because you play the woman role over there frying, baking, and sauteing for Charles, honey. But so what area would you fall under in the LGBTQA community? Are you non-binary, trans?
Now look at Miss Maddie, girl. Look at Mother Maddie. She puts on her good listening ear, baby. Don't y'all see how Maddie had tilted her head, girl? Her facial expressions got real serious, baby, because Miss Maddie is really seeking truth and understanding, baby. Okay?
I never categorized myself in none of that. I just always been myself, and this me, my everyday look, all this, my everyday look and stuff, and it's just something I just been doing ever since I was, growing up in life. And I don't think I'm a transsexual. I don't think I'm a whatever the other names they got. I don't like calling them, but I don't think I'm none of those. I just more be like myself. My stage name is Miss Netta. A lot of people knows my real name, thanks to the internet, which is fine, but it doesn't matter. A lot of people say I'm ashamed of my sexuality, which I am not, because people here in our city knows me and everything. So it wasn't about me hiding my sexuality, because we are well known here in the city. But it was just more like that was my business. And when I want to put my business out, then that's when I do it. And I just wasn't ready yet.
So you know the girls are gagging to know when you say your sexuality. So this means were you born male like me? Because I was born male.
Yes, I was born male.
Okay, sister, what's the name?
So whoever that's watching this, y'all got y'all answer. I mean, I never put it out there, but you know, like I said, if we go live and we feel like that we comfortable and stuff in the live, you know, we would come out and we would say, you know, what, you know, answer some of their questions. And so, you know, it's out.
I like it.
You know what, Netta? I'm gonna go ahead and say this. I appreciate the way you just handled that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that was Miss Netta, Miss Nestle, saying, girl, that, you know, she always been like this since she was a little, you know, since she was a little shim, and, you know, just always been her. She's always been herself, and, you know, she clarified she is a biological male, but she also, you know, seemingly confirmed with TS that she is trans, and that she does come out and let it be known that she's a biological man when she's comfortable. Now, there's a lot of information in that, because if Miss Nestle was not trans in her heart, she would not feel the need to come out when she's comfortable as a biological male. Okay? So she seemingly in this interview affirmed her trans identity. And then, as you guys heard in the earlier soundbite, it was like, girl, fuck the LGBT shit. Okay? Now, we're going to move on to the Shade Room, girl. And we're going to have to do all audio with her, girl. Because, you know, the Shade Room get real, girl, they get real testy. They get real testy, bitch. Okay? So, let me, fair use, nonetheless. This is an interview on the Shade Room between Miss Nestle and Charles. And the host is about to ask Miss Nestle a direct question as well about her gender, sexual identity, okay? Thumbs up this video, girl. I don't want to look over there at them thumbs up and be disappointed, baby, because I will seize it, baby. I will beat you all into submission, bitch, okay? So thumbs up the video. Listen closely.
About you being a part of the LGBTQIA community. Talk to me about that. You said that you were born a man, and your journey through life. So talk to me about that and what you were as a child and how you developed into who you are today. At Cyber
okay, we got a commercial, girl. Why they got a commercial, honey? Thumbs up the video, child. Thumbs up, up, up.
Okay, well, I can start by saying that if anybody knows me, back in the past, I always have had women ways. And I say that due to, you know, a lot of people like, I was molested and this and that. They blame all of that on there. And I feel that my...
Okay, so Miss Net, she just put to bed your belief. What Miss Nestle has been consistent in saying is that she been effeminate and she been giving country girl since she came out the pussy. Girl, she been giving pussy since she came out the pussy, honey. Okay? Period.
Way were that I just didn't have a male role model in my life. You know, my cousins that were male, they were much older than, you know, I were. I wasn't raised with my father. I was raised with my mother, my sister, my female cousin, my aunties, and, you know, that was all I was around, you know. And I just started at a young age. And as I got older...
How old?
I'll say about... 13. I used to put on a little foundation as I was going to school.
And let me clarify for some of y'all who have a comprehension issue, okay? Because, see, a lot of y'all get into this stuff and then y'all get, like, real box shaped in your mind. Okay, affirmation is a nuanced thing. So when I said that Miss Nestle seemingly affirmed her trans identity to Mother Maddie in the Fox Soul interview, is when Maddie clarified it for Miss Nestle and put it on a hook on phonics. You know, gave it a hooked on phonics delivery, girl. Oh, Miss Nestle, you're like me. I'm also born biological male, but you know, you see what it gives. And Miss Nestle said, yes. And Miss Nestle, oh, okay, got it. There you go, girl. Okay, girl. Hey, girl. Not hey, sir. Not hey, he. Hey, girl. Okay, we just crossed a threshold. And Miss Nestle allowed that. Okay, so that's why I said that Miss Nestle seemingly affirmed her trans identity. But we're going to get into what the problem actually is. Okay? We're going to get into the problem with this confusions around Miss Nestle's gender identity. Let's continue to listen, girl. Shout out to the Shade Room.
And that's when weave came out. The weave with the glue and all that other stuff. And I would put like little tracks in my hair. And then my sister, she got with the program and she started fixing my hair up and putting, you know, little bobs and stuff, little nice little bobs and stuff. And it just went on from there. Then I was getting braids, and then after that, I was getting my nails done. And then at the age of 19, I got into a relationship with someone, and it just went from there. And
and you've been living your life since.
Everything.
So talk to me about this, because I've done stories about this before, about transgender women being in danger. And you've seen it.
Okay, Miss Warrior High Priestess. Okay. Come easy, sis. Come easy, sis. Let's ease a bit, baby. Okay, because we can go on any X-rated site and go into the heterosexual department and look at the infinite categories of freakism that you straight folk is into, girl. Because y'all love rim jobs and pegging and being spat on and pissed on and dressing like rabbits and elephants and got all type of damn fur baby ass fetishes and bestiality, baby. Let's ease up, Miss Warrior. Let's keep it real cute, girl, because we can go to any adult site, baby. Okay, and run the heterosexual receipts on the multiverse of madness of heterosexuality, boo. Let's not do it, honey. All right? All right, let's get on back, baby. See, baby, I'm gonna try to keep it cute, baby, this live, baby, but I got a feeling. Let me get ready before I drop the drink, girl. Lord, Father, Son, and the Holy Daughter, give me the infinite spirit of cuss these hoes out today, Father. If there's any bitch who gonna need to be cussed the fuck out when they hit this link, Lord, let me do your will, baby. Okay, because we know that not only do you specialize in salvation, not only do you specialize in peace and love and light, you also specialize in running down meteorites over Sodom and Gomorrah. You specialize in slapping a flood on top of these motherfucking hoes. And according to the book of Revelations, you plan on coming back and burning these bitches to a crisp, baby. So can you give me that spirit for any bitch, okay, who needs to be reminded that currently their name is not found in the damn book of life as a result of their raggedy ass ways, and that this will be the warning that precedes the damn judgment. All right, so I ask for the full mother freaking divine power to let these hoes have it today, baby, because I'm gonna bind Nancy ass up in your name. Amen. All right, bitch. Let's continue to
in the headlines. You've seen transgender women get killed for no reason on the streets, any city, in Atlanta, New Orleans, anywhere. Talk to me about that and how you have navigated your life.
I have lived in fear because of who I am, but to be honest with you, just like my fans and stuff on here on social media and stuff, a lot of people, I don't know why, but a lot of people looked at me like I was a female. They didn't see the guy inside of me, you know, because I was younger. My face was much clearer. I didn't have any hair bumps, and I just had that natural look, and I would get my hair done, and it was always ma'am. It was never sir. And I just went with the flow, you know, so that's just how that happened. And when people see me in the street, they would think I'm a woman, you know, and I never tell her that wasn't their business for them to come, for me to just go to them and say, hey, I'm a man, you know. But if I get a relationship or something like that, if I get to know a person, then I feel that if I can have that conversation with them, then I'll tell them. But other than that, my business was my business. And I would never shame my sexuality or nothing like that. It was just, I always lived more like a private life, you know, even though it's out there and I am out there. But if you suspect I'm a woman, I'm going to let you think I'm one until I feel like I'm going to open up to you and I'm going to let you know. But most people knew and most people didn't know.
Okay. I've seen people talk about the hair bumps. And
Okay. So now we got to get into this. We got to get into some commentary real quick, girl. All right. Let me go ahead and blow this back up. We got to get into some commentary real quick. Let me switch off my microphone, girl. Because this is where, okay, so as we can see, girl, this is where the confusion is at. Okay, I know y'all done gather confusion. Let me tell y'all what I done gathered at. Okay, so first of all, we need to establish some ground rules before we go into this comprehensive course real quick. What you identify yourself is one thing, right? But we also know that regardless of what you identify yourself as, there are still categories and definitions and labels that can also still be assigned, right? Based upon what I heard Miss Netta say about her gender, girl, is that Miss Netta is not really keen up on the language, girl. Okay, she doesn't understand the lingo. That's not really her niche. That's not her forte, girl. That's not her cup of tea. Okay, that ain't even her Hennessy, baby. Okay, she comes from a generation where you just were what the fuck you were. Okay, whatever the hell that was. Okay, if you was a he, she, or a damn wee bitch, you just lived that, you were that. And because the culture was profoundly trans, queer, and homophobic, there wasn't a need to really develop language because society wasn't really fucking with it any damn way. Okay? So now, fast forward into, you know, modern America, the 21st century, girl, it's 2023, 2024, girl, the last decade and a half. Hey, really, BTV? Hey, boo. You know, we've done language now because queer people have a lot of visibility. And a lot of queer people are using that visibility to educate other queer people and to educate heterosexual people and to provide terminology for the sake of properly understanding, categorizing, and contextualizing everybody who is a daywalker, okay? Since now all of society is a daywalker, girl, the trans are in the space, the gays are in the space, the lesbians are in the space, the non-binaries are in the space, girl, the straights are in the space, all the freaks, everybody is in the damn spaces, girl, okay? Everybody is a daywalker now. So now we need language to better understand and respect people. Miss Netta don't give a damn about what type of future and present day we all living in, girl. Okay, all she knows is that she's Miss Netta. So common sense would have it be that Miss Netta has a language issue. She doesn't really know what all of that means, girl. Okay, she understands the basic fundamental 1, 2, 3s of this sexuality shit, girl. You're either gay or you're straight or you're bi, honey. And if you're gay, you can probably be feminine and super girly and all of that and all of this, girl. And so the rest of it, girl, it goes over her head. That's why her answers kind of change, or she's kind of like, yeah, or kind of like, no, or kind of like, What I've gathered, damn it, is that Miss Netta is a trans woman. She don't know she's a damn trans woman, but she is a damn trans woman. Just like a lot of y'all who bleach the shit out of y'all skin as black folk might not identify as black folk, but your ass is a black folk. Okay? Whether you know it or not, whether you like it or not, you is a black folk, baby. Okay, Miss Netta is a trans woman. However, Miss Netta is very loose on the pronouns, just like Flamin' Roe is. When somebody said earlier that Flamin' Roe is a perfect example to understand Miss Nestle, they hit it on the nail. Flamin' Roe identifies as a trans woman as well. However, she's very loose on the pronouns because she's comfortable in her masculine, comfortable in her feminine, and comfortable in the motherfuckers smashing together. Okay, and making a baby called we. Okay, there's he, there's she, and there's we. So you can call her any and everything in between, while also her being a trans woman, because essentially she presents as woman, she lives as woman, and she has non-detachable parts. Her titties. Miss Nestle would not be a drag queen. She would also be within that trans diaspora because she also has non-detachable parts. Her titties. She recently got a triple BBL. Now, I don't know what the hell a damn triple BBL is. I'm going to assume in Miss Nestle's case, girl, they took all three of her damn previous stomachs and both of her damn chins and stuffed it in her damn ass and quadrupled the density thereof, baby. Okay, that's what she said, bitch, that she got a quadruple damn BBL, sugar. Okay, so she got non-detachable parts too. And you enter into the, I ain't gonna get into all that. Okay, so she's trans, but she's loose on the pronouns. So you can call her Joe, you can call her Miss Netta, you can refer to any of that shit in between. Like she said, I don't care. At the end of the day, I'm just doing me. Okay? Now, this whole thing around, well, she said she's a character. She's playing a character. And she did say Miss Netta in particular is a character. Miss Netta. The Charles Come Get Your Plate. The woman in the marriage. This skit. This thing she's acting. What's being conflated is y'all keep also missing the part where she keeps reiterating that while Miss Netta is a character, she's been who she is in real life forever. I think because y'all are conflating Miss Netta with her actual gender identity, y'all think that when she says I'm playing a character, that it also means that she's not in fact trans. Y'all have to make that distinction. She's still trans, but she's a trans woman playing a character that also happens to be a woman, Miss Netta. Okay? Think of Halle Berry playing Catwoman. It's a woman playing another feminine role. Think of any female actress playing any damn role. It's a woman playing a woman, another damn woman, but a woman nonetheless. Miss Netta is female, is a woman. This is the persona. Okay, but Joe ass has been living also effeminately and presenting basically as woman her whole life. And as she said in her interview, when she sits down and talks, or she goes to the local Piggly Wiggly girl or go to her Chase Bank, people think she's a woman. And she don't correct them, you know, and she only tells people she's a man, or she was born biological male if she feels comfortable. And her whole life, she never really had to put up with not having passing privilege because she's always passed as a woman. So my personal opinion is, whether Miss Netta know it or not, and maybe she'll learn all this over time, girl. You know, language is even new to the LGBT folk. Don't think y'all heterosexuals been the only people who've been struggling with language and trying to make it make sense, girl. Because this shit is new to a lot of everyday queer people too, girl. Is learning the vernacular of it all and figuring out where you fit in at. So I don't expect Miss Nestle to be able to put her finger exactly on the language that fits her damn description. But I think she'll journey through this in the course of having these conversations and get to more damn clarity. Right, St. Marquise, but it's not that difficult. a trans woman who don't understand labels, but that's how the fuck I would label her, as somebody who uses labels and who understands the language, who is very non-binary when it comes to her pronouns, even when it comes to her gender expression, because also, as Miss Netta says, you know, in her everyday life, she dresses like what I guess she would call a guy. But we also know that there are women who dress like men. There are natural born biological women whose gender identities are masculine. They don't dress in the typical feminine attire. Look at a lot of the athletic women, a lot of the sports women. They dress in tank tops, gym shorts, etc. Girl, they don't do no bowettes and no dresses and no freakum dresses and none of that shit, bitch. Okay? So even though her gender expression outside of Miss Netta seemingly is still masculine, that doesn't also infringe upon her trans identity, because at the end of the day, Miss Netta is comfortable and has been feminine and has been presenting in all of her womanly ways since she's been a young lady. All right. So I think it's just a language barrier, and it's a academic issue at this point. But trans woman who doesn't mind any of the pronouns, he, she, or we, who at the end of the day is also playing a female persona by the name of Miss Netta. That does sound like a lot, girl. To people who don't think a lot and y'all don't be used to using y'all brain, you know, a lot of y'all are D students in school. You know, a lot of y'all who be having headaches, girl, you know, y'all was the ones cheating on other people's paper in class, and that's why y'all brains be exploding, girl, when y'all be having to really rev up the intellectual capacity, baby. That's why y'all be having to take aspirins and shit and having to go to the doctor's care, girl, after y'all get educated, because, you know, y'all ain't been used to doing the math and doing the work, girl, okay? Y'all was the ones cheating off of a bitch exam, honey, in school. Y'all was the ones, girl, who was scheming and scamming to get those diplomas, bitch, okay? Y'all was the ones who was dropping out of 8th grade and shit, child. So when y'all get into these highly educational spaces, bitch, where it's time to do some thinking, honey, you know, y'all get all frizzy and fried, bitch, okay? But the girls who've been using their brains, girl, from elementary to junior high through college, girl, and undergrad, girl, this stuff don't give us no headache, girl, okay? This is just part for the course, okay? I'm so sorry for y'all, honey. I empathize, but I can't relate, bitch, okay? So there's that. Now, Charles' sexuality. Here's the thing about Charles. People have been trying to figure out what the hell, how does Charles identify? First of all, let's get into a little bit of Miss Nestle's relationship, girl. Apparently, Charles' ass was a simp, and she slid into his DMs, girl, on one of these freakum sites, bitch. And at first, Charles had ignored her ass. And then Charles had turned around, girl, when everybody else had swiped right on his ass and returned back to the, you know, lowest common denominator and decided to take Miss Nestle out on a date. And then, you know, she swept him off his damn feet. Now, at the time that she slid into his damn DMs, girl, and was waiting for his ass to go through all the rest of his options before he decided what the hell he wanted to do with Miss Nestle, he was also living with his damn pappy, and he also didn't have a damn car. And for whatever reason, Miss Nestle was already cooking Chef Boyardee and boiling hot dogs for Nestle's daddy, girl. So I was trying to figure out, you know, how the hell did that happen, girl? You know, girl, Miss Nestle, girl, was trying to get, girl, what you in there trying to do, girl? You trying to get 2 dicks for the price of 1 damn pot of noodles, bitch? Okay, you, girl, like, Miss Netta, girl, Miss Nestle trying to get to all the dick in Alabama, bitch. All the dick in Tennessee, girl. All the dick in Chi-Town, baby. She was cooking for Charles and his pappy, baby. Okay, so she would drive over to Charles' house and boil up and burn up food and shit, girl, okay? And she said that a way to a man's heart is not just through his asshole, but it's also through his belly with that good cooking. But let me tell you something, big Miss Netta, Miss Nestle. You do look like you throw down, bitch. But girl, when I was doing my super deluxe deep dive on you and looking at some of these IG lives and things, girl, it was giving, girl. I thought I saw a putty cat, baby. Okay, when you was going off, talking a lot, girl. Girl, it was, girl, all the saliva, girl. All of the vibrations within your mouth, girl, were just hitting the napkins, girl, hitting the side of the damn kitchen counter, girl, hitting the damn ceiling, girl. So when I had saw the host of the Shade Room having to force himself to eat what you was cooking, girl, as a courtesy to keeping his damn job, I could just only imagine how saliva-filled the macaroni was, girl. Because, baby, you was firing off, Miss Netta. So if you ever cook for me, bitch, you would have to cease and desist your mouth until dinner is served and complete, girl. I don't want you answering the phone, bitch. I want you to use your inside voice when you cooking, girl. I want you to communicate telepathically, Miss Mamas. But you could not, baby, be running that damn mouth, child, while you boiling the greens, while you seasoning the ham hocks, honey, while you're mixing the potato salad, girl, because I can't do it. But it does look good. Now, Charles and his sexuality. Charles apparently was dating trailer park ass white women prior to Miss Netta, because the people who got their degree in nosology, girl, was pulling up some Charles old pre-Miss Nestle social media life, and he was twirling around, girl, with Miss Mixed Race, girl. He was twirling around with Miss Biracial, girl. He was twirling around with Miss Multiracial, bitch, Miss Curly Head. And he also seemingly had a lot more personality, girl. You know, Charles was talking more. You know, he was more expressive. He looked like he at least made it to his sophomore year of graduation. So it's kind of night and day from the old pre-Nestle Charles to the current Charles. But I think Miss Nestle, girl, Miss Charles, I think Miss Charles is a genophilia man. Y'all about to say CTV, bitch. You about to, bitch, I'm gonna have to pop another Tylenol, girl. I'm gonna have to pop another aspirin, bitch. Here you go, being all smart and shit, bitch. Here you go, girl. Trying to take our asses to school, bitch. And you know, bitch, I dropped out of 8th grade, girl. Here you go, girl. What the fuck is a genophilia ass nigga? Okay, let me show y'all what a genophilia nigga is. Okay, 700 of y'all in the building, girl. Please thumbs up this building. This is what a genophilia ninja is, baby. A genophilia is an individual who is attracted to woman or femininity. And an ambiphilia is the combination of androphilia and genophilia. Now, androphilia is the opposite. It's the attraction to man or masculinity, and genophilia is the attraction to woman or femininity. Okay, now let me break this down for y'all, because see, this should help a lot of y'all who used to find it confusing when these men would get outed who were trans attracted or who were same-sex attracted, etc. And y'all would be like, girl, well, why these niggas still be identifying as straight? But they sleeping with trans women or they sleeping with men. A lot of these particular men who are trans attracted and who sleep with also other men who are feminine are still identifying as heterosexual, because what they are attracted to is not the sex. They're attracted to the gender expression of femininity. So even though some of these bisexual, pansexual ninjas are technically sleeping with other men, what they are attracted to, in the case of a genophilia man, is not just a man. He has to be a effeminate male. He has to be damn near a cross-dresser girl. Okay, he has to be an old androgynous piece of thing, honey. Okay, he got to be giving up the glory of the divine feminine. When you are a genophilia individual, and this can go for men and women, you are attracted to femininity. This means that the sex of your partners can range from trans women to effeminate men to biological women, because what they all have in common is femininity. That's the point of attraction, and that is what transcends the sex of the individual. It's the gender expression of femininity that genophilia people are attracted to. Same thing with androphilia. This can go for women who are attracted to masculinity, because this is why you'll also hear a lot of straight women still identify as straight, even though they've had a butch lesbian as a lover. They've had a trans man as a lover. They also date biological men. It's because they're attracted to masculinity. This means that the sex of their partners can differ, but what all of their partners will need to have in common, whether it's them being male or female, is masculinity. If they're not masculine, they're not getting in the door to eat that sweet puss. Okay? They're not getting in the door to suck on those supple titties, baby. Okay? They're not going to be doing all of that. Okay? Now, a lot of y'all think, girl, this is some new age demonic ass doctrines from hell, baby. It's not. If any of you guys had a major in sexology rather than English, like you should have been, because most of y'all whores any damn way, you should have been getting your damn major in damn sexology, baby. Because a lot of y'all out here, after you're getting your masters in damn math and accounting and economics, still out here mastering in dick. You might as well should have damn mastered in sexology. But if any of y'all had took a sexology course, y'all all would have known that sexuality and gender has always been complex. It's always been a spectrum on an academic level. Okay? It's always been a bunch of gray space. Sexuality and gender has always been nuanced. Always been the things. Okay? So I think that Charles is a genophilia man. He is attracted to femininity, and this is how Miss Nestle was able to, snatch his ass up, girl, and the girls, honey, okay? Because, she presents, honey, with the things, honey, always giving, queendom come, girl, all right? Now, let me tell y'all what the good news is about Miss Nestle being mistaken as a damn woman, as a biological woman. And y'all might think this is a joke, girl, but Miss Nestle is not lying. And I'm going to prove to y'all that her ass is not lying about always having passing privilege. Let me show y'all this, girl, courtesy of Miss TikTok. There is a TikTok channel by the name of Life Lessons O on TikTok, and read it's the comment section. They posted a clip of T.S. Madison and her personal assistant, girl, talking about Miss Netta. And I want to show you guys the comment section. Okay? Here it is, that video. Look at the comment section, girl. One user says, I didn't know what Miss Netta was. I never seen anyone look like Netta. Someone else said, real fish is something I haven't heard in a while. Someone else says, I can admit, I thought Netta was an older woman. Someone else said they were saying that they had aunts that looked like Joe, aka Miss Netta. Another user says, and they did, but I thought TS was a real one too at first glance. Another user says, y'all did, but I didn't. Another user says, I went to church with at least 5 grandmothers that look just like Netta ass. Another woman and user said, I promise you, I have really seen women that look like Netta. So it was confusing at first. Another woman said, honestly, I didn't know what Netta was. I was confused. Okay? Another woman said, I admit I was confused. I had to rethink my whole life decisions afterwards. Okay? So another woman said, not gonna lie, I did grow up with a lady who looked like Netta, and I knew 3 people now that do. I was confused. So Miss Netta ass is not lying. Her ass has always had passing privilege. Now, let me tell you all what's interesting about that. Because, you know, we used to have it going on over here, you know, last year and year before last, when we would get into talking about trans folk and trans visibility and all of that, girl. And, you know, I would get off in the transphobes' ass, and I would tell transphobic women and men that it's interesting that y'all have everything to say about trans women, but there's not a single thing on a trans woman's body that you cannot find on a biological woman's body. Nothing. We know biological women with broad ass shoulders. We know biological women with big ass feet. We know biological women who grow facial hair, chest hair, who got a shave. They got them 5 o'clock shadow. We know biological women who get their looks from their father. We know tall ass biological women, wide back ass biological women, girl, that every identifying marker on a trans woman is a feature that can be also found on a biological woman and vice versa. And now this is fucking proof, girl, because let's take it all the way back. When T.S. Madison was going at Just Hilarious, saying that transphobia impacts everybody, including biological women, this is proof. Because the stigma and the transphobia and the othering of trans people also indirectly bring shame to biological women who do not have any passing privilege their damn self, who have to deal and live within a society that has these masculine, that has these tropes and standards that do not equal and dignify everybody in the space, because not all biological women have a feminine shape. Not all biological women have a voluptuous figure. Not all biological women have this hyper feminization that has become the standard for what femininity is allegedly supposed to look like. So when we, as a society, clock trans women, condemn trans women for their masculine features, there's no way to actually do that without biological women catching strays as well, who have a lot of those same transgender features, who have a lot of those same masculine ass features. And this is why Just Hilarious, it was all over the internet on podcasts talking about how she has had to deal with transphobia because men who were trans attracted thought she was a trans woman as a result of her boyish features. And she didn't like that. She don't like being mistaken as a trans woman. She don't like being mistaken as a biological boy trying to pass as a so-called woman. The proper response to this is to not necessarily be against not wanting to look trans. The only way to cure this is for us to dismantle these superficial and shallow perceptions of femininity as a whole, so that whatever woman gives is not coming under the subjection of these patriarchal standards for female, for femininity. You have to destroy the ideology that gives birth to these masculine stigmas that are haunting and harassing not only trans women, but that are hunting and harassing biological women as well. There are things that biological women cannot control that they're being forced to be insecure about, not because what they have really is worth being insecure about, but because these are the ideas that are held in society. I know biological women right now who are insecure about their long ass feet, who are insecure about the broadness of their shoulders, the largeness of their hands, the width of their backs. I know biological women right now who want to undergo facial feminization surgery because the shape and the contour of their face does not fit within the make and the mold of what's considered feminine and beautiful. This is why the cosmetic surgery community is a billion-dollar, multi-billion-dollar industry at this point. Sierra the singer, thank you, Eddie, had to deal with this trans stigma as well. We keep showing y'all and keep tying the worlds together because biological women and trans women think that they're on different sides of the same fight. You're in the same fight. And to backhand trans women is to backhand biological women and vice versa. The backhand biological women is to backhand trans women. Megan Thee Stallion had to also deal with this as well. It goes on. Michelle Obama had to deal with this as well. Remember when that pale bitch, what's her name, looking like the Catwoman, alleged comedian, the bitch is resting somewhere either in peace or in pieces right now. What's her name? She used to do the fashion shit on one of those shows, I think. Something Jones. What's her name? Pale bitch. Joan Rivers. There it is. She was the one who said that Michelle Obama was giving testosterone girl. She was giving nigga bitch. Okay? So this is not only something that men do to women, women do it to women do it to trans women, etc. Girl. All women are impacted by this unwillingness to allow femininity to not even be defined by physicality. Femininity truly needs to be defined by characteristics. Characteristics of consciousness, characteristics of the mind, characteristics of the personality, and not so much as characteristics of the body. Because the truth is, bitch, we all have androgynous bodies. That's why we all have mammies and we all got pappies. We all got mothers and fathers, girl. We're all made in the image of the genetics of our mothers and our fathers. That's why you can look at your son and see he got his mama's face all over his ass. You can look at your daughter and see she got her daddy's face all over her ass. And speaking of another example of this, you know, another person who had to go through this shit was Blue Ivy. Remember when they still kind of dragging Blue Ivy, but because she done grew out of her daddy's face, they done lighten up on her ass. But they was dragging a infant Blue Ivy, an adolescent Blue Ivy, through the same patriarchal ass shit as well. Deeming her as looking masculine, looking unattractive because she looked like, she had the nerve to look like her daddy. She had the nerve to have her paternity results, girl, on her damn face. Once again, this is something that doesn't just impact trans women, it impacts all women. And it's unfair to all women. A woman can control her genetics. She can control Serena and her sister. Women can control, girl, how and what genetics they get, girl. We don't get to cherry pick our damn genetics. You got some men who got their damn grandmama's hips. You got some women who got their granddaddy's damn shoulder. And that's just the way it motherfucking is. And it shouldn't have anything to do with anything, but in a shallow capitalistic ass society that has to be divisive and create dividing lines, we need these divisions so that capitalism and the beauty market and the consumerism around beauty can be something that can be streamed, controlled, and directed in a particular way. We got to fuck all that up. Okay? And we cannot make what the only work I want biological women to keep in mind is that when you guys are feeling away and you guys are clocking it and you call yourself clocking a trans woman and you play into that transphobia shit, I just want you to be aware that there's nothing you can do to your trans sister that you're not doing to your biological sister, because somewhere in this world, there's a biological equivalent of that trans woman's appearance. Somewhere in the world, there is a female biological equivalent of that trans person's appearance and aesthetics that you're deeming as inappropriate, that you're deeming as masculine, that you're deeming as etc. Yeah, I told myself I would not use the word cis out of respect for my female supporters because y'all don't like that word apparently. So biological, natural born, etc. girl, you know, it's fine to me. Okay, so let's move on from that, girl. And I am gonna drop the link, girl. So let me go ahead and speed through the rest of this shit. Miss Netta. First of all, girl. Oh no, I'm gonna get to that. Miss Netta versus T.S. Madison and Craig. Miss Maddie just basically confirmed, girl, that she ain't got no fucking smoke with Miss Nestle at all. She ain't got none at all, girl. And that she is going to take this issue up with Craig as well because she tired of his ass getting her in bullshit. Okay, so she gonna tug on what's left of the lace that's in his front. Okay, what's going on, nosy? Hey, boo. Okay, so she gonna tug on his wig too, girl. She just shut it down that she wish all love and light to Miss Netta, and we're gonna actually play some of that. I'm gonna speed through it, girl, because I just don't want to be here forever. So let me play some of Mother Maddie's response, girl, to the smoke she getting. This is Miss Maddie, girl. This is a voiceover too. Let me fast forward, girl. Hold on. Oh, girl. Hold on. This ain't doing the most, bitch. Hold on. This phone always doing the most.
And I wasn't reading that person. I just was posting what they said. I think it was this video right here because I'm not going to post something and then not discuss it. But while I'm going down the line, I want to talk about this. So I'm going to be in Pittsburgh on the. Okay, thank you, Daniela. Please, I'm gonna.
Okay, let me get to the cuss out, girl.
The 30th.
Let me get to the dragulations, child. It's so hard to control this fucking shit from my phone. Hold on. And thumbs up, you guys. Thumbs up the damn. Hold on. Did she delete it? Did Maddie delete it? Wait, girl. I think she deleted it. Hold on. Girl, I don't see it no more. Oh my God, girl. I was just playing the shit. Girl, I don't see it no more. I think that Maddie just deleted it. She said she was going to upload it to her YouTube, but I don't see it on her YouTube yet. Let me go check to see if it's on her YouTube. If not, I'm just gonna give you the notes, girl. But basically, She let it be known, girl, that she ain't got no fucking issue with Miss Netta. Why the fuck would she be jealous of Miss Netta? Miss Netta don't have anything that she wants, and that's no shade, no tea. She just don't got anything that Miss Maddie would fucking want. Mother Maddie is self-made, bitch. And if anything, you know, it's her contribution to pop culture and to social media that has paved the way for there to be the existences of girls like Gigi, XOXO Gossip Girl, the girls like Miss Nestle, etc. So what I will say is that, you know, I have to agree with Mother Madison. I do think that there is a sub group of LGBT folk who are just envious of T.S. Madison. Jealousy is something that runs rampant in the LGBT community, but you will find jealousy and envy being a thing that's rampant amongst a lot of minority communities. Because when you get minority communities, you're talking about a people who never had a lot to begin with. The spaces were always small, and the resources were always few to none. So this can create a envy when other minority people get ahead in any system. There seems to be a subset of LGBT folk who don't like Maddie for some reason, and who are going to look for her to slip up because they feel a way about the spot that she's in. They themselves desire to be in the spot that she's in. So whether that's blaming her for things that her sidekick is saying, or just trying to create smoke where there ain't no fire at, is always going to be the agenda of this particular minority group of folk within the LGBT community who don't see it from Maddie for whatever reason. Thank you, Jonathan, who I think just sent me something. Hold on, let me see. Okay. It says message is unavailable. It's either been deleted or hidden by privacy. Miss Maddie must have put it. I don't like, what did you send me, Jonathan? Because it's saying it's on private. And I don't see it on Mother Madison's page, child. Now, I'm also going to assume, girl, that people have to be trolling Madison because I don't think there's really anyone. It's saying that it's been hidden or it's on privacy, Jonathan. I'm not able to see it. It's not showing. It's not, you know, she's not coming through, girl. Caroline is not walking into the light. Yes, I'm following her and she follows me. And I just had the damn live stream up. Hold on. It might be this phone, girl. Let me restart this damn phone. I told y'all. This Illuminati technology, girl. Nonetheless, all of that. So Miss Maddie cleared the air. I don't believe that there's any smoke with Miss Madison toward Miss Netta. Okay, so let's just that. Lastly, before I drop the link, is it real between Charles and Miss Netta? Let me say this. That depends on how you want to define real. Really in business together? Really fucking? I mean, well, you know, how we using real, girl? Because it is really something. There is a real somewhere. What real y'all talking about? Is it real in terms of it's a relationship? I don't think that Miss Nestle and Charles have a actual sex life. And looking like and considering that Miss Nestle and Charles were both built like two midday family pots, I'm not sure how they would have been capable of having sex. I think Miss Netta hit it on the nail when she says Miss Netta is a personality. And I think her and Charles are in a very interesting business relationship. And I think that Miss Netta and Charles got married because it was Miss Netta's way of securing to Charles that he didn't just have to take her word for what's being created and him getting his fair share of the coin, but through the contract of marriage, he would be able to contest or argue for alimony, for, you know, shared and mutual split of property and assets, etc. I think that the marriage was an added security. It was a way to contractualize the relationship. If Miss Netta and Charles are going to argue that they're really together, has there been anybody here who has seen any footage of Miss Netta and Charles kissing and being convincingly affectionate toward one another? Because I never saw one piece of footage of Charles putting his lips against Miss Netta's. Even when he allegedly brought her a brand new vehicle and he made her close her eyes and walk her out to the front deck of their double wide. And she finally opened her eyes to see what had been gifted to her as being an effective and reliable sugar mama. She ran past his black ass. At no point in time did they hug. At no point in time did she run up to her little chocolate drop and engage him with a kiss. Now, of course, they had to kiss on a wedding day. I'm talking about outside of that, because they together every other damn day. The only time they should have shared a kiss should not have been on the wedding day. Has there been a kiss outside of the publicity of the damn wedding day? Because of course there was going to have to. Oh, so that footage don't exist either, Denisha? They didn't kiss then? Now remember, there are some people in the comment section arguing, does Miss Netta, is Charles a homosexual? Well, according to her. Do I still got to pull it up? Hold on. Let me go back to that Shade Room interview. Where's Shade Room at? Hold on. Let me see. She explains that she met a homosexual version of Miss Charles girl. Let me see something. Hold on. Let me see. Let me speed through this. Let me see. Because Charles.
You just let the people talk to you any kind of.
Let me see.
Netta, you guys just got married. How are you navigating that? How are you, living in your truth now and continuing to make?
No, I think it's in the beginning. Hold on. Ladies and gentlemen. Because the host acts, girl, how did y'all meet, baby? Even though she explains it on the TGIF thing too. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see.
Are you nervous? Because
let me see.
I don't read comments, so I don't know. you know, so I'm not doing this to please nobody.
That's self. I need to reduce these man boobies.
Okay, they're talking about the plastic surgery. Hold on.
What do you think about Netta getting a BBL? Something to work with?
I mean, yeah. There's something else she can do. I mean, hell, your body, your choice, right?
Okay, now look at how. Hold on, let me switch your thing over, girl. Listen to how the host is trying to coach Charles into saying something affectionate about Netta ass. Like, okay, how you feel about Miss Nestle girl getting a triple double stack BBL girl, and you know, and then he throws in it's a little bit more pushing for the cushion, or more cushion for the pushing. Look at what Charles' response is. It's so non-personal. It's so just listen.
They getting a BBL, something to work with?
I mean, yeah. There's something good she can do. I mean, hell, your body, your choice, right? And on top of that, man, you already came so far with the sleeve, so hey, why not?
Charles, I want to ask
Your body, your choice.
you, what was it about Netta that really made you want to pursue a relationship? You guys are married now and have been for 2 months. What was it?
Now for all those who are arguing that he's a homosexual, girl, listen to how Charles about to walk his ass right into homosexuality.
Netta, she slid into your DMs one day,
Yeah.
and it's been history ever since. Talk to me about your love journey.
I mean, like you said, slid in DMs. At first, I ignored it, and then I gave it a chance. Next thing you know, we started conversating, hanging out, and bam.
Okay.
The rest was history. I'm like, wow, okay, this person's all right.
But what is it about her that you love so much?
I guess it's the personality, the good heart she carries. Because, a person like that is rare.
I keep telling y'all, bitch. It's struggle bitch season, bitch. Y'all better get with it, honey. Like, y'all see these men out here looking for personality, child. Y'all see they out here looking, child. They're looking for a good-hearted woman, baby. It's baby. Okay? It is ugly bitch season, bitch, on period, girl. I love this for my girls. Get all of the teams, girl. Get all of your teams. All right.
Like a rare gem, you want to keep it. You know what I'm saying? And on top of that, Netta became more of an asset. You know what I'm saying? Most women out here are liabilities.
Miss Netta became an asset.
Yeah, add to my life. I'm like, wow, okay. So
she adds to his life.
You ain't a risk taker. You ain't a risker after all. So I think I'm like, okay. I think I made the right move.
Okay. All right. And Netta, what was it about Charles that grabbed your attention? This was on social media. How'd you even find Charles?
Now look at their origin story, girl. Listen to this. Listen to this.
Well, we were on a dating site.
Tell me what it is. Let us know what it is.
I can't tell you that.
It's a
we
secret.
We don't kind of remember, but it was between two sites. I don't know if it was Moco Space or Tag.
It was
one of them.
Okay.
As we conversating and me cooking him lunch and stuff, because I still did that. When we first started, I still was a cooker to him. I would go, he stayed with his father. I would go over there. I would fix his father, him and his father food and stuff. And then after that, he was not staying with me. He was staying with his father. And I used to take him. He didn't have a car. I used to take him to pay bills and buy groceries and all this and all that. And I'm looking like, okay, well, this somebody that's trying to build something. He take care of bills. He do all this. And I'm like, okay, well, this is something that, we can do together. So we talked and we conversated about it. And we decided to move in after maybe 3 months?
4 months.
About 3 4 months we moved in. And it just been up
ever since then.
Mm-hmm.
Talk about
girl. Miss Nestle and Charles just described a whole business venture together, girl. This nigga ain't had shit going on. He was living with his damn pappy. Okay, apparently he working, but ain't got no damn car. she playing his personal Uber driver, and in between her taking him to pay the damn light bill and the phone bill, girl, and her seeing that he was in need of $1 and she was in need of a damn day, honey. Okay, they combined their Mighty Morphin power struggle together, girl, and said, you know what? I got this great idea. I've been wanting to do these skits, girl, for a long time. And I think we could really take off, girl. We can gag the girls, honey. You know, I'll go 50-50, own it, girl, 60-40, 70-30, however the fuck it is, baby. And, you know, we'll do a couple of skits, you know, see how shit shimmers, girl. And then when shit took off, bitch, okay? Because, you know, they was going to have to really start producing content in this business relationship. So, girl, if I need you as my co-star, baby, you know, you might as well get from up underneath your pappy house and get up underneath this Nestle Crunch, baby. Okay? And then we can really just start filming all day, every day, honey. There is literally nothing romantic that either one of them described about their origin story, girl. She don't talk about their first date. Mind you, listen to how Miss Nestle never talks about their first date. Charles doesn't mention the first date. She just talks about how they met, and then she acts like she's talking about just another nigga. You know, like just a homeboy or friend. They ain't no type of personhood. There's no personability of this shit, girl. Girl, the math is mathing, and it's okay. And you know why it's okay? You know why it does not matter that it's not real? It doesn't matter that it's a business relationship, because it's entertainment. Miss Netta is a character, as Joe said. Miss Netta is supposed to be a housewife with a whole lot of ratchetty, who cooks for her man. And Charles is the nonchalant, emotionally unavailable ass husband in this universe. And that's all Miss Nestle wants, is she needed a male character to help to do these stupid ass skits that people are going to enjoy and frolic all over and go viral over. And now the both of them are getting to a bag. They were both recently apparently at the BET Awards, girl, doing big things. So you take it at face value. The fact that there are people really beefing on the internet, girl, with Miss Netta, the fact that people are literally going over and beyond to feel outraged. Outraged by what? It's entertainment. And it's supposed to be entertainment. And you should take it as entertainment. That's why Miss Netta ain't trying to get into all the things, girl. She ain't trying to get into all the LGBT politics, all the LGBT, all the names, girl. She don't need none of that shit. She ain't here for that, baby. Miss Netta is an entertainer. Treat her like an entertainer, girl. Don't treat Miss Netta like a real situation. That's why she freezes up on those type of questions. It's why they both do a piss poor job at talking about their personal relationship as well, because, girl, they're winging that part of the narrative, baby. Okay? Charles ass needed a goddamn iPhone, and Miss Nessie needed somebody to hold the damn tripod, bitch. Okay? I'm gonna drop the link. Y'all can come up her and tell me what y'all think, baby. Okay, let me drop this link, honey. Sound off. We ain't gonna be here all day. We got 30 extra minutes. So if you're gonna sound off, you gotta sound off right now, baby. Don't come up here 60 damn seconds before I'm wrapping the damn show up thinking you about to get in 20 minutes worth of damn talking points, honey. If you're getting your ass up here to run your dick sucker, your ass bets to come now, honey, because the door will be closed by the last 10 minutes of the damn show, baby. Okay? Your ass will not make the merry-go-round. So hit the link if you're gonna hit it. Jonathan, is you in the chat? Boo, hit the motherfucking link. Let me send Jonathan the link. Hold on. Cause Miss Jonathan girl, she be the one sending me all the things. Hold on, let me see if I can send her. Is my phone about to die? Cause I told her I wanted her to come up here, girl. I wanted her to come up here, girl. Oh, that's Jonathan right there. Hold on. Let me make sure Jonathan calmed down, child. Oh, do you want to be cammed up, John? A thumbs up to me if you don't mind being cammed up. Okay, but he trying to find the cam down button. So y'all thumbs up the building, girl. This was good. I think you nailed it on period. Stephanie, y'all know how I do, honey. I'm the breakdown king around this motherfucker. Okay, we get into the things and we commentate. Hold on, is you? Okay, there he go. All right, he done cam down. Jonathan.
Hey, Conscious.
What's going on? Why you ain't cammed up? You looking cute on that bed, child.
Oh, fine. You want me to be cammed up? I'll be cammed up.
It's of your preferences. Come on, Jonathan. See, y'all think we don't be having white folk over here, child. Jonathan all up at the damn cookout.
I'm in. Girl, you already know who I be in everybody's chats. Okay?
Oh, period, honey. I just told them, honey, like, you one of the street committee members be sending me all the tea. What you think about all this? Because obviously,
and do
a member of the
why you couldn't see that. I don't get why you couldn't see that live, because I could still see it. It's definitely still there. That's so weird. But she gonna upload it to her YouTube at some point. She says she not letting all y'all make money off of her.
I ain't mad at it. She got to get her coin first and foremost. I ain't mad at it. So I mean, so what you think?
Oh, this whole mess.
Talk to me about it.
Well, okay. So my thoughts are, I agree with the people that feel like Netta and Charles's relationship, it's all a scheme that Todd set up, to come to us with the bullshit, which is kind of why, while I don't like Craig always going in at them, I can't disagree fully with some of the things he be saying, because he did say that their relationship gives that Netta is Charles's caregiver and is collecting some SSI checks from him. And, I mean, and I'll be real too. I didn't even know who none of them was until they came up with Madison and Dineva started bringing them up, and then they went on Fox Soul or whatever, and here's the thing, like, get your 60 seconds of fame, get your bag, get your coin. Like, I'm not hating on nobody that want to do that. My thing is that I don't think Miss Netta realized the type of scrutiny and the price that you pay to sign up for this kind of exposure and fame. Like, people want to be all in your business. Like, they want to be in all your business. They want to know everything and anything, so on and so forth. And you do have to kind of develop a thick skin. Now, do I feel like the stuff that some of them people on TikTok was saying that Madison was doing to Netta? Absolutely not. And for the most part, do I think Craig got an issue with Miss Netta? I don't think he got an issue, and I don't think it's, I just think his whole, I guess, his initial perspective on it is, why are they famous? And how are they famous? And why is anybody calling them famous? They're just some social media celebrities, Where I think it went left is when Miss Netta tried to tell him that he reading her some Walmart clothes. I think that bruised poor Craig's ego, because, as you said, while Craig may look like he dresses like an administrative assistant that buys their clothes at Walmart, we know for a fact from one of Chi-Chi's lives that he did when he was backstage at their most recent Bag Talk live show, Winery, that Craig has expensive taste because he had a shirt back there that he was wearing for that still had the tag on it, and the tag said $98.
Okay, hold on, Jonathan. Hold on, Jonathan. You know that it had the tag on it so that it can be returned back to the store it was rented from, right?
Fair point.
Okay.
Fair point. But at the same time though, too, you know, Craig has his house now, and it's not a double wide like Charles and Miss Netta. So, you know, maybe that's why he feels some
Okay,
type
but
of way.
are we trailer shaming now? I mean, do
I
not
don't know. I don't know.
all homes matter? Do not all
I
homes matter?
know.
Are we not?
I know. And here's the thing. Like you said too, I agree with what you said too. Like, Craig, if you gonna sit there and you're gonna talk your shit, you can't be mad when somebody tries to hold you accountable for the shit that you said. You're not above being commentated on yourself, Craig.
Okay, so put a pause in it right there, Jonathan, because you know that bitch had the nerve to call out Miss Nestle talking about, girl, you a public figure. I mean, you know, y'all somewhat popular, girl. I mean, you're going to be talked about. The fuck, it's not personal. Well, I wanted Craig the mistress to keep that same energy when just a few months ago she had chimed in on a situation with Larry Reed and B. Terrell Hill from Christ to Krusty. And I had followed up with commentary about her commentary. And that State Farm dressing ass bitch got her ass in my comment section talking about why am I in the thumbnail and why am I in the title. Bitch, do you or do you not recall also being in social media space and bringing a conversation and a perspective to the public domain? And I got your ragged ass name in my title and your tired ass image in my damn thumbnail like every other bitch on social media does. And guess what? When I went to every other bitch who had his name and thumbnail in the video, you know what I didn't find there, Jonathan? I didn't find him in the comment section complaining, because what he really was pressed about was the fact that my commentary did not align with his narrative. And that was his get out of jail free card, is why am I on the docket? You on the docket for the same reason, bitch, that Miss Nestle on yours. Deal with it.
Yeah. And you're right, the hypocrisy is real. And I gave Craig a nickname a long time ago when he first started coming around. And my nickname for
you on mute, Jonathan. I think you muted yourself by accident, boo. Okay, there you go.
Am I mute? Okay.
It ain't no beef with Craig. It ain't no beef with Craig. We just keeping it 100. I mean, it is what it is.
And
hold on. No, because see, let's keep the same energy, okay? Because Craig would get on her shit right and argue. I'm just a little old commentator giving my little old commentating opinion. So when a bitch giving their commentary about Craig, remember, they just a little old commentator giving their little old commentary about Craig.
No, and I know. And I gave Craig the nickname of the Mother Superior of the Sisters of Perpetual Messiness for a reason. And I've been calling him that for the last, 10 years or so, because he always want to start some mess and then act like, well, what I do, what I say, I think he's funny. I think he knows how to throw shade and read with the best of them. I'm not going to sit there and act
really, because I was disappointed, Jonathan, when
Maddie
had panned all the way to the left of the screen and allowed Craig to have her 15 seconds.
You mean
I was expecting her to flame it up, but Craig was really struggling and delayed, honey. She was really, really pushing through that damn alleged read, honey. I mean, Miss Netta read her down better than she returned the favor. It really wasn't. Craig is not a reader to me.
Well, that's true.
Craig,
he's a writer. He's a writer.
What Craig is a gaslighter, but he's not really a reader to me. Not to me. I mean, go ahead, Jonathan.
Opinions are all fair, but I guess to wrap up my view of the whole thing is that I knew I didn't want to see this go left. And mind you, it's Pride Month too. Why are we out here choosing violence in the community amongst ourselves?
Speaking of that, Jonathan, don't you also find it hypocritical that Craig is telling Netta to deal with having thick skin, but why she ain't telling Madison to do that in all fairness? Because isn't Madison reacting to people talking about her on TikTok and reacting to so-called negative commentary? So why ain't Craig keeping that same? Because hold on, because I want to clarify this. I don't got no personal problem with Mother Madison cussing these bitches out, baby, because I enjoy it every day, all day, every moment of every moment. But speaking to Craig, I just think it's funny that he told Miss Madison told Miss Nestle to straighten the fuck up. Why he ain't telling Madison to do the same? Because she's a public figure, etc. This comes with the job, etc. Because I argued in my commentary that when you commentate about somebody, they do have a right to commentate back. Like a public, another influencer don't have to necessarily shut the fuck up and deal with it. If they want to speak to a narrative on their name, they can. If they want to correct some shit, if they want to also commentate and speak to you back, bitch, they can.
And you right about that. And here's the thing. I think a lot of people do tell Madison that. We do know Miss Mary does. Every time we in the comment section in one of them lives, Miss Mary is telling them, pay them no mind, don't pay them no energy. Please get off here while you doing this. So we know Miss Mary does that. And I have a feeling every once in a while on the morning shows, when Madison gets a call from Allegra, Miss Allegra, Auntie Legs, that she is tapping her on her shoulder and saying, stop that right now. Because you notice sometimes when Legs calls her, she quickly changes the subject of what she was just on. So as Madison's manager and her PR person, I'm sure there's a few times during those times where somebody is tapping her and telling her, you got to stop. You're going too far. But Madison, being the Libra that she is, she gonna sit there and defend herself. And she gonna sit there and respond, and especially if it's some shit that really irks her. And like she said, it's always the people that want to say these negative things about her, but never want to talk about the positive things that she's doing. Which I agree with too. I don't think anybody's perfect, and I don't put anybody up on a pedestal.
Yeah.
For the most part, I think we are all human and we all have our flaws, and things get misunderstood and things get misconstrued. And especially in this social media space, a lighthearted jab or a little innocent light shade can be taken out of context and get real ugly real quick.
Yeah, for sure.
And like you said too, there's not really a lot of room for friendship in these YouTube streets. The YouTubers who claim that they're friends with themselves, it don't always be that. It'd be very superficial. Oh, look, Flame's here. Hey, Flame.
Hey, Flame. Hey, boo. I'm gonna drop the link for Flame in case she want to chime in on Miss Netta and these identities, child. Because Flame, a lot of the girls are able to kind of understand Miss Netta because your whole stance. So it's doing Miss Netta some good.
If Flame want to pop in here and talk, I will gladly give them the floor.
No, ma'am.
Flame said, not today, not
girl,
me, girl.
You curving, you open the pathways, honey, for the girls to understand the girls like Miss Netta, honey. Okay, because Miss Netta's like, girl, I don't give a fuck either, bitch. Like, y'all want to call me Joe, want to call me Netta, bitch, just cut me the check. All I know is that I bees what I bees.
And here's the thing. I think you're right about that aspect of it. Obviously, Miss Netta is old school, and a lot of the old school girls think and act a certain way, and they don't want to be here with this new hip so-and-so and whatever that everybody is calling themselves. I will say, though, I do kind of find it a cop-out when people just say, I'm not this, I'm not that, I'm just me. Because in reality, we are all just ourselves. But there are things that we fit the description of. We don't necessarily have to define ourselves.
Right.
But if you fit the definition of it, then you kind of are. And again, that's why we over here confused, because it's like,
that's why y'all confused. I ain't confused.
I know.
Y'all confused.
Your third eye has told you all that you need to know about Miss Netta. You are perfectly clear. We are all over here a little bit confused and hot, and trying to look through the mists and see the whole picture.
But do you think it matters? I mean, like, so if Miss Netta was to go,
as long as nobody is disrespecting them, as long as Miss Netta, as long as the words, I don't want anybody referring to me by my given name, Joe, or anything, or I want to only be referred to as he, she, or they. That until Miss Netta says that out their mouth, I don't get how people want to sit here and turn it into, oh, Madison being transphobic, Craig being transphobic, all this other stuff. Like,
now I will say that in the mistress's defense, and all that I saw, I didn't necessarily see, I don't know if it exists, but I didn't see the mistress going in on the gender or anything.
No,
I have seen a lot of Craig's commentary has been about the fashions from what I saw.
Well, yeah, the reason
about why
they famous, in the beginning, Craig wanted to know what their pronouns were, what they described. And then after the interview, Madison said they fall under, as she said, the ubiquitous community. That's how she says LGBTQIA. Sometimes she calls it ubiquitous. And Craig said, okay. So, and then they had the conversation like, okay, Miss Netta is a stage persona. And then that's when Craig started kind of playfully being like Joe Netta, calling her Joe Netta.
Okay.
Which again, if Miss Netta has not said, I do not like being referred to as my government name.
Or even if Miss Netta has said, or if Miss Netta has embraced Joe and said, yes, that's my name.
Exactly. So where does the narrative get started that that's coming from a place of transphobia and they're using her dead name? When did she say that's her dead name? That's what I'm trying to figure. That's what I'm trying to figure out. That's what because my thing is I have several friends now.
Yeah.
Who are trans men. And I met one pre-transition, I met one post-transition. I do not know my friend who is post-transition. I don't know what their name was before that.
Oh my God,
but my
Jonathan. I'm sorry to interrupt you, boo, but I just remember I had pulled up T.S. Madison's video on Instagram. I had put it up on my actual laptop. I had refreshed the page to see if it is act stupid like it is on a phone. Her video has been restricted on Instagram. That's why I can't see it. It says that Instagram made this decision because we received a legal request to restrict this content. We reviewed it against our policies and conducted a legal and human rights assessment. After this review, we restricted access to the content in the location where it goes against local law. You can learn more about content restrictions in our Transparency Center.
And I guess because I'm in California, it doesn't apply to me, and that's why I can still see it.
Right. Oh yeah, you're right, because and I got a verified account, so they got my.
I wonder which one of them. I wonder which one of them people was reporting her video.
Oh, all of them is all of the Maddie haters, of course. All the Maddie haters, of course.
But you know what's so funny? And Madison says this a lot. And again, coming from a white person's perspective, I really shouldn't have an opinion on this, and I'm going to fully state that. But it's always, like she says, it's always her own. It's always her own. That's always the ones that are coming after her. whether it be heterosexual Black people or whether it be queer under the umbrella of the community Black people. It's always them. They're the ones that always want to make it out like she's the devil.
It's a mess, honey. Sam said that he watching it right now, but he's in Memphis, girl. I'm gonna need my local government, bitch. Y'all fucking up my damn tea. Y'all fucking up the tea, girl. This local government, girl. I'm out of comment for girl. When is the next goddamn local election, girl? We're gonna have to get them folk up out of her because they is tearing up the things. But I agree.
Started on that election. Oh, I'm so scared for all of us.
What do you think? Why do you think there is a subset within our community that just has it out for Muva Madison? Like, what do you think? What is it? Is it jealousy? Because that's the only thing I can imagine that girl. Like, these girls are envious that Miss Maddie is in all the. I mean, she doesn't reach the highest part of the
way they tell it. She's the one that's jealous of everybody. If you hear it the way they always tell it, that's always the narrative. That Madison is jealous of real women. Madison is jealous of Miss Netta. Madison is jealous of Just Hilarious. Every single person that Madison has ever gotten into it with it's because she jealous. It's because she clockable and they not clockable.
Wow.
In the world, how, Sway? How? Because I'll be quite honest. Like occasionally when I share videos of Madison to other people who do not know her,
yeah,
I've had friends, you know, who are like, is that a man or is that a woman? You know? So, I mean, she can't be that clocky if that's the case, if they're still questioning it. But I'll say this in my
But you know why? Because I was thinking about that too, Jonathan. Like, why is T.S. Madison apparently more clockable than Miss Netta? I think because most women present in like natural to neutral way that this allows people like Miss Netta to pass easier than Madison, who is giving a lot of boom. She gives a lot of glam. She gives a lot of it's big titties, it's big hair, it's big ass.
And that's true, but there are plenty of times where Madison's not fully done up and doesn't.
Well, I say that because even a lot of like bio women who have had a lot of surgery are now getting mistaken for being trans women. So it seems to be something about
I blame the Real Housewives
surgical
for that.
feature. Yeah, it seems to be something about the cosmetic surgery that's being done that is
we're all getting it over,
making folk be like, okay, is it trans or is this bio woman?
Yeah, and
the thing about Miss Netta is that Miss Netta looks like somebody got an auntie who does look like Miss Netta. Somebody got a grandma. Somebody got a great aunt. Somebody got the lunch lady at middle school that looked just like Miss Netta.
Funny story. I have a best friend. We've been friends for over 20 years. Her cousin, in my opinion, is very much so, has lived the lifestyle of Miss Netta. Like they were born male, but they definitely used to get up in the geesh back in the day, probably took hormones, all these other things. But and this is just my observation of it, because I feel like they were definitely not accepted in the way that they really wanted to live their lives. They still dress in a masculine way when they are amongst every day, you know, like Netta said, I don't leave the house dressed like this. I don't ever leave the house dressed like a woman unless I'm going and doing some work. So I don't know. I think that's part of it too. I think it's part of it is the pressure that society and maybe just the people that we are around that don't really want to allow us to be the people that we are could be playing a factor into some of that.
He Got Joke says both are clockable, but Netta is very obvious, but everyone looks way better when they get money.
True. I have some, what's funny is that, like you were saying about how Jess Hilarious was talking about their own experiences with being misgendered and, you know, being mistaken for a trans person. I've had my own personal experiences about that because as this is my natural voice, I throw people off very much so, especially when I'm on the phone. So all the years that I worked as a receptionist, a lot of people obviously mistook me for a woman. That happens to me quite
honey.
But even in person though, when I'm giving all this, I've had kids come up to me and look at me and be like, "Are you a boy or a girl?"
Hi, Miss. Hey, Miss. Hey, Miss Taylor.
I mean, you know, maybe
you are giving Miss Taylor with a short little military cut, with a short little Peter Pan cut. It is giving lesbian Miss Taylor, honey.
And let me tell you, it was worse back during the pandemic when I had let my hair grow out because I didn't get a haircut for 2 years. So I had a good 22 inches down my back.
Period.
And a full face mask on. And you was just seeing my hairs. I was catfishing. And I don't know. It's never bothered me personally. It's annoyed me sometimes when I have corrected people.
Miss Netta looks like the first lady of First Church of the Last Chance World on Fire Revival in Military Academy. Yes, she does.
Maybe. I don't know.
I have seen women. I have seen mothers come to pick up my friends from school that look just like Miss Netta. I have seen crossing guards that look just like Miss Netta. I have seen substitute teachers and had English teachers that look just like Miss Netta. And got the audacity to have a good damn man, Savannah, at home. Miss Netta looked like most big mamas in the community. All natural.
And I'll give Netta this. Like when some of the pictures I've seen with Miss Netta fully done up, and you know, now that her and Charles have had, you know, their little procedures done and stuff like that, they look good.
Even look at Miss Netta when she done up prior to look
prior to them procedures.
Yeah, even prior to the procedure when she made up, because like Miss Netta gives like she is giving mother, like she does. Like this look like Miss Netta in the Shade Room interview looks like most Black mamas when they are dressed up and they got your dress. They got your dress, honey. Look at Miss Netta. She pretty. That's how a lot of Black mamas look like this.
But what I'm trying to figure out is
and it is giving estrogen.
Yeah, but my question is that just because people was trying to say, well, now she got a BBL, she got titties. Like, I think that's creative padding. If you ask me.
Oh, what you mean? Like, what you mean? It create a pattern.
In terms of the breast illusion, I want, because people are saying that Netta got breasts, and I'm over here like,
now those are natural titties, because in the Shade Room, he did ask her. He said, "Have you ever had cosmetic surgery before?" She said no. So that's all natural titty.
But was the Shade Room interview before they got those procedures done?
Yes, yeah, because in this, he was asking them what were they going to get and if she was scared going into surgery. So she was like, yeah, you know.
I mean, maybe it's a little bit of both. Because my thing is I don't think Miss Netta's ever took no hormones.
But she don't got to, because remember, Charles' response, Jonathan, in the interview when the Shade Room host asked him, "What are you getting done?" He said, "I'm getting these titties reduced because he got man boobs."
Okay.
So you know,
Fair
depending
enough. Fair
on
enough.
like
Enough.
what part of your body,
a little bit
you
of
know,
man
has,
boob and a good push-up bra will do wonders for people.
yeah, because it really depends on how your fat cells are arranged in your body. Depends on where you store fat at. So for some men, you know, they got a lot going on in the titty meat area in males. So Miss Netta, her titty meat probably is a result of fat, but she said she getting a breast lift. So she getting a breast lift. She getting a triple BBL, and she getting lipo.
Here's
And
one
she
thing
said
I will say. I hope she knows. I'm gonna say this. I hope she knows that just because you get lipo does not mean that you can't gain that weight back. It just won't be fat that you will gain back. You know, because I've had friends who've had lipo and they gained that weight back. It's just not what fat weight will give. It'll still be weight, but it just won't be the fat type of cellulite weight.
Because Miss Netta was like super, super, super heavyweight back in the day. Like she was like kind of like on the morbidly obese side. Yeah. I'm gonna see if I can find a picture of Miss Netta. When like it's older images of her, like from her first relationship.
My overall feeling is I hope that this doesn't keep going like the Energizer Bunny.
Between who?
Just between everybody. I hope everybody said what they needed to say and go take their respective corners and move on with their lives.
Okay, so let's listen to a little bit of that, because I got a little bit of that pulled up, because they talked about Miss Netta again on the Maddie Morning Show, and we can listen to a little bit of that. This is a very piss poor picture of Miss Netta, but this is kind of like Miss Netta. So she was a heavier girl.
Mm-hmm. Okay, then. Yeah. Then I can buy that what that other picture was giving is probably real fresh, real flesh,
Yeah.
And a good push up.
I love how delicate we are with like with the language, because how like we really surfboard in that thing right now. We being so like
I always try to be
I love it.
I'm not trying to be. Yes, I could be shady, and my friends tell me I'm rude as fuck all the time. But I also try to approach things, especially delicate things like this, in a way where I'm not trying to be intentionally mean.
Right. Like, see how easy it is, y'all, to be considerate and to try to be nice and to try, and to just.
Well, and frankly, I'm not bold enough like Dineva and Craig to just say whatever the fuck comes out of my head.
You know what's so funny? I got that spirit on me, Jonathan. And I done had to pray that spirit up off me, because that spirit is up in me, but I still got some type of control, but I am being taken over by the Phoenix Force, but I am fighting that bitch. Everywhere I'm fighting her, but she is trying to Dark Phoenix my ass. I feel the spirit on me, heavy. Okay, but let's take a little look at what Miss Maddie, because Miss Maddie said, "Girl, Craig, you gonna have to get it all out, bitch, because I don't want to talk about Miss."
Oh no, she did. Oh no, she did. She gave him the camera. She said, "I'm gonna go get my plate for Miss Mary. I'll be back. I ain't got nothing to do with this. Blame it on Craig. Hashtag."
So let's listen a little bit. Give this to the folk. You got some time to stick around to hear some of this? Jay? Okay, all right. So I'm going to share my screen, girl. This is courtesy of Maddie in the Morning Show. Shout out to the Maddie Mob. I am a member of the Maddie Mob, y'all. But I got to tug on Miss Maddie wig every now and again, too. If she get out of it. I try to be fair. All right, so let's listen to Miss Maddie and Craig, child.
So my question is it because, again, you not answered the question.
I'm listening.
Is it because that Netta is into social commentary news all the time that you like to add Netta to the program? You know, in the recent weeks that we've added her, or I've added her.
Yeah, because it has been you.
It was the people sending it to me. I don't watch her shit. I have never seen her shit. I never looked at her page. None of them. The only reason I see it is because people reshare it. And that's why that bitch thinks she's famous. That bitch talking about she got a manager. To manage what, bitch? What you managing? Because she and Charles must have been on.
Now I gotta get some sideline commentary here, because when people was like, "Girl, where's the Craig hate coming from?" I do have to, and I have to say, it does seem like Craig is giving hater vibes. You know why? I'm gonna tell you this, Jonathan, because I'm about to clock it, because it's the nerve. You know, I'm clocking his psychology. This ain't got nothing to do with Maddie. He got the nerve to literally be like, why is this bitch famous? Why are these two hoes famous? But did you have that same energy when Maddie was coming to the front door with her dick in her hand? Did you have that same energy when she was pulling up with her dick in her hand to the front door? Did you have that same energy about all of the social media antics of Miss Maddie as an entertainer? Because as Miss Maddie said in her clapback video earlier, it's nothing that, why would I be mad at Mother Netta when it ain't nothing this bitch is doing that I haven't already done? I've done all this, girl. I've cut all the flips. I've done all the cartwheels. I've done all the handstanding. There ain't nothing that this bitch is doing that I haven't doing. So why would I be mad when I'm the reason why this girl get to do what she does to begin with? And that's why I'm like, okay, Craig, all everybody else is doing is what Miss Maddie had to do to get to where it is she is. And she herself has said, I've paved the way for these girls. So then why are you shading the girls? Because to be honest, Miss Netta is doing a lot less than Miss Maddie did in her social media journey so far to get to where she is. So where really is all the heat coming from? Because if you can sit next to one of the biggest social media stars who has pressed the gas and then some to get to where she is and have nothing to say, why are you so flabbergasted by these two social media content creators who are doing a lot less than Maddie did in the course of their social media career and, you know, to get to the BET stage? Because Miss Netta has yet to have to pull up with a dick in her hand to the front door. And once again, all respect to Maddie, I'm clocking Craig's psychology. So when people are saying Craig is giving hater energy, when they say it's giving, girl, it's kind of like the audacity, like you're sitting next to the queen of social media who has done it all. It looks weird for you to be asking why somebody else taking advantage of social media is a thing, when that same question can honestly be asked to any personality, to any social media personality. That argument can be made, including his. Because what the fuck is his contribution to the social media stage? Especially when he's just a sidekick on a gag and roast ass show about all things gag and roasting. You couldn't even have a docket that is compatible to the theme of the show if it wasn't for bitches like Miss Netta existing. She's the one putting a click interview and a Google AdSense in your shit. She's the reason why you have 15 minutes to Maddie show to yourself. You should be sending that bitch reparations. You should be sending that bitch her motherfucking pain and suffering, girl. The verdict has been rendered, bitch. Give Miss Girl her fair share. Because you're in the headlines as a result of the bitch who's headlining.
Girl, not restitution. Not restitution.
Miss Netta. So that's why people are saying, Jonathan. So I can understand why people like, girl, it is giving hater, bitch. Like, the fuck? Like, it's a contradiction. Because if you ain't got no criticism for anything Maddie did over the course of her career, How the audacity to you to be like questioning somebody else's rise to fame who's doing a lot less things on social media than what Maddie did.
Okay. I have a devil's advocate. See,
Okay.
I'm gonna sit here and be Madison and play devil's advocate on this. Not that I'm trying to ride for Craig or whatever.
Okay, hold on. Can we take Madison out of it entirely? Because Madison ain't the one who got the problem. No. Because
ain't got
Maddie
nothing to do with
the problem. Maddie not the one who got the problem.
No. I guess from my perspective of it, Craig, in terms of the why he never had that, why he never did, or maybe, or who knows, maybe he did at first until he met her, got to know Madison, whatever. I think maybe why he don't see it for Netta is because a lot of people have always said that they all saw the potential in Madison, even back in those days, that she was much bigger than what she was doing and had the potential to be on those levels. And maybe it's simply just that Craig don't see Miss Netta going any further than where she's at right now. Maybe he doesn't necessarily see the potential in her or see that there's something else other than what Miss Netta and Charles have given the public so far. Because I'll be honest, sometimes I look at certain people who are famous right now in these social media streets, or famous on Instagram, or famous on TikTok, and in my mind, I ask myself, okay, but is this all you have? Is this all there is to it? Do you not have any deeper aspirations? Do you not, is this just the length and, oh God, what's the word I want to use? Just the extent of your talent is what this is and nothing more? So maybe, I don't know. That's my only feeling on it. But yeah, I get it. It is giving hater vibe. It is giving hater vibes. That last statement was definitely giving hater vibes. You know,
and
because
the goddamn statement either.
you can't assume.
But that's a part of, and that's what we all know, that the mistress doesn't want to admit, that it's in the underbelly of his tension with Miss Netta, is that he don't want to admit that deep down in his so-called sophisticated soul, deep down in his classy base, church nice nasty soul, that he believes that a bitch like him really should be more qualified and deserving of all the smoke and all the litness and all the publicity that a bitch like Miss Netta and Charles is getting, who he would consider, in all honesty, to be on the lower totem pole of the social hierarchical pyramid. And this ain't the first time that viewers have clocked this about the mistress. When they say she's an elitist or she comes off as an elitist, they're not talking about her education, because they really ain't giving education either. They're talking about this I'm too good posture. They're talking about this very cloaked, and it's not even well cloaked, energy of, girl, who is them over there? Girl, who them go there, Charles?
Ooh.
And it's okay. You just sit in your shit. But nobody is falling for the okie dokie from anybody at this point. Those days are over. Everybody clocking everything. Everything clockable, bitch. So just like he think that Miss Netta is clockable, he's clockable too. He don't got no passing privilege either. He ain't got no passing privilege either, girl. It's girl, he's wearing it all outside. And it's okay. And that's why there has to be a bragging of, oh, my houses and all of that. For what, bitch? Like, who you trying to impress? Who you trying to prove something to, girl? Like, you know, because nothing that we do for the hell of it. Everything has purpose and a plan to it. What are you trying to communicate by running down your resume? Because at the end of the day, girl, Miss Netta didn't have to do any of those things in order to make your salary 2 times over in 2.5 gigs within a week's worth of time. Miss Netta didn't have to go to school. She didn't have to go to college. She didn't even have to keep it fucking classy in order for her ass to be on the red carpet of this and or that. You know, she's purchasing $1 million homes, rocking $20,000 Birkin bags.
Alleged Birkin bags.
Without and paid in cash. And what's really the problem? Because once again, Miss Netta really is not even the most problematic bitch on the space. She is just doing skits. She ain't out here even doing talking points. She ain't giving commentary. She ain't.
And you're right about that.
She ain't even doing none of that. She just existing.
She's not trying to be in the middle and have opinions on everything.
Yeah,
and you're
she
right
just existing.
That. No, she really is just trying to exist. Now, what I will say is what I don't kind of like about that's been becoming popular in social media are these stage skits where people are fighting, where people are pranking people, all those type of things, especially like whether it just be people who are in a relationship doing those over dramatized fake things for views, or the pranks where they be pranking people in public unaware. That stuff doesn't really sit well with me. And I don't know why, but it's just I've never personally found it entertaining or, you know, likable. Because if I want to, like, I enjoy people who do comedy skits, but there's a difference between comedy and what's the word I want to use? Like, you know, fake anger, you know? So I don't know. Like okay, I said, that's the only aspect that bothers me is the aspect of Charles and Netta doing those stage things where they're like fussing with each other too much. Because I feel like at a certain point in the past, people who do those type of things as their content, it starts to somehow actually bleed over into the actual relationship and becomes a point of tension. And those feelings that started off being, you know, for the views or whatever, turn into actual feelings. And then the resentment starts.
Okay, but acting like the public really cares is a whole nother gag.
No, and that's true.
People acting like people acting like at the end of the day, Charles and Miss Netta ain't gonna just be another hating by sensation as if they really care. About
well, and I think, and I guess, and maybe that's just Craig's point that they're not going to be here for that long. But again, Craig, you could have made that statement once and left it there.
Okay, so like the comment from Sunshine, Demetrius is educated, so he feels that to surpass him in fame is so disheartening to him. He feels Netta doesn't deserve it. Okay, but that's the thing. I can see if Miss Netta was going for the things that the mistress claims she's going for, girl. Like, she's not running for president. She's not running for your local senator. She is an entertainment. She's an entertainer. She's not going from some prestigious, educated corporate position. She's not trying to be in control of your laws and your legislation, girl. She is an entertainer. She wants to make folk laugh. She wants to shuck and jive for the public, like every other entertainer wants to do and be. It's not like she's taking any certificate out of your hand. It's not like she's taking any position from under your ass. So it's like the mistress and Miss Netta are literally in two different lanes, but the reality is they're really not. And deep down, the mistress knows that. She too really is trying to be an entertainer. She too really wants to be
contrary to what she says.
Contrary, and see, and this is the issue
because the mistress has said before they're not trying to be famous.
Right, you're not trying to be famous, but you're trying to be a content creator. You're trying to be a YouTuber, and you're sitting down with one of the biggest social media entertainers in the fucking world. But girl, you are absolutely not trying to be an entertainer. Why aren't you doing, since you so opposite from the Miss Netta and you so opposite from Entertainment Energy, why you not sitting on your own boring ass platform doing boring ass commentary with another boring ass bitch talking about so-called boring ass things? Why are you not over there talking about politics? Why you're not branding that? Why are you indulging in a space you want click and views and fame from, while claiming that you're not trying to be an entertainer and you don't care about the clicks and the motherfucking views? Do you find it's okay?
You always bring up such interesting questions and such interesting ideas that one has to pause and give thought to.
I'm just saying, honey, that ain't nobody got passing privilege in this damn case. Everybody ass clockable at this damn point. RT is being clocked. Okay, let's continue with Maddie. Let me switch my damn microphone. Where's my microphone shift at, girl? Thank you, Jonathan, for being such a dope co-host with me. This is fabulous.
Accompanying small, short yellow buses.
Craig,
There ain't no.
and they Craig, but we have to very much so.
She's delusional. See, y'all done worked her up. Y'all done made that bitch think that she. And then she got the nerve to be trying to read somebody from that above ground swimming pool. Bitch, if you don't get somebody to get over there.
Wait a minute, I had one too.
Girl, but you ain't got one now. You done moved on up.
Actually, I have an above ground and an in-ground.
Okay, but she still ain't got no in-ground pool.
Because I have two properties.
Okay, that's right. That's fine. But that bitch ain't gonna be trying to read nobody from no above ground swimming pool. Swimming around there looking like goddamn Shamu. That shit is too small for you, bitch.
Okay.
I'm reading.
Two. So is it because Netta's always in the news for being as famous as
What news?
in the social?
That ain't where I get my news from. That is not where I get my news from. And bitch, if that's where you get your news from, bitch, there's a problem. She is internet fodder.
I don't know. Hey Alexa, what is fodder?
Slang. Let me just look it up because Alexa be acting like she don't want to work. Then she pulled out the motherfucking cellophane bags. Bitch.
Well, you added her when she had those Gucci bags.
It wasn't Gucci.
You added her. It was so many times that you've added Miss Netta, and I just was like, why are we here?
Again, because the people sent it in to me.
Is it because the people have deemed Netta to be famous? Because
I think the people have deemed her to be a fool.
Netta is famous, though.
Girl, you gonna drive me to drink.
Craig, because
Is she as famous as you?
see how you go with this.
No,
guy.
I want to know. Is she as famous as you, bitch? Oh. Because, girl, they thought she was real fish and they called you Miss Tim.
No, they call me Tim, not me.
Well, girl, is she as famous as you? Let's start there.
I totally understand this type of energy from actual problematic public figures. Miss Netta literally does nothing but feed her country ass ninja. That bitch don't do nothing. She ain't out here like Sexy Red trying to make gonorrhea and syphilis happen. She ain't out here like these rappers trying to make thuggery and gang violence happen. She ain't out here like Trump trying to make America racist again. She literally just feeding her nigga for everybody to see. And you would think, based upon the level of smoke that the mistress got, girl, for Miss Netta, that this bitch was out here trying to turn the economy in the country absolutely upside the fuck down. There are literally 1 trillion influencers out here who are popping, doing their skits in their own sector of social media, entertaining, putting on shows and everything, stunts and everything else, bothering nobody. These are the least problematic influencers in the influencer space. But girl, you would not know that based upon whatever this above ground pool energy is. that the mistress is giving, girl. Do you have anything to say, Jonathan, before we proceed? Before I press play?
I'm going to say, when you put it that way, that makes a lot of fair points and a whole lot of sense. I don't know where the energy shifted with the mistress. Again, I'm going to say, unfortunately, it went all back to Netta responding to him personally and pulling out that Walmart crack. Somewhere in that down dressing that Miss Netta gave the mistress, they struck a nerve. And because they struck that nerve, the mistress said, all bets are off. And I'ma just let it all out on them. Because I feel like prior to this last one, Craig was being shady, but I don't think it was giving this hater energy that we are all kind of now starting to see underneath.
Rumors and T just hit it, baby. I'm convinced the mistress doesn't believe Netta is, in fact, the one-hit wonder. There's no other explanation for the energy. He knows that Miss Netta, just like Miss Maddie, is here to motherfucking stay like the rest of them. Because once you hear, you hear.
Yeah. And maybe that's the problem.
With them hoes not even being a year into this whole shit and already on the BET carpet, you can only imagine. Because apparently, girl, they're trying to get on Housewives. You can imagine what's coming down the pipeline and what's at the goddamn creative table.
Okay, now here's a point. During this commentary, I believe that point was brought up about how Netta and Charles were on the BET red carpet, but the BET Awards and those other awards have never once invited Madison to come out to their carpets. So maybe that's where some of this is coming from.
And guess what? And that's okay, because Maddie is pulling on up to Beyonce's carpet.
No, and that's true too.
But guess who ain't got a personal invite to neither carpet? The mistress.
True.
So it goes back to what somebody said earlier, is that she believes that Miss Netta just is undeserving of the things that are rightfully so given to entertainers. That's what Miss Netta is. Once again, she's not competing with you in algebra, mistress. She's not competing with you in SAT scores, the mistress. She's an entertainer. And she's where the fuck she's supposed to be, being seen by who the fuck's supposed to be looking. And y'all have a whole show built upon intra-fucking-tainment. How are you upset at your own fucking docket? You need a docket for the show that you do. And she's on that motherfucker because she's a thing. And what are you really mad at? That even you can't unsee what you done seen now? And that even you done been sucked into the vortex of Miss Netta and Charles? I won't, in the words of Iyanla, baby, the mistress just needs to do the work. Do the work. Let's do the work, honey. Because y'all called me. Y'all called me. Y'all caught me here. Now, do you want to be free? Or do you want to be a gutter snipe from right up out of the hood? Okay, let's continue on. Let's continue on. I'm going to speed it up, too. I'm going to put a little speed to this thing.
Put that on like three times
play. Three times play. Okay. Let's see if we can put a little speed, put a little transmission on this thing. Where them settings at, child. Ooh, let's see how 1.5. Let's see what that is.
Oh gosh, see how you gonna be a messy, Greg. But you want me to answer the question? I do. Is she as famous as you? I don't know. The people have to know that. Ask the people. The people have to know that. I mean, I did just have a television special done on a network about me. Well, girl, you said they about to put her on Love and Hip Hop, so we just saw that she said she's not going on there. She said it's more like Real Housewives of Atlanta. I mean, I just filmed with. They still filming House Husbands?
What's she doing on the Housewives?
I just filmed Married to Medicine.
I'm back there. What's she's gonna be on?
Let's get one thing at a time. I just finished filming Married to Medicine. I also
You're circumnavigating.
no, because I'm trying to really understand. I'm really trying to figure out in the word.
And I'm trying to figure out because you're circumnavigating. Is she as famous as you?
Yeah, ask the audience.
No, I'm asking you.
Yeah, I'm working right now. I'm alive. Ooh. Okay. So did you guys see the television special?
Oh, that's what you're gonna do?
If not, it's available. They put it on YouTube as well.
All I'm saying is,
No, we want to ask the people.
it is not my intention to ever use social media to abuse Black people, to profit off of Black people's pain. I talk about this all the time. Netta or Joe, whatever, has just been a part of the conversation because this show, we discuss everything at the intersection of LGBTQ and pop culture and some of the other stuff in between.
Well, the people are answering the question.
What are they saying?
But they have a lot. They get posted more than me though on social media. So of course they're more famous, right? They get posted more than me on all the blogs and stuff.
Is it bullying when we talk about Shamar and his macadamia cookies?
There's no Malcolm.
I'm sorry, Malcolm and Tamia. Is that bullying? Just show me where the line is. Help me understand because communication is our partner, clarity is our friend. Help me show me where the line is. Because I'm not gonna have this conversation every couple months.
Well, I'm not talking about this now. I don't like.
I mean, aside from that, first it was the AIDS in the supermarket suite. Then it became the them and they. Now it became this Miss Netta thing. What can we talk about, y'all? Can y'all give us permission? What y'all want us to? But y'all not gonna muzzle.
Well, I talk about whatever the fuck I want.
And that's what I'm trying to tell you.
And here's the thing: I don't want to talk about Netta. Like even when this is done, I don't want to talk about Netta.
Well, that lady, you mean Amber?
I don't want to talk about.
All right, well, don't say no more Miss Netta over here.
I don't want to talk about Netta because I just Netta is a part of the Levico community. That's from which per her.
Well, see, y'all keep resuscitating her career by resharing her videos because her 15 minutes of fame.
But Craig, that is her career. Like, what I'm being y'all know I'm in devil's advocate mode, okay?
What is her career? Cooking in that greasy ass kitchen?
Girl,
this is the first
Craig
time
is hating, bitch. This is just hate on girl. It's like, girl, why are you so upset? I don't understand.
I mean, there is really no denying that this was definitely the hateration portion of the conversation.
Because see, it ain't just the clothes. I mean, it's everything.
No, she did. I don't know what it is, but something struck a nerve with him.
It's that superiority complex that's having a fit because Miss Netta does not fit the respectability. She don't fit the respectability politics that are upheld by the mistress.
Fair. That's very fair.
You know, to be honest, the mistress gives me, girl, a poison the homeless population tease. Girl, like that's the type of respectability, girl, that the mistress gives me, girl.
No.
Girl, she gives me, girl.
Well,
Can y'all put some rat poison to the homeless population of Atlanta tees? Can y'all just go ahead and clean these streets up, girl? Can y'all get these people out of the way, girl? Okay, I shouldn't have to see all of this as I'm pushing forward. You know that this is an unfair and uncanny sight to me and my loved ones. Y'all can't go tuck these people away in a casket somewhere. That's what she gives.
So you're saying they disturb him when he's out riding his bicycle?
They're disturbing him.
Oh my God.
Yeah. They're in his way. Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna just reiterate, it is Pride Month. We're doing this.
Pride Month. Shout out to Hakuna Matata to all the pride.
See, real
again.
Who is we? That's not the first time I've seen
LGBT community.
That's bullshit. I call bullshit.
With a woman and a man.
And see Miss Netta bitch? Seemingly, she's on your side, right?
No.
Seemingly, she's on your side.
With a woman and a man.
Any bitch with an ounce of a brain can pay attention to the subtext, bitch. See, I'm okay with being the enemy. I'm okay.
No, you're not.
But I'm not the enemy, though.
I am.
This is exactly why you needed a whole segment.
I am the enemy. We could be sitting here talking about the supermarket suite.
The only thing that I have ever been confused about, and maybe and someone brought it to my attention just recently, that I'm not as feminine as them. No, because that's what somebody said. Somebody said Madison was jabbing at Miss Netta because they always mistake Madison as a man and they thought that Miss Netta was a woman. And I've only asked that question. I've only really asked that question. And then as I was reading the comments, because I do read the comments, and the comments had stated, well, TS is jaded because she is more masculine presenting than Miss Netta.
So you jaded because of that, and why am I a hater?
Well, we're talking about me here. And so that's what they were saying. The comments is down there. I was reading them, and I was like, oh, okay. I just was in a confusion state because, you know, I don't need anybody out there to tell. That's why I don't walk balls, and I don't need nobody.
Why don't you walk balls?
I don't walk balls. I don't need nobody, no fags and all this telling me I tend for realness. Because I walk out in the daylight daily, every day. I walk in the daytime every day, and 99.9% of the time that people know my tea is because they know who I am.
Right.
But when I'm floating through society,
when you don't work around?
When I'm floating through, excuse me, when I'm coasting through society, walking through, bitch, I'm not bothered about nobody screaming man, and this and the other. So I just read the comments and I'm just like, okay, well, maybe they do see more of a feminine quality or a feminine trait in Netta than me.
Mm-hmm.
So again, when we were at the show live and I said, I would never know. I don't know what it is to look like this Netta. I said that. Remember? This Netta looks like real fish.
Bitch, that is not what you said. You did not say. I did say. No, what you said was.
Well, they did.
What you said was. They thought Netta was real fish.
They did think Miss Netta was real fish.
But you didn't say. I thought Miss Netta looked real.
No, I said they thought Miss Netta was real fish.
It wasn't all of them.
It was all of them.
No, it was not.
That's why we were. That's the only time I've been to the area of in that questioning, like, because in that space they was like, well, TS is more masculine or looks more like a man. You know, and that's how they were. Well, you have to read. I'm going to send you the link where you can read the comments.
Okay,
and the people were down there stating that I don't look like anybody's feminine relative, but Miss Netta does.
How old is Netta?
I don't know.
Oh my God, man! I'm 48. Is Netta older than me?
I don't. I think Netta is the same age as me. 47. 40. I'm 46. But this is what was said. I only go by what the people were saying.
She's 47.
Somebody said they were saying it. They were saying it in the comments.
She's 47.
Yeah, that's what people are saying.
Thank you for whoever wrote that down. Because they were saying that.
She had a rough 46.
And I just was like, okay. Well, maybe I need to check myself in realness. Maybe I need to check myself.
Netta is younger than I am. Oh my goodness. Netta is younger than I am.
Craig, we're not talking about Netta no more after this.
All right, I'm done. We can move on. Well, wait a minute. One more thing my lawyers want me to say.
Oh, shit.
That lady had called me a sissy. I'm a Renaissance man, but more importantly, I'm a businessman. Mo, where did I say it in the card info? I want you all to download my mobile app. It is a...
I would give her that. She is a businesswoman because she took sleeping with that woman's husband and turned it into a whole book tour 10 years later, girl, and got her coin, baby. Okay, that
calls them.
That does require some cleverness, bitch.
App. You can go to your app store, type in "say it" in a card, or you can screen this QR code right here. We have great.
Thanks, because I'm completely done with it.
I am too. So look, don't send me nothing else about Netta.
And Mo, if you see Craig seemingly slide anything in the system about Netta, run.
I'm not.
Delete it.
I'm not.
I don't want to talk about Miss Netta.
I'm not talking about her anymore unless we're live at City Winery.
I don't want to talk about.
I'm just playing. I'm just playing.
I don't want to talk about Miss Netta there either.
I'm just playing. I'm just playing.
Is it out of your system?
It is out of my system.
Because the next time you address Netta,
I'm not addressing her anymore. Even if that bitch comes back tomorrow with more video, I'm done. My mother called me right before the show started. Well, I said, Mom, don't call me right now with this. I'm in a space. It was funky that Neva said, bitch, when they go low, we go to hell. Bitch, I'm Lucifer. Bitch, I'm the fallen angel.
Well, you know, when they fuck with me, I go a little bit lower than Lucifer.
What, 80?
Past that. Event horizon. Space, bitch.
Oh. All right, but I'm done.
You finished?
I'm done.
Oh, good gosh. Have you released Netta?
I have. It's been so good to see. It's so good to see you all. We haven't been here in weeks.
All right, that was claim he done, girl. That he got it all out, Miss Jonathan.
I hope to God he did. I really do. I hate watching all this violence in these YouTube streets. I came for laugh, not for bloodshed.
Can we all just get along? Anybody else got any other comments in the chat? I'm gonna drop the link one more time, honey. If y'all got something to say, you know, hit the link, girl. Because Miss Netta just trying.
But I'm not gonna lie though. I'm gonna say this. I'm not gonna lie. When that was all first playing the other day, I couldn't breathe. I was laughing so hard. Because in the moment, it is really funny.
I was laughing at TS.
Well, yeah.
Like, when TS.
Here's the thing. Madison ain't got to say one word. Madison's facial expressions say it all. And that was always the thing. Because Kaya was always the one running her mouth. And Madison was just giving facial expressions. And we was laughing at Madison's facial expressions to the shit that was coming out of Kaya's mouth. So,
but Joe, for me, it was literally what she was saying when Madison said, "No, I think it's good that we have a representation of Black love and the love of a woman and her husband." I tell you,
she don't even believe that. She does not believe that. Just like we don't believe it, she don't believe it either.
I was screaming. I said, yes. Yeah, honey, let's keep that same energy, honey. Black love.
You know what it is? It's the hilarity in the positive shade. Because that's not even shade. It's positive.
Right. It's
you can say something positive and it'd be funny as hell.
And it's slapping all of the nuclear family folk in their face. Like, okay, y'all been out here talking about how the gays is just dividing and this, that, and third. We got positive representation of a Black woman and her Black husband, and Black love out here on period, honey. I fucking scrumped. I was scrumming yesterday, Jonathan. Fucking scrumped.
I was
yesterday, whenever it was.
I was rolling all over the place with that one. Because just like how Mo breaks into fits on this show, I break into them equally too.
Yeah, I could back the mistress's smoke, if Miss Netta was out here really, just souring the spaghetti up. She was really out here causing problems, and she was
and here's the thing: who's to say she won't in the future?
Well, you know what? When she does, we can
all
going to go and activate the mistress, baby. We're going to go activate the mistress. Like, okay, girl, this is your time to shine, bitch. This your time to shine, girl. Get her, girl.
But knowing the mistress gonna say, I told y'all I wasn't talking to her no more.
When I was on her neck, baby. Y'all was trying to put a bitch on the cross when I was on her motherfucking neck, bitch. So y'all created this monster. Y'all created But let's be in the business of holding folk accountable when they actually only fuck shit. Not just be unnecessarily dragging folk who ain't doing shit. I mean, people just literally trying to get their check.
Not bothering nobody.
A little piece. And they're just trying to get a little piece of the American pie, girl. They're just trying to get their coin and get their little success and get their little whatever. Sam says, but you can't judge anyone on what they might do. Exactly. So come on.
And that's true. I'm just saying, Miss Netta's only been here for a short while. And if following social media influencers and people who are internet famous has taught me anything, is that you have to give people time before they really show you every aspect of themselves. And just because somebody is unproblematic to start with does not mean that they won't become problematic.
I'm going to tell you where it's going to fuck up at, Jonathan. If Miss Netta don't get her script for these interviews together, what's going to fuck her up is...
And I'll say this. If Miss Netta does have a manager, like she says she did, she needs to get some PR training. Because like Funky always says, if you're going to be out here doing interviews and stuff, you need your PR training.
Absolutely. Like, you need your team, baby. But
so I'll give that to them. I will give that to them.
And
Like,
hold on.
she needs to get that. She needs to get that together because that's going to be her downfall.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, like, this gonna be what it, because this how they get them all. If she don't get her script together for these interviews, what's going to happen is, as a result of her becoming more popular, she's going to be more in demand. People are going to want her to sit down, be on their podcast, be on their show, all this shit. If that bitch don't have certain shit out of her contract, like, don't ask me about gender and sexuality, don't ask me about my politics on race, don't ask me about da. If she don't literally keep that out and away from her and don't keep it focused on, you know, her entertainment, her brand, her mugs, her clothing line, whatever, you know, all of the fun shit. If she don't keep it in the fun shit, that's how they're gonna trip her ass up. Because once she get to trying to talk about that shit, that's when people gonna really have something substantive to really cling to. She need to make sure that they don't get her tied up into getting into political based conversations and asking her questions that can imply a political agenda. And she needs some more media training so that she just can work this shit out. But let me go ahead and introduce Rumors in T and Introspect. Hey, Rumors in T. Or what you gonna bounce, boo?
Hey everybody. Hey Jonathan.
Bounce?
I've been enjoying y'all. But I just have to come up here real quick.
Hold on for a minute, boo.
And with that, Conscious, I'm going to give the stage to our other commentators and say my goodbyes. It's been a wonderful time. I've enjoyed this, and I will be back for the next one. If more
okay, boo. Thank you and love you. All right, Rumors, let's get it, boo.
Hey, am I echoing?
Okay. So
hey,
yeah, I came up because
you're echoing real bad, boo.
Am I echoing?
No, I'm
still echoing.
No, I'm talking to Phoenix. Phoenix, you might have to turn me off in the background. If you got me playing like on another device, turn off that device. Okay, Rumors, then you go ahead, boo.
Yeah, I just came up because, like, I want to send well wishes to Miss Netta and, you know, Mr. Charles. Because they, you know, I'm definitely believing that they had no idea they were going to blow up the way they blew up.
Yeah.
Now, of course, I think they're going to make, as most people do when you starting something new that you have no expertise with an area, you don't know what you're doing, you don't have people, even if you have people that help, but you don't have the proper support.
Yeah.
So it's like all trial and error.
Mm-hmm.
And although I really don't understand a lot of people's confusion about these people, I do understand that they just need the right people. They're not problematic. Like, they really like country bumpkins. No shade, but they're really like backwood country bumpkins, like just good people living their life, you know, doing the best they can, you know, and just had no idea that it was going to be what it turned out to be. And I think a lot of people hate on them, and I really don't understand. Like, clearly they have a niche, they have a market, they have a fan base, they have people that support them, right? Instead of like hating, like, it's weird to me when you have people that aren't even off. At least y'all getting some type of content. Whatever it is that they're giving you, it's not like they're up there putting cash apps and PayPal, like, and not giving you anything. You guys clearly are entertained for those that are supporting. So I just don't really understand. Like, and if you feel like they are a fly by night, it is not going to last. They're going to burn out soon. Well, let them enjoy their ride and have at it. And by the time you blink your eyes, they're going to be gone. I don't understand why we're so consumed. Especially if you're not giving no money, not contributing, you're not liking, you're not sharing the content. I don't understand why be so consumed by what someone else is doing when it's not causing harm or injury to anybody. It's weird. Like, the only explanation is jealousy. That's the only explanation. Either you too fucking lazy your damn self, or you don't have any talent. And the person that you're claiming that does not have any talent to the mistress, clearly them not having talent is working for them. You can't even make that shit work for yourself. And you claim to have talent, but you don't want to be famous. So I'm confused. If you don't want it, why are you upset about somebody else that wants it? It ain't adding up, Craig. I'm sorry. It ain't like you ain't like.
Cause if it's not envy, which is given envy, because we know she enjoys the attention, she's soaking up the attention, she's in the sector that she's kind of like putting down in a way and claiming she doesn't even want to be nobody in, but anybody who don't want to be nobody wouldn't literally have said, oh no, girl, I am going to respond to her, but I'm going to respond to her on Madison's show where there's 16,000 live viewers. That girl, the mistress is here for all of it, bitch. That's why I say the mistress is full of shit. She don't know that her slip is showing, honey. We can see the whole pussy at this point. So, girl, the pussy lips are hanging straight out of the skirt, Miss Mamas. Girl, you've been clocked, baby. Okay, and it's all right, girl. So just go ahead and roll them panties down, bitch, and bear it all at this point because the cat is already literally out of the skirt.
But you know what? I'm proud. Did you see that Netta made an apology like a couple of days ago? Oh, well, I was really like, to me, she's just very simple. Like she like, she like the simple woman that think like like, I don't care if her clothes are not, if their brands are knockoffs or not. You understand what I'm saying? For me, is that just why I can tell that first and foremost, I can just tell they're not used to anything. Like what they're getting, not saying they never had anything, but I can tell by the over labels, you know what I mean? The brand names and, just big. I can tell that this is new to them. But when people experience whatever level of success they experience, who are we to tell them how they are to enjoy what they've accomplished, what they've earned? Who are like, don't y'all think that something is wrong with that? I'm going to tell you how to enjoy your success, Conscious. Like, I'm literally going to dictate to you how you're supposed to enjoy your success that you worked for.
This is just my issue. There's a lot of raw comedic talent on the internet. I'm trying to figure out what's the issue. Like, we got the Watermandreas, we got the Funky Dinevas, we have like Funky Dinevas, he never did skits and shit, but you got the Watermandreas, you got so many of those type of personas on the internet. I mean, literally, this is literally a whole sector, and it's literally entertainment based. And I don't understand what the problem is with people doing what they love to do, which is entertaining, and then entertaining non-problematically. The reason why Miss Netta is having to now cuss bitches out is because people are trying to make it deeper than what it is, and she's just here to make folk laugh. And she's getting frustrated because she don't understand what people don't understand about. For one, you don't have to watch it. As you just said, you don't have to be here, bitch. You don't have to click on my shit. You don't got to give me a click in the view. If you don't like it, tune the fuck out. And then if you don't like it and you want to have something to say about it, can you go say it in your own space and not be trolling me in my comment section or adding me or whatever or putting whatever. Say it in your own fucking space. But once again, with the mistress, the sheer hypocrisy is, and Maddie said it today, girl, ain't nothing Miss Netta did that I have not. If anything, I paved the way for girls like her to come through the door. So he doesn't realize that literally all of the smoke he got from Miss Netta, literally he's backhanding Maddie.
Mm-hmm.
He's really backhanding the fuck out of her because she didn't start next to Beyonce. She didn't start on Married to Medicine. That wasn't her start. So everything he's given to Miss Netta is literally him indirectly giving it to Maddie. Maddie has traveled the course of her career and been able to evolve and deepen her situation. Miss Netta is in the beginning stages of her start as an entertainer.
I'm gonna go back on mute. Can I ask you and intertext both There's one question. Do y'all think the mistress gives delusional elitist syndrome?
She gets what syndrome, boo?
Delusional elitist syndrome.
Yes. Self-righteous, elitist, respectability politic upholding ass, administrative assistant, State Farm employee dressing bitch. Yes.
I'm going on mute.
Intersex, do you want to answer that question, boo?
Yes. Hello, everyone. Hi. I agree too. Yes. Um, that's all I can say is yes. There's no explaining to it. But okay, so am I allowed to call him C? Am I just supposed to be saying the mistress?
No, you can call her by whatever jail name you want.
Okay, Miss Thing. I like that.
Uh-huh.
So hello everyone. So I didn't get to watch the whole video, but what I can say is, I'm very disappointed in Madison.
What?
Because it's like, okay, so when he said stay-at-home husband, was that a dig at the husband or was that a dig at Netta?
Okay, I ain't hear that part. Like, who said what about a husband? Like, what happened?
When okay, so Maddie, somebody in the background had said something about being on the Housewives, and he was like, "What is they the representation of a stay-at-home husband?" Was that a dig to uh Netta or her husband?
Oh yeah, I did hear that comment, but I didn't really I ain't really focus in on it. I'm gonna say, I guess probably Charles.
Okay.
Probably was a dig at Charles.
So what I don't understand is how can,
because on Housewives, the wives are stay at home, but in
okay, all right.
It still don't even fit for Charles because Charles is a welder and also has a job, which is why Miss Netta is always cooking him a full course meal because he got his own coin and he's a working man. Now he might need to borrow her car to get to his job, but he got a damn job. So he wouldn't even be a stay-at-home husband. And see, that's where the hateration come in at because Charles ain't even some bum-ass nigga on the couch.
Right. So I say I'm disappointed in Maddie because to me, I feel like that goes back to a lot of girls feel like that she didn't want to bring any other girl up. Like, so if you have in your mind that, no, I'm saying a lot of people thought that of her. But
I didn't know that. Really?
So if you start in a starter house with your home and you believe so much that you believe what comes with starting a starter house for the youth of the trans community, I don't feel like that was smart being on live and the young trans girls watching a man disrespect another woman of trans experience. If she say that she's trans or not, but she's a woman of trans experience in a way. And even if she don't want to say that she's a woman of trans experience, I feel like a lot of people going to want to come in that starter house that don't have the stuff that Miss Netta have. You get what I'm saying? They don't have the looks. They don't have the labels. They don't have all these things. So to me, it's like you sat there and you let this man beat somebody up about how they look, their how smart they are, and that goes back to Miss Netta age. Like back in the day, she probably didn't have those opportunities that these girls gonna have in the starter house. So it's just like, to me, I feel like that was disgusting to me. She sat there. I mean, I feel like she wanted to say more. Maybe she checked them after the camera stopped rolling. But to me, I feel like that was weird to me. Like another woman of trans experience is getting it however she can get it. Like we really don't know in details of Miss Netta's story or what she faced or like how she was brought up. And to me, I feel like she go off on the comments because that comes from trauma. She been hearing this stuff her whole life. And then you have a gay man who's a co-host to another trans woman sitting on her show in her house disrespecting someone that live in the same life that she lives. Then I want to talk about, first of all, Madison.
Okay, hold on, because I'm glad that you're giving some grit here. Okay, so, but can we? I'm gonna play devil's advocate super quick, like with what you just said. Okay, so because I even said right. I mean, I don't do the mistress my damn self, but what I can say in the mistress's defense is that when I was looking through everything last night so that I could do this commentary, and I was kind of looking at like what has been the previous commentary on Madison's show, that kind of led to this contention between Netta and Sidekick. I was like, I didn't find that the mistress was going in on Netta's transness per se. It was just more so like, who are these people? Why is she bad-bodied? Why are these people famous? And even though that there's an argument there too about just what's behind that, because we just got finished lighting his ass up even with that alone. But because here's where we get into intersex. Even me, right, as a card carrying LGBT member, I consider myself to be the king of the queers. Is I want us to have equal opportunity, and I want us to have safety in the world, and I want us to have access in the world. But what I don't think queer people that we should be seeking or expecting is to make every criticism about us about our intersections or identities, which means for me that, okay, flame up a gay man, just don't make it about him being gay. Flame up a trans woman, just don't make it about her transness. Flame up a black person, just don't make it about their blackness. Flame up, a lesbian, just don't make it about lesbianism. It's when the criticism and the critique and the whatever is literally directed toward the part of people that they can't edit and they can't control, that then takes on like a prejudice and takes on a discrimination. But I do feel like there has to be a middle space if we're truly fighting for like an equal world, an idea where everybody has to be capable of being disliked or being having a oppositional opinion about them, as long as it doesn't have to do about any of these like prejudice-based areas of life. So when I flipped through Craig's commentary, at least on Maddie's show, I didn't see anything about her transness and all of that shit, even though they did kind of get into a little conversation about like, oh, so she's supposed to be more feminine than you. Yeah. But Matt, and because see, it's my logical brain in a sense, because then my logical brain was like, okay, he's a co-host. She can't tell him what not to do, but what she can do is use whatever he's doing. Like she can respond to what he's doing. Like she can speak to what he's doing. And I have watched Maddie. I mean, I don't know like what you've seen, unless you could tell me differently. I have seen in every instance that Craig was, trying to go in on Netta about her fashion or her fame or whatever, that she's like, girl, like, no, we're going to wish her well. She just brought her own home. We want to congratulate the girls. I like to see my bitches, winning out here. And, like, she's defended Netta and not agreed per se with Craig's shallow critique of Netta. But do you feel like that's fair, or you even still feel like that's problematic too? Like that Miss Netta should not be criticized at all by the same gender loving man sitting next to this trans woman who's an advocate for the community.
Yeah, because he kept comparing her to Maddie. But she's more famous than you. And she's more feminine than you. Does she look, to me, it's like, does she look more like a woman than you? Is she where you're at? What are you comparing? Are you comparing her as a trans? What are you comparing? You're comparing the T. And that they're doing the same things or have done the same things. But but that's crazy to me because Madison is not shy about, you know, how she came up with, you know, the can I say escort?
The X.
The X. The P.
Yes.
The all those things before she even started doing YouTube or making videos where she had to go through. We don't hear those things, those things, if it's negative or whatever a person would call it, about Miss Netta. So I just felt like that just was crazy. You talking about, to me, that was ignorant because you saying how a person is stupid or dumb, but you're comparing two people who lived in two different cities and states, who had two different lifestyles, and you're comparing them together. It was just weird to me.
I guess I can. Okay, so I can understand that. I guess, like, you are saying that, you know, you basically felt like T.S. Madison could have defended Netta more, considering, because as I was saying earlier too, like, it's funny that the mistress has all this criticism for, oh, why is Miss Netta in this space when T.S. Madison, as T.S. Madison said, has done the exact same things and then some.
Yeah.
What Netta is doing. So it's kind of like, what are you really saying? Why is she in the space? We haven't even seen the entirety of her journey. We don't know where Miss Netta will be in 10 years. And she's doing she's doing a lot less than a lot of other people did coming into this space. And she's already getting to the things.
Right. And those BQs, gay men, you need to watch. You need to watch with 2 pair of glasses. Because it's some type of conniving energy coming from it. Some type of hatred and jealousy. Like, I don't know. I just didn't like it. It was so disgusting. I would like to have, because Maddie don't wear labels either unless it's given to her. She don't spend her money on labels. She wear fashion over dresses on red carpets. She what are you saying? You don't have to wear labels if they real or fake to be fab.
So, I mean, like I said, I can understand the argument, but I do have to say, I've seen Maddie defending Netta, but I can also understand if you're saying you felt like she could have done more, considering that Miss Netta is getting her start in social media, just like she did as a personality, and there's really no real reason for all the smoke at the end of the day, because she ain't doing shit but entertaining at this point and cooking for her nigga. And I mean, I can understand if you feel like there was more left to be desired from Maddie.
Because I also feel like if Miss Netta had the same image and everything she did the same and she looked it different, he probably wouldn't have no smoke.
So you're saying if she was given a Mia Scott and given a Janice Mock and given T.S. Madison and given all of the so-called passable girls, he might even in fact be a damn fan of the content. In fact, if she had passing privilege,
and for her to get where she at and people feel like she don't have passing privilege is a thing in itself. Because, quote unquote, most passable girls don't get that shine. Not to be asked on the red carpets and to be interviewed and et cetera, et cetera. So it's just like, what is you talking about, sir? If you don't like it, just like me personally, I really don't follow Miss Netta, but I'm not going to disrespect what she did. Shit, I tried to start a YouTube channel. How can I hate on her? You did it, girl. You found your way. I'm not gonna watch it, but I'm not gonna hate on her.
So if T.S. Madison was watching this right now, and she probably is, what would you say to her going forward? like if you wanted her to take something away from what you felt she could have did better at, what would you have her to keep in mind going forward?
I would say how people felt like Laverne was here and T.S. Madison was here. Like it was two different levels. She got to remember how she felt when people was trying to put her and Laverne against each other, trying to put the girls that didn't do E or in a different pedestal, and she know how she felt about that. That's just like, oh, I don't look like this, but she look like this, and we're in the same category of what we do on YouTube, but they comparing me to her and they're disgusted about me. Like, she know how that felt when people would say all she would be is a P star, she won't get nowhere far. Like, she know how it felt when people, kept calling her by, her dead name. She know how it felt. But she grew a thick skin. She gotta remember how she felt when people were saying that she would never be a Laverne Cox. That's what I was saying.
Okay. So let me ask you this question because I forgot since you brought that up. Damn, I wish I had T.S. Madison's live to pull up of her confronting all this. But did you see her her last Instagram? Because she went live right before I went live and was giving it, child. She was giving it, honey, and she was confronting all the boys.
No, I haven't seen it.
Okay, yeah. Check that out. I can't see it because it's age restricted in my state. But if you get a chance, it is on her Instagram page. Go to that and watch it because she spoke to a lot of these concerns about, people feeling like she's not, that she's transphobic. She got internalized misogyny, whatever the case may be. But my question, since you brought up Miss Netta, okay, so what do you think about Miss Netta's lack of passion when it comes to identifying what she is? She ain't really with the label shit. She could do without identifying herself as trans or whatever. She has acknowledged that she has been feminine her whole life. She's been doing womanly things her whole life. She was raised by women. This is all that she really knows. This is really who she is. But she seems to not understand the language and therefore kind of wants to stay away from the labels. But she also has said, yes, I'm biologically male. And people, like my name is Joe and da 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 da. So it seemed like the pronoun thing or the gender identity thing is ambiguous when it comes to Miss Netta. So when it comes to conversations around, is Miss Netta being disrespected when she is misgendered, if she is swapping between Joe and Miss Netta, or she's passive on pronouns like Flame Monroe is, then can it count as her being misgendered if she doesn't mind kind of the language that people assign to her existence?
I'm glad you mentioned Flame Monroe because that was going to be part of my answer. I feel like they have like the same mindset, and it's like the girls from back in the day. They didn't have the opportunities that the girls today have, and I feel like their mindset is stuck. I do feel like Miss Netta, she probably know what to say, but she probably don't want to say it on camera. I kind of think that that's smart, but I don't know. But just like I always say, when I come on here and we talk about trans topics, it's different types of trans women. It's not one type of trans woman. So it's like some of them just don't want to be labeled. I feel like Miss Netta is Miss Netta, and that's how she feel. That's how she want to go by. Some people don't think it's right, but she have a right to feel like how she feel, and people like her should be represented.
Okay. So if Miss Netta is like, girl, I am what I am, child. It is what it is. Then it
I
means
feel
that.
like I also feel like it's gonna be some growth. Remember in the beginning of T.S. Madison
Yeah.
career, she said she would never get her name changed.
Yes, and she was
She was
also like
strong
very,
about it.
and she also didn't really care, about the pronoun
Right.
thing, as well. And then she grew.
So I feel like she's gonna grow like right in front of us. Like
Yeah.
maybe the name change is free. Maybe she's gonna go and do that. Like you never know.
Yeah.
And we all know that apparently she's not as educated of trans things.
Yeah. I think it's a generational gap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I think it is. Like, I mean, I kind of felt bad for her.
Who, Netta?
Yes, because that's a lot.
And this goes back to what I think Jonathan was saying. A lot of content creators and a lot of artists just are going off of raw talent. They don't understand that there's also like a business aspect to what we're doing. But because they don't know that and they're going off of all talent and they don't have any form of training, she, like a lot of us, she just jumped into the space off of just a dream and a desire. And then it took off, and now there's a demand for her presence. And now she's in these spaces where people get to ask these specific questions of her that she's not used to answering or not sure how to answer because she doesn't really understand how to speak to those things. It's another receipt that, we don't need to just focus on talent when we want to come into the business, whether it's the physical industry or whether it's the digital industry of media and entertainment. But we need to like have public speaking courses. We need to take it upon ourselves to train, to do the PR work and to understand the PR aspect of our
I agree.
in this lane. So, yes, she's it's a rough ride because she's just coming in and they asking her these questions and people are not sure, even though I think that the answers are also just fine in and of themselves, because I don't even think that, I mean, I don't think it really matters anyway. It's just like she's not here to politicize her gender. She's here as an entertainer. And that's what her agenda was in this space, is to be an entertainer. So why are we asking her about her identity? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if she's trans or not. It doesn't matter if she's drag or not. It doesn't matter if she's whatever or not. I can understand at basis, at the most simplistic, asking her what her pronouns are, because that's just what we're doing with everybody at this point, because we know that everybody don't use the pronouns that they may physically look like. So we now ask people out of respect, what are your pronouns? She, he, or whatever. But all the other stuff is just like, if she gonna have to square that off. She gonna have to make sure that before she go into these talking spaces, that there's questions that she just don't want answered and she don't want to speak to, and or she's going to have to put herself in a position to get educated so that she can know what she really wants to say in response to these questions. Because it may be emphatically I identify as trans, or it may be I just identify as me, and I don't mind if people use he, she, or whatever. I'm comfortable with, you know, people referring to me as whatever. I don't have any issue with masculine or feminine. You know, we don't know what the answer would look like once she knows how to speak and answer to those things. But I don't know. You know, it's interesting.
Remember when it was a while ago, I was on a panel and I was talking to a guy, and he was like, he had a trans cousin, and his cousin did not mind him calling the by his, you know, dead name or saying he. And I was telling the guy that a lot of trans women, they love their cousin so much that they don't want to lose that relationship. So they psych themselves out and say that they don't care, but deep down inside, it hurts them. But they just don't want to lose that relationship.
Yeah.
And I feel like with Miss Netta, that's probably her. Like it's probably like, no, I identify as Miss Netta. Some people not gonna understand, and I want to be called she, but I don't identify as trans. But I want to be called she.
And you know what, to that point, I may try to reach out to Miss Netta. I may try to reach out to her and speak to her. I just think somebody either close to her, somebody who she can respect, or somebody she can hear it from, need to tell her, Miss Netta, you are in charge of your narrative. And this is your time to ask for what you prefer.
Yeah.
Like,
and
that
sometimes it's scary.
And you can. If you want to be referred to as she, you can say that if that's what you want. If that's what you want. If that's the way you want people to meet you, if that's where you want them to meet you at, you get to say that. Yes, I do prefer she. If you don't mind, if you don't care whether you're called Joe or Miss Netta or he, she, you can also say that. There's nothing wrong with you not caring about pronouns. So somebody does need to tell her whatever it is fine. Whatever you like, whatever you're comfortable with is fine. Now, it also doesn't mean that everybody else is going to respect that, but that is what would have to be demanded of those who are going to sit down with you, who you're going to work with, who you're going to interview with, who you're going to share space with. They would have to oblige that. And if that is what's important to you, is to be called however you feel, then yes, you need to say that, so that you're not dealing with any unnecessary conflict that could be resolved by you standing up for yourself and asking for what you want. Ask for what you want.
Right. And I seen a good comment in the in the chat, but I wanted to say that's just like deep down inside, it bothered Madison that people were calling her Timothy, but she had to make it comical. She had to make it like funny and say it before people say it, so it wouldn't hurt her. But deep down inside, she wanted to be called Madison, but she didn't say it to the world and got her name changed because she was still waiting for her mother to be comfortable with it.
And that's why I want you to hear that live, because in that live that T.S. Madison did earlier, she played a soundbite of Miss Netta literally saying the LGBT shit, the Q, the T, the trans shit, I ain't got nothing to do with that. I ain't none of that. I'm Miss Netta.
Right.
So, you know, T.S. Madison then was just like, okay, so for y'all who criticizing me about being transphobic, when did I ever even go at this woman's gender to begin with? I never even questioned her gender. I never even, that hasn't even been something that I've even fucking done to begin with. And then on top of that, Miss Netta doesn't, she's not even preferring any particular pronoun. So
Mm-hmm.
even if somebody was using he or him, it can't be considered misgendering because she don't care about any of the damn labels.
Okay, so the comment said it's generational. Big Frida even says that she can be called she, he, and her, she, or he or she, but her family calls her Freddie. Birth name. Frida wants her family to be comfortable. See, that's her thinking about her family feelings to not lose that relationship and putting how they feel in front of her. But deep down inside, it probably bothers her. But to keep that relationship, she's never going to say anything about it. And that right there. I'd rather have a relationship with my mother than face my mother and tell her that I don't want to be called that. That's some deep stuff. And then I'm not going to transition because you're never going to respect me as that.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to just say, oh, you can call me she, he. Here go flame. We. That's that generational thing that back then you think the T goes through it now. Back then, oh, it was on a whole different level. And that fear is still in them. That trauma is still in them. That's why I say I feel sorry for her. Like that's that and for Madison to sit there and know what she experienced, because Madison came a long way. She showed old pictures of her, even in the beginning of her transition. So it's just like, I don't know. That's just, it rubbed me the wrong way. I always had like a going back and forth with, Madison. I even said that up here before. But I mean, we're gonna see how this safe haven go.
So TS said in the chat, which is interesting, she said, CTV, get into this. You look better than Miss Netta, but you're still on paper as Timmy. What generation is that girl? Someone tell me, not the transsexual, says TST. Can you come and expound upon that, TST? Like,
ooh,
are you saying that you feel T.S. Madison is a hypocrite, or that it's like I don't understand what your statement, like what you mean by the statement. So can you expound upon that, boo? Welcome to the platform, Sunny Love.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, what girl?
Hey.
You tell me what the hell going on.
Hey, boo, it's been a minute. Listen,
Hey.
I'm late to the live. I don't know. Our times be off right now. I can't catch you when I want to, but I had to hop in on this one.
Yes.
Listen, I can tell by the comments that my opinion on a couple of things is going to be a little controversial, and I get it, but I didn't see the live today. But I did see when they had the show, and the writer had that whole moment and discourse about Miss Netta. I thought that it was a response to Miss Netta's read because she read them down. They had been gone for a couple of weeks, but she read them down just a few days prior to them coming back.
Yes.
So Craig was more responding to that, in my opinion. But I honestly felt like, okay, I get why people feel like some parts were a little too far or too mean, doing too much. But I just don't feel like it ever gave jealousy. And I don't know, maybe I'm just, like y'all keep saying, different generation. But is it not the rules that when you come for somebody, especially when you are dragging and reading, how they respond, you can't feel no type of way. Like there's no rules to it once you engage. Like what Craig says is what Craig says. And if you feel a type of way about it, get off in it. Like the writer, get to the writer, dig off in his behind, let him know how you felt about that 30-minute discourse on you. I don't know. I felt like it wasn't necessary from a mean place or a bullying.
So when he's saying, so she's more passable than you, she's more feminine than you. Oh, so like, what is she doing? Cooking in that greasy ass kitchen? What the fuck is she famous for?
Yeah, trust me. But I felt like all of that was reading, and I'm gonna get into the more passable than you know, the whole being extra with that, because I do feel like it's a very disingenuous discourse happening behind that, and the people that are saying that Madison is and somehow more masculine or clocky, you know, or whatever words you want to use than Miss Netta. I think that the reason people are saying that, or the reasons that they're giving, is not the real reason that they say those things. If I'm really being honest, I don't think that's what is happening there. And the reason that I know I'm in the right direction is because if you paid attention to Miss Netta's comments after she finally addressed what she is, how she identifies, the he's, sirs, hims increased like crazy once people got official word of what was what. Even though all this time it's been Miss Netta, they've never deferred from that, you know, like and it wasn't even questionable. Like it was just who she is who she is, what her name is, how she identifies, like, or whatever. For the ones that thought, you know, she was a cis woman or whatever word we're using at this point, you know, like, and then suddenly it's he's, hims everywhere. So I don't think that everybody's being honest about that conversation, period, especially about how they feel about, you know, Madison and comparing them. And I am against comparisons. I'm just not into that, period, when it comes to women across the board, you know, trans or not. It's just not a thing to do for me. But if you're going to do it, let's be honest about what we're saying. Yes, I realize that Miss Netta does look like plenty of people's aunties, mamas, grandmas. Okay, I get that there are people that sincerely could have believed that, you know, Miss Netta is a born woman, right? But this whole narrative of she looking, you know, more passable, more feminine than Madison is crazy to me. Like, and I don't even mean on a general attractiveness standard. I'm not even speaking on that. Like, I just think that is coming from somewhere else. I feel like people still cannot acknowledge and be honest that they're more comfortable with trans women when they feel like the trans women are not looking so womanly. Period. And I think that is where that energy comes from towards Madison. I just do.
So in that, are you like hinting to like there's a like, because with the perception around Maddie is very dynamic, and it's very multifaceted, like you're saying. You know, 'cause even me, I'm just like, okay, a part of the controversy around Maddie and bio woman's issue with Maddie, there can be an underbelly of envy rooted in natural competition, because we know that patriarchy has pit women against each other and created these divisive things like gender and beauty standards that lead to a disparity in equity, in social equity for women. And so there's just like external pressure that's on top of women's community to create a certain tension there. And then, as you just said too, because Maddie would give like, oh, I gotta compete with this bitch. So you know, there's that. But then you got Miss Netta. What I don't know if I agree with is, I don't know if I feel less passable trans women are preferred, because those are the women who are oftentimes the ones subjected to a lot of the violence and subjected to a lot of the public humiliation rituals and a lot of the shaming and bullying.
Agreed. But where does that shame and things typically come from? Where's that energy normally being directed from? It's usually men, gay men included. That energy, that negativity, the dragging, the making them, the social commentary usually is male dominated.
Yes.
For the trans women that are I hate saying less passable because what does that even mean?
Right.
There are cis women who get clocked and there's nothing to clock. Like let's be real. It happens on a regular. And funny enough, this lets you know how deeply ingrained people are in the community, like how much they have really started to absorb so much of our community, is that they get into this mindset where it's like, okay, with that situation you're given, it's usually the males that are going there, right?
Yeah.
But the women will be in there. There's a certain group of women that will be in there hyping it up too and egging it on. But it's always a fraction of the commentary that is coming from women. It is usually male, but it's a whole lot of women that will have the trans woman's back if she is more like Miss Netta. But they will come for women that they think are trans when they're beat down. So it's come to a place where now being put together at all times, like really being that girl in this era is now correlated to being trans. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the part I'm saying where I feel like that everybody is more ingrained in the community than they care to admit, and they're more educated than they're willing to speak to, because if they speak to it, then it speaks to their ignorance about the things that they say, because they're more educated than they like to lead on. Do you follow what I'm trying to say? Like, I don't know how to express where I'm going with that, but I don't know. I just feel like the whole commentary really, the meat of it, the heaviness of it, really be heavily disingenuous. Like it's not honest. It's not really not telling the truth about where they're coming from and why they feel what they feel.
So then give us what the raw conversation would sound like. What does the conversation sound like in your head? Like what's the translated version? Like tell us the yeah.
For real, for me, the raw conversation for a Madison, the problem is that she is not as easily clockable. So it's going to be drag, for filth with her, okay? Because it is potential that before you can tell a nigga that what her tea is, before he can clock it himself, the attraction will be there. That is problematic. That's where that's coming from. And they're going to drag her and expose her tea as fast as they can. But with Miss Netta, they're going to let her live. They're going to let it ride. This is my girl. This Miss Netta, invite her to stuff, introduce her to everybody. Why? Because 9 times out of 10, regardless of what these comments are trying to say and what they think they believed and who she really was, at the cookout, it ain't that many people there that think Miss Netta was born a woman. So there's no need to drag her. There's no need to immediately out her. There's no need to disrespect her. There's no need to misgender her. But with Madison, this Miss Tim, am I lying? Because it needs to be said. It needs to be spoken on before somebody's nether regions are reacting. I.e. your man.
So let me ask this: do you think, because you're saying women, bio women's community would have an issue with Maddie because she isn't clockable, but that's where the envy comes from, is that, girl, you up in this bitch with us, bitch, and that's way too, you too close to home, honey. Like that's way
it's too close.
We already got enough to worry about with other bio women. I don't need your passing ass up in this bitch because Maddie got passing privilege and she got beauty privilege, but they didn't worry about Miss Netta, even though Miss Netta also got passing privilege, but she don't got pretty privilege, so she's not a threat.
Come on. Or they think she's not a threat, because let's be clear.
She got
everybody. Somebody is attractive to everybody, okay? Yeah. So she might snatch yours and gag you. So let's be honest.
She can get fucked in the heat.
There's somebody for everybody. There's somebody for everybody.
It's dick for everybody, period.
Okay? So let's not do it. She'll shock you. But you're absolutely right.
So then, what I'm trying to understand is, so you are actually, so you're calling out bio and gay men community for the fuckery. Is that who you is that who you calling out?
You clocked it. You on it, 100%.
Okay, okay. I'm trying to understand. Okay, so you call it out. Okay.
You got me, friend.
Baby. Okay.
You know I'm gonna come and say the honest truth, how I feel. I always do.
Look, I honestly, yeah. I mean, it's yes, and I feel like I said earlier. I think a lot of that envy there is an obvious envy toward Maddie, even out of the LGBT community as well, because once again, when you get minority people, you get people who gonna like everybody hungry for resource because minority people typically don't have that. So yeah, right. There can be a drive or this unconscious motivation to tear down another minority person who's getting resource because you never had it, and there is an envy there, rightfully so. Not because you may be even actually jealous of the person, but it's the system that's created a disparity and a hunger and a need for the same things this minority person is getting to that nobody else has access to, but also deserves nonetheless. But you know, it's all interesting in that way. But yeah, so Maddie got it cut out for her. But you know what though? None of that is Maddie's problem.
It's not her fault. And that's the part that kills me about it, is the way people come for her about these situations. Like at the end of the day, are we gagging and roasting, or are we not? Like let's say where the line is. Like just like they said, I think they brought that up. Like where is the line? What is too much? What can we not laugh about now? Because let's be clear. Most of the time, and a vast majority of Miss Netta's followers, which I hate this for her, but I feel like a vast majority of her followers follow to laugh at her and not with her.
And that's what I said, Sonny, earlier. You know, and I mean it. Like, this is ugly bitch season. Like,
come on,
it's up.
You going up?
Like, yeah, like this is y'all time to get it, girl. But the only side effect to the culture that has been desensitized to so-called normalcy and now needs extra everything, which leaves room for all of us freaks to finally live upstairs and to have our time upstairs, not in the upstairs part of the house. Okay. And that the only caveat is, yes, we're going to get a bag, and yes, society's going to pedalize and pedestalize us, but you have to accept that you're going to be the butt of the joke. If you can deal with that they're not laughing with you, they're laughing at you.
Okay.
You know, we know that society is not obviously pedestalizing or giving platform to Andrew Caldwell or the Shamors or the Roland Rays or the Miss Nettas because these people are truly valued. No, they have become a source of entertainment. They've become the appointed court gestures for dominant society. But that also, as unfortunate as the pathway is to the gold and the notoriety and the treasure on the other end, that still is a pathway for self-liberation. But yes, you do have to understand these people are not. And that's what Miss Netta doesn't seem like. She hasn't caught that part yet. She does want people to just love me for my art, which in an ideal world she should be. Nobody should be being laughed at. We should be laughing with people who are helping us.
That's right.
Laugh. But because we're so shallow as a community, we're so baseless as a community, and we uphold so many respectability politics, and we're so fucking ignorant as hell that no, you know, there are people who don't benefit from the system, and therefore they either get disposed of or they get transmuted into laughable content.
There you go. I mean, there's an entire era that is still ongoing of straight and gay men that are having whole careers of being caricatures of a Miss Netta.
Yes.
Let's be honest about this commentary.
There was a whole sector of this, Sonny, of straight men. We got Shanae, we got Wanda, we got we got Miss Doubtfire, we got all of the female characters that Jim Carrey played on In Living Color. We got, I mean, you know, it goes on and on.
LaWanda. Let's be real. Let's really be truthful about what's happening here and what we're seeing play out in this social sphere. Because the reality is, social media is not real but it is a microcosm of the real world. Like, it is showing what people think in their real time, in real spaces. Are they bold enough to speak it as boldly as they do online? Absolutely not. That's where they come to vent it, because they would never in your face. But believe me, these thoughts are not just when they're on social media.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
And I have a problem with that, like across the board. And I feel like we have to talk about the real here. And we have to lay blame, when there is blame, at the feet of who it belongs to. And T.S. Madison, for me, is not her. It has not been her, you know, and I get it, because there's a lot of commentary about how she came up, what her politics are, you know, how she got to where she is, who she aligns with, you know, her alignment with the white folks, you know, like, without people knowing the real about her journey, why things turned out the way they have. And that was addressed in the live as well. About the communities that have not addressed her, that have not invited her, that have not allowed her to come from the basement to the main house and be a part of the show with the rest of us freaks. You know, like it like, let's just be real. Can we tell the truth? Can we talk some real for a minute?
Because it is a lot of collective projecting going on amongst a lot of communities. Even with the Maddie thing, it's kind of like, you have by a woman's community who's like, girl, okay, cool, but we deserve all the things and things first. We've been going through it first. We if anybody deserves to optimize on opportunities, they need to be extended to us first, to by a woman first. So there's that issue where you have communities who, like, it gets so compartmentalized and so weird.
It does.
All over the place. It's just like, because I see the same thing even as same gender loving, you know, like you have the collective of the Black community being like, girl, how y'all getting rights before us, as if though Black people are not fucking Black.
And as if the rights that are being given to us are not rights that y'all already have. We haven't been given anything new or special. Just equality. Not equity, but equality. Like, let's be honest and be honest about why that bothers you. Also, for the people that do have beef with that, be truthful with yourself about why that bothers you, about why it bothers anyone with what people are doing with their bodies, who chooses to transition, why they transition, what transition means to them, what levels transition mean to them, or not transitioning, but transitioning in name and pronoun. You know what I mean? Like, it's, and I get it. A lot of this is newer stuff, and some of it's even newer to us in honor of Maddie and the Labiquita community. Some of it's new to us too. Okay, like, it's not. This is a learning curve for everybody. But, like, either get in and learn, or be honest that you don't want to learn and you just want to keep spewing stuff from your side of the fence. And just say that. Say it with your chest. I'm cool with it. I'm always fine with the truth, whatever your truth may be. But facts and truth is all I'm trying to hear. The rest of this is fluff. It's crazy to me.
Yeah.
It's crazy because it's not honest. Like, y'all not. Come on. Y'all not being real.
You know that it's a lot of bitchcraft that's being held in the conversation. It's a lot of smoke and mirrors. It's a lot of veils. It's a lot of I ain't mad but I'm mad. I ain't bothered but I'm bothered. It's you know,
say that.
You know,
say that.
That's what they gonna give. These folks don't know how to stand in their shit. They just don't. And I don't know what the shame really is. I don't know what the problem is. I don't know what's really holding people back. Because at the end of the day, I would prefer somebody to not sit next to me if they don't want to fucking sit next to me. I don't want to live in that type of managed society. What I do want is, I want safety and I want equality, as you stated. But I honestly don't even really need your respect. Because long as I still get bitch to the space and I still get to the
Okay.
thing, I get to be protected and I get to be treated motherfucking equal, regardless of what the fuck you got in your head and what you got in your spirit about me, bitch. I don't give a fuck. I don't need you to change your mind about a motherfucking thing. What I do need you to do is say the fuck out my way.
Because it's not stopping a thing over here.
Way, so stay the fuck out of my way.
Yeah,
I'm
period.
I'm just another squirrel trying to get to the nut. So
okay,
that's it. That's all. I ain't in your way. Don't get in my motherfucking way. You know,
because I feel that way about you. I don't care what you're doing on your side. Handle your business. Do what you got to do.
Thing, though, right? Even if I do care, I'm mature enough to know that that's pillow talk between me, myself, and I.
Okay.
Even if I do care, even if I do have a judgment, that's between me, myself, and I about you.
But that's the difference about having an opinion and actually thinking you have a say. I'm not trying to have a say in your world. I can have my personal opinions about what you do, and I do, and I always will.
The difference.
Like
these people don't know that difference.
Okay.
An opinion and wanting and having something to say. You want to say so, baby. It ain't even, and that's really what you're mad at, because they ain't enough to just have an opinion. You want to say so.
Okay, you want to have impact. And there you go.
That part.
There you go.
That's Bible. That's Bible. Yeah. Okay. Hold that thought, Sonny. Let me get TS in here, and then we're gonna circle back around. Great talking points, TS. I know you was. I forgot what I asked you to come up here for. I know you had made a statement in the Sonny the disconnect. I said stay your ass up here. I think Sonny the disconnected. Hit the link again, Sonny. It says your device had disconnected. I'm gonna drop the link again for Sonny. Hey, TS. Can you hear me, TS? Or Tanya? Is that Tanya? Oh, that's Tanya. Tanya, can you hear me?
Hey, could you hear me?
Yeah. Hey, boo. I think
I can hear.
Do you have me on?
Hey, could you hear me?
I can hear you. Oh, you gotta turn me off. You gotta turn me off in the background, boo, because I can hear myself. So if you have me playing on something, turn whatever you're listening to me on off, because it's causing a delay and a reverb.
Sorry. I should have knew that I'm smoking. Sorry.
Good. Let me know when you're good. Can you hear me now?
I still can't hear you though.
Oh, well, how you
Hold
hearing
on.
this? Okay, hold on, y'all. Y'all know StreamYard it's a lot sometimes. Let's see what Tanya says. You said that's Madison. Who's Madison?
Hello?
And thumbs up if y'all in the building. It's a lot going on. Your volume is kind of low in comparison to other CTV. I don't know why. I'm using my microphone. Oh, I think that's Sunny in the background. Let me get her back. Okay, there she go. All right. TS M Romeo. Okay, she done dropped down. Okay, so I think she's gonna get her StreamYard together. M Romeo, if you want to come up, hit the link, boo. I just dropped the link. Sunny, you back, boo. I don't even know where to go from here. Actually, this has been a lot.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
So, on a platform in like interview base, wasn't T.S. Madison the first person to ask what did Miss Netta identify as?
Yes, on a Fox Soul interview. Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure they got T.S. Madison to ask that question because they thought that Miss Netta was going to be comfortable to have that conversation with her.
Absolutely. Okay. And she was, because she answered it, you know.
But did you see her face expression when she answered it?
Look, she didn't even understand the question initially. She was like, no, I don't identify as LGBTQIA. And then she thought about it, like, hold on, bitch, what? Can you ask me that again? And then she was like, oh, yeah, I do identify as LGBT. That's how I know that Miss Netta don't really understand like a lot of the language and concepts and titles and labels and shit. She almost mistakenly didn't identify as LGBTQ. So I know she's just, you know, and I mean, I don't have a problem with TS asking that question if Miss Netta was comfortable answering it. Because for me, I just have to say the answer don't fucking matter to me. I don't really give a damn if she's non-binary, binary, non-gender conforming, trans. It's really just irrelevant at the end of the day, because we know that all these types of people exist. There are people who are non-gender conforming. There are people who are non-binary. There are people who don't care about pronouns. There are people who do care about pronouns. There are people who just whatever. And people should be able to like live in their reality the way they want, especially when it ain't causing hurt and harm to no fucking body else. So I just, whatever her tea is, I just hope that she gets to the point that she's comfortable and she can articulate that effectively, and it can be what it is. M. Romeo, welcome to the platform, love. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Thank you.
All right, welcome to the platform. What are your thoughts about all the shit going on?
I think, well, I have to say I'm more conservative. I'm a conservative gay guy, so a lot of the ways that I think don't really align with the community. But in this situation with Miss Netta, I feel bad because what always keep coming back into my head is that Miss Netta is still, you know, a real person with feelings who has to live their life. And I think when things like this happen, it makes it harder for people to get through. And we don't really ever talk about what these people go through behind the scenes when they're not on their platforms in front of all of us. I don't feel like Maddie meant any harm though. How do you guys feel about that? Is it because when you're roasting and gagging, is there really a line that you can't cross? Is it wrong for somebody to make certain statements or laugh at certain things? Because when you put yourself out on a public platform, you're going to get criticized, you're going to get talked about, good and bad.
Okay. Okay. So I want everybody to think about that question super quick, and I want to refresh everybody's brain on Miss Netta's response to Craig. I'm gonna let everybody else answer that first. So let me pull up Miss Netta's response to Craig the Mistress. And once again, I
do want to see it because I didn't get a chance to see it.
Okay, good. Because this was a response to months and months and months worth of commentary from Craig. So Craig struck the match first and kept striking the match. And Miss Netta finally stood up. And a lot of people was here for Miss Netta standing up. Together, girl. Like, when was you gonna fucking let this whole know what's up? So listen to what Miss Netta had to say finally, back to the co-host.
Nothing against T.F. Madison. T.F. Madison act like she totally tried to defend me, which is fine. But the little sissy that she got on her show, I don't even know who he is. He's not famous. He talking about my clothes, and he got on Walmart brand clothes and all that other stuff. But everybody is keep talking about what we wear. What we wear is what we wear. It's our business. We don't sit and talk about what y'all got going on and what y'all wear. Y'all worry about what we wear. And that's just, I be like, oh my God. Like, you sit up and talk about all their clothes is fake, but you got on an old muumuu with holes in it with dirty stains in it. And I'm like, so what do you wear? Do you have...
Is it just me or did the audio go out?
The volume did go out.
What y'all think? Did y'all?
I don't have nothing against T.F. Madison.
Okay.
T.F. Madison act like she told.
So let's hear it one more time. Can y'all hear her talking now?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. So I'm gonna do one more one through. Okay, let's listen.
She tried to defend me, which is fine. But the little sissy that she got on her show, I don't even know who he is. He's not famous. He talk about my clothes, and he got on Walmart brand clothes and all that other stuff. But everybody is keep talking about what we wear. What we wear is what we wear. It's our business. We don't sit and talk about what y'all got going on and what y'all wear. Y'all worry about what we wear. And that's just, I be like, oh my God. Like, you sit up and talk about, oh, they clothes is fake, but you got on the old muumuu with holes in it, with dirty stains in it. I'm like, so what do you wear? Do you have any real or do you have any fake in your closet? I'll just be like, stunned. And the little sissy that be on there with T.S. Madison, I'm just over his little sissy ass. I done blocked him and everything. Like, what is you keep worrying about what's going on with me and Charles? Make a topic of your own. Stop making up a topic of y'all. Y'all keep talking about, oh, they fame is going to be up. They're going to do this. They're going to do that. If you want it to be up, then stop mentioning us. But you can't do it.
Oops, not if you want it to be up.
Now, she gave that bitch a solution. The baby's gonna be up, and you want it to be up.
Yeah.
You should have docket bit so that it won't be up no more. You keeping me in the headline, ho. So that was her. I don't even know what to call Miss Netta. I was gonna keep calling Miss Netta Miss Netta. That is what Netta's response was to Craig. But before we had pulled that up, M. Romeo had asked the panel. I mean, he don't feel like T.S. Madison. Well, first of all, I don't feel like T.S. Madison ever even roasted Miss Netta. I mean,
right.
Huh?
Right. You're right. It wasn't.
Oh, okay. So, and then the other question was, are there any rules to gagging? Look,
because Miss Netta did some roasting and gagging. She calling gay men sissies and talking about muumuus and what they got in their closet. It seemed fair to me. It seemed fair.
I mean, look,
I'm
always going to be a little more lenient, Romeo, to responders, even though there's still rules of engagement. But it's just like, okay, if you fuck with somebody, I mean, it's like you open yourself up to a fuck with back. But I feel like the only rules, honestly, is can we just stay away from the fundamentals? Can we not make it about a person actually being black? Can we not make it about a woman actually being a woman? Can we not actually make it about a gay person's queerness? Can we not make it about like these fundamental core things?
Yeah.
But if you want to drag my hair, drag my weave, drag my makeup, drag my clothes, you want to pick and poke at that. I mean, there still can be something argued to that. Like we just shouldn't even be picking and teasing at people, period. But if I had to find reason with it at all, just stay away from the shit that really can classify as discriminative. Everything else about the person, I guess it's fair games. Like you can critique a trans woman, you can gag or roast a trans woman. Can you drag her not about her transness, but about everything else? I mean, you can drag her about her weave, her wig, her like whatever you want to do. It's just like I don't know if we want to. I don't know how it's going to look if we allow there to be a reason to go in on people's humanity.
I agree with you, and the reason that I agree, even though it's hard to, like Sonny was saying, to find the line where it's appropriate and inappropriate, I agree with you because then it can come off as hate, transphobia, colorism, racism, and when you toe the line like that, it can come off like that. But I also want to get in my Sonny bag and also say, can we keep it real? She's asking why her and her husband are a topic of conversation, but they're viral. That's the reason why people are talking about what they have on, what they're doing, how they're behaving, how they look, because they have become viral sensations. And I feel bad that it caused a response like that from her. Because clearly her feelings were hurt about people talking about her and her husband and their clothes and the way they dress. But you guys are public figures now, so you can't say don't talk about us, but your videos are everywhere all over the internet.
That part.
I want y'all to see.
Yeah,
I just want to say, I'm gonna let you say this, Sonny, but I want to show y'all too after Sonny. I want y'all to show just how like how I get, I don't want to say sensitive, but how like how deep this whole thing is when it comes to Miss Netta dealing with bullying. Because it was a particular live stream that really let me know that Miss Netta really, like, she really is affected by certain things. But I'm gonna show y'all this after Sunny. Go ahead, Sunny. Go ahead.
Oh, that wasn't me. That was somebody else trying to talk.
Oh, somebody was trying to talk. Who it was?
That was me.
Okay.
Yeah, so I feel like they're definitely being bullied. Like, I understand being a public figure, but when people intentionally go from post to post just to be antagonistic to someone that's just making art, their own art, to enjoy life, like, of course you're going to get some backlash. You're going to get, unflattering comments. You're going to even get, the psychopaths, to come and say the most, heinous things. But when it's a constant, when you see the same names over and over again, saying the same, like, it's going to affect anyone's psyche. I think that's why it's important for when you're going anything dealing with the general public as a figurehead, as of a certain stature, entertainment, whatever. You don't need to be on social media. You need literally a PR team, a media team, and have them operate. But that's what I'm saying. This is trial and error for her. This is literally like what there are some people that pay to go through this type of training, and she's going to, she's actually getting it from the boots up. You understand what I'm saying? So I definitely believe she's going to learn. I don't believe that this is going to be a fly by night. I do think that, the content that she started out with, she's going to, evolve into something better or whatever, and I'm here for it. Even though I'm not a fan, I don't follow. I see from little things here and there, but I can never be mad at someone that's actually getting up off. I don't give a darn if she was out here making posters. You know what I mean? In old school, recording herself and selling the tapes out the trunk. She's doing something positive, productive for herself, and her family. I don't know why people are hating so much, other than like, you motherfuckers are lazy. Y'all lazy as fuck. Because she ain't doing nothing that's spectacular, but actually getting up and doing some work. She's putting an investment behind herself. So I don't understand why people so like, we all got an opinion. Don't get me wrong. We all are entitled to our opinion. But it be coming off like, who's really like, y'all be like obsessive, not y'all, but in general. These people are like obsessive, like psychopaths. Why do y'all feel the need for it? It's like what number was that man, the orange haired president? It's like his followers, like his supporters. Like, y'all intentionally go into antagonize someone else that ain't even bothering you.
And this is kind of like, because some of people defending Netta kind of, for me, feels like a little bit of like when we went in on Funky Dineva for going in on Chloe Bailey. It was like, okay, it was one thing, okay, like having an opinion, but the opinion went beyond an opinion. It was just like, it was really just unnecessary. And you're talking about one of the least problematic people in society right now. All that extra saying she ugly, girl, you ain't even cute. It was just like, so it was ugly, it was malicious, and it was just not even necessary. And all because she was defending her sister. Who the fuck isn't protected by their family?
And
who the fuck isn't going to come to the defense of their family?
But I do want to say something on that note. Like, I feel like I agree with what she's saying, and I think that the most malicious stuff is coming from the general public. I don't feel like what happens with Madison or with the writer is malicious. I mean, especially when a show that's what they do, is speak on social commentary on what has been the most talked about situation in social media, not the regular news, not necessarily just celebrity news, but social news. What's most common talked about on IG, on TikTok, on YouTube? What are the people getting into? And if you notice what they respond to, I feel like it's a weird way to react when they're talking about you. And of course, you're going to see them the most because they're one of the most popular people talking about you. So their stuff is going to go to the top. So it's going to seem like they're always speaking on you. But if you're always at the top of regular social news,
right,
you're going to be part of the commentary. And I get that maybe some of the stuff that, you know, the writer said may have been too far for people. And I saw somebody saying, you know, like clothes and stuff like that is just old, or, you know, yeah. Okay, I get that. I hear that. But then what is the space when you're roasting? Because let's be honest, that is what's happening here. It's not a bullying, it's not a targeting.
It's not
It is a responding to a read. You know what I'm saying? Like, so what is the line? Because if it's not going to be talking about somebody's clothes, you know, and let's be very real here about what we're saying. It'd be one thing if this man was known for bragging about clothing, always being, you know, that person of like, I got on this, that, and that. Like, what are you wearing? If that was the case, then it would be very superficial. It would come off as elitist, as they call him, you know, like that would be falling in line with that type of commentary. But I feel like that's not what's happening there with him or with Madison, because even though Madison doesn't necessarily speak directly to situations, which is their thing, in case people haven't figured it out, that's their shtick. Madison can't be the person that really goes at specific people. Okay, she is a brand. There are certain things that she cannot do. And so he is the one that can do that because he is not in the same lane or having the same obligations. Okay, the same way.
And Maddie working together.
There you go. The same way she did with My Neck, My Back. Exactly. Okay, My Neck, My Back was that person.
But I don't think any of us believe that Madison has said or done anything to Netta. We don't I think we're all clear that this is basically the mistress. I think tone is very important. Very important. It was not, because I'm gonna be honest, what he was saying wasn't even like it was like he couldn't even match the energy. I know it hurt his feelings down like to the core of his ego when Netta read him. He was not expecting that because, quite frankly, look, no shade, but, and I hate the stereotypes, but based upon stereotypes, she looks like the uneducated, hard-working, struggling, hard life looking like Black woman. I don't think this man thought that she was going to muster up anything that was going to hit him down to his core, the core of his ego. And when she did, he decided to hit, it was very like it wasn't even remedial. It was like when you first have an infant and you start pointing out colors and, trying to get it was like that. Like, he didn't do anything. He didn't say anything that was really worthy of us really feeling like he said something. He read her down because he really didn't. But the tone of his voice, the aggression behind what he would say just can't, because why are you affected by someone that you truly claim to believe that you're not famous? Who are you? They're not popular. Y'all are making them popular. I feel like he's clout chasing. It's not regular commentary. It wasn't regular standard. Okay, you're a hot topic, so we're going to talk on it. It was too much vigorous. It was like, like anger. I would have thought that he tried to partner with Ms. Netta and Ms. Netta said no, or something like it's something behind the tone, the aggression. It wasn't passion. It just came like, you got to be careful with assuming. We live in a time today where you just can't sleep on just because there's social media. You can't. We see too much where people are like being unalived. Like, people are being, off. It's a lot that goes with this. And if you're not a person that has the experience, the wherewithal, the expertise, or people in your corner to kind of guide you and prepare you, like, you're going to snap. It can make you unravel. We see a lot of people, content creators, becoming unhinged.
I hear you on that. And I think that you spoke to the key. I think really what it came down to was tone for people. It wasn't necessarily what was being said, but how it was being said. But for me, I feel like how at this point, Miss Netta is directly addressing him. So if they bring her up in their regular, and it's not like every episode, but when they bring her up in their topics, because she is a topic at the moment, it would be crazy for them to come back and him to completely pay it that she read him, right? Because I don't feel like he felt some kind of way. I don't think it was an ego blow necessarily to him that she read him, or that he was gagged that
the
she
read wasn't that strong.
Right. But and to speaking to his read, I agree with you that it wasn't like he said anything spectacular. But I also feel like, playing devil's advocate, I feel like, how spectacular could it be? Because my God, if he would have really ate her up and went in on a read, the world would have crumbled. Because with his little pity pat read, as you're saying, that is still pissing people off to a whole new level. Like, they feel like that was bullying. And with the tone that he has, because that's his natural tone, it wasn't anything special for her. That's how he talks about everything.
Hold on. Are y'all talking about Craig, or y'all talking about, like, who y'all talking about? The mistress?
Yeah, the mistress.
Okay,
We're talking about the
mistress. So y'all are saying that the mistress read, it wasn't even like super.
Right. It was nothing spectacular. It was nothing that the things that were brought up wasn't anything like a straight punch. Nothing was a gag you moment, right? And so, and maybe because it wasn't that, that's why it also felt personal, because it had to be a whole lot of minuscule things that don't matter. But if he would have went for anything that mattered, I can't even imagine the response that would have happened.
I mean, but I think that's some of the critiques on this that he did. Is that because remember, it was all the sideline too. Also, she more famous than you, she more passive than you, she more prettier than you, she more feminine than you, and then.
But I feel like that's because they were starting to spin off into something totally different by that point. When it started getting into she more famous than you, she more she more passive than you, blah blah blah. Like, I feel like that was the moment of addressing the people that were dragging Maddie into it in the comment section. I feel like that portion was but I don't know. I just don't see that as part of the read. I feel like that was getting
the whole
into
thing as the read. Everything he was doing, everything the mistress was doing was the read.
And I didn't. I saw that as him starting to defend Maddie and starting to go into the people that took the opportunity to use this to read Maddie. I feel like that's where he was going there.
For sure.
No, I love you, Sis, but nah, it definitely wasn't the comments. It was him that brought Maddie into it. He did that intentionally. Like, again, the antics was so. See, he was so caught up in his ego. I'm telling you, it wasn't that because what Ms. Netta said wasn't no read either. It was very remedial, but it was the fact that she was able to pull. Like, how could you be triggered? How could you be triggered by a comment about your clothes allegedly being from Walmart? Like, how can that trigger you? Like, when you have this elitist personality.
I'm gonna tell you what
but I know why it does. But how could, like, if that's I know why. But if the image that you're trying to portray, that's why I said a lie don't care who tells it, and lies will expose you every single time. You can't say that you're not that you're not bothered by this person, and you're speaking down like, who are they? Where did they come from? Y'all the reason that this person think there's somebody yada yada yada. Well, clearly you do too, because you've been doing this for a while. I don't think she had a problem. She knows that she was going to be talked about. I think it's been the people that have been so malicious. Like, there's nothing ever good. Like, it doesn't matter what I do. I'm not bothering you. I'm just making content. Me and my husband. And y'all are like, every little thing. If I fart and I say it smell like I ate chicken, you're gonna say no, it smell like you was eating chitlins. You understand what I'm saying? Like, it's gonna always be the opposite and more negative. And for what reason? Especially when you are a part of the community. This is a minority, and even though we know this is not uncommon, as you were stating earlier, it happens all the time. And it doesn't matter what community it is. You're gonna always have the majority and the minority. Right? Yeah. The minority usually aren't really bothering any motherfucking body. Most of the time, minorities are doing their own fucking thing. But because they won't join and fall in line with the majority, they're always hunted out and like on a witch hunt.
Indeed.
And I
It's a
feel like,
fact. And I really like the direction you're coming from. For real. I do love your opinion. And I agree with you on a lot of what you're saying. And been there. I know how it works with a minority. That's how I got my mouth the way it is. Because I stay in my lane. And if you come for me, I had to start coming out. Okay. But I do have a question, honestly. Knowing that Miss Netta is as sensitive as she is, because I feel like she's a very gentle, sensitive person, and that this space is a lot for her, to be very honest. From the people in the comment section and their negativity to having bigger names like T.S. Madison, having, speaking on her on their platforms when she is the hot topic. I think that it's hard for her to cope with. But my question is, what do you think the appropriate response should have been from the mistress?
Okay, hold on. Before we get into that, hold on, y'all. Before we answer that, because I want to get some of this other. Let's return to Sunny's question. I want to show y'all something first, and it was something that Rumors and Tea was saying. Oh, the reason why that bitch went off so bad, or had to dedicate damn near all of Maddie's show to responding to Miss Netta, is because of the mistress's elitism, which is birthed out of his respectability politics. It was the audacity of this ugly, crunchy face, confused, undeserving, beneath me ass bitch to think that she could even remotely speak back to me or say a motherfucking thing or have any level of goddamn criticism or have the audacity to think you could shade the fucking ambiance.
Girl, you better preach. You better preach.
That's why that bitch, that's what set that bitch open, man. Because Miss Netta, who don't fit within the mistress's respectability politics, had the motherfucking audacity to disrespect and contest the order of the status quo.
Right.
That motherfucking shit triggered that bitch up hotter than a witch's pussy on a summer eve, baby. And this was her response for those who did not catch. Because when we was having a conversation earlier about the mistress who claims that she don't want to be famous and she don't need all of this and this ain't even her lane. And if she wanted to be famous, if she was a clout chaser, she would be on every red carpet. You don't need to be on every red carpet, bitch, because you behind the scenes with her ass every red carpet, and you right next to her ass on that morning show with 16,000 subscribers every goddamn day. Okay, let's not act like you already ain't doing what you claim you ain't doing if you wasn't a clout chaser, because we about to play that bitch's own words in his own. Check this shit. Let me share my screen real quick. Hold on. This was the mistress responding to Miss Netta. All right.
Some words. No, I'm going to tear Netta up when we're live. I'm not going to do it here. I'm going to do it when we're live, when there's 16,000 people watching live.
Okay, so that was all it took for me. Miss, I don't want to
Oh, wow.
Miss, I ain't no clout chaser.
Wow.
Miss, she couldn't go to her own time.
But I'm going to do it for the people.
She want to
She
be
did have a rag on.
She want the clout from it. She want the visibility. She want the viralness, but acting like she ain't that girl. Acting like she ain't that girl.
She think that rag make her look straight?
He was raggedy, though, just like Miss Netta said. He was raggedy.
She has that rag on top of her head, girl.
Like an off-duty State Farm agent. And was. So that's why we can't buy the bullshit. But speaking to the situation earlier, I want y'all to listen to this too. This is courtesy of the Charles and Miss Netta Man show. Okay, so a little bit of context here before I play this for you guys, because I want to show y'all guys, because this kind of what I didn't see this until last night. Like in the wee hours of tonight, because I went down my Charles and Netta multiverse rabbit hole last night, because I'm targeted to the party too. I was not paying Miss Netta and Charles no attention up until the whole drama with the mistress and Miss Netta. But I found this video, and so the context here is y'all about to see a confrontation with Miss Netta with somebody named LaQuenda. And LaQuenda is, I'm going to assume, a biological male. And he was one of the people who was doing like parodies of Miss Netta and Charles. For some reason, Miss Netta felt like his particular skits were disrespectful. His particular rendition of her skits was, supposed to be, it was on the fucked up side. It was on the girl, you're laughing at me, not with me. You're making fun of me type situation. And so she decided in her get back to expose him. So she doxed him. And what she found was that he had been arrested when he was 16 for allegedly M-wording another girl who was like 15 at the time. She had like put this all on blast. So then he got mad that she did what she did in her response to not liking him making fun of her. So then they ended up jumping on a live stream together. And I want y'all to pay attention to Miss Netta and what she's saying and the energy she's saying it from as it relates to this idea that Miss Netta is like very sensitive. She definitely is not taken to bullying well. And this stuff like really fucks with her. So this is courtesy of the Miss Netta and Charles YouTube, apparently. So let me go ahead and run my disclaimer, switch my microphone. Oh, it's already switched up. Okay, let me put up my fair use disclaimer. And let's check this out right here. Let me share my old nasty piece of screen share. All right, check this out.
I'm comfortable with that. Okay, it is. Okay, so just like I say, I'm gonna say it like this. I never meant to offend you in no type of way. But you did. Okay. But listen, I'm telling you out my mouth. Okay, go ahead. Hold on. I'm telling you out my mouth. I was not trying to offend you in that type of way. My jokes is my jokes. Okay. You've been watching me for a long time. Hold on. I have. You've been watching me a long time. How I've been watching you. I have. So with that being said, you know how I joke, and when I joke, it's nothing personal. Well, my thing about the situation that I just feel that you took it like too much out. I mean, do what you got to do, say what you got to say, and leave it alone. That's what I did. When I made the video or whatever, I did what I had to do. I said what I had to say, and I left everything alone. I never. Well, how can you tell another comedian what to do, though? I never. No, but you.
Okay, hold on, child. I don't know what the hell going on here. What is going on? Oh, we got a commercial. That's why. Okay, hold on. Let's get this commercial again. And y'all, thumbs up, please. Go. We're working. We've been working for 4.5 hours, y'all. Running them thumbs up, boo. All right, let's get back.
But you did. You drew the makeup. You impersonated LaQuanda. Exactly. But you did Miss Netta first. Okay, so and you called Mr. Henry. And you did Miss Netta first, right? Okay. Did you do Miss Netta first? The only thing I'm gonna say. Okay. I stepped out on the far end. It didn't matter. I thought it was comfortable. That part did not matter. It did not matter to me, Latrell. It did not matter to me. But when you kept doing it, and when you said you wanted to work for me, and then you start bashing me, talking about me, you fat motherfucker, your big ball, like, you did all that. That's how with everybody. That's not the way you do it, though. But listen, no, in my superior can tell you, I even know. Listen, I even know. Listen, bullying me. So with that being said, you should have inboxed and said 12. A friend and whatever wanted to work with me or whatever, all that bullying shit that everybody been doing with me, I've been taking that shit all fucking month. But we went bullying you. We doing content. No. I seen you doing, but no, I'ma just put it like this. What it was, I knew Don got in your ear. No, and I did not tell me. Don got nothing to do with that. You play like that. So really, to be honest, you wasn't. So to really be honest, you weren't trying to play like that. Who? You. Trying to play like what? When you did the video of responding to LaQuanda doing Charles. I did not say nothing disrespectful to you. I never said nothing disrespectful to you either way. Listen what I'm saying. Oh. Listen what I'm saying. When I did that video, what you saying is, when I took it to the next level, by me doing my comedy skits, and y'all know how raw my comedy skits is. You got You took it personal when it wasn't personal. Why should I? I've been bullied on Facebook all month about this. But I ain't trying to bully you. It makes the thing look like that. You know what I'm saying? We are content creators. Just like you got on here and said, we all need to get along and get together and all that other stuff. And then you want to work with me, and then you turn around and make me look bad. But listen, you should have came at me. You talking about my face. I know my face is fucked up, okay? And I don't have a problem with that. But you know, like there's some things you say about people, it hurts them. Everybody got feelings. Just like you got feelings, I have feelings too. So that stuff that you had said about me by wanting to work with me, you should have never said something like that. That was very disrespectful. Very. I don't know what type of world you live in and what you got going on, but you don't disrespect nobody like that. That stuff you said to me hurts the fuck out of me. So you can't take my content? Hell no. You can take mine, could you? How? Could you take my content? You talking about you sitting out there telling me that by the charges that I caught back in the days? What you talking about? All the stuff that wasn't content. Stuff that I already know about. That ain't content. Baby, you're not getting my personal life. Listen, that's more bad to social media. Everybody is talking about Miss Netta and Charles. Huh? And for you to do what you did, okay, to justify the situation or whatever, it cannot be justified. Because at the end of the day, you did what you did, right? I came back at it, right? Right. I left it alone, Latrell. I didn't do nothing else to you. So why didn't you tell me you didn't want to play like that then? It was not a play. You started. So why did you come to me and tell me? So I didn't have to do that.
Okay, so I wanted to show a little bit of that. I wanted y'all to see kind of like the part where Miss
Netta.
To have like almost cracked up a little bit, like she was almost kind of like on the verge of tears when she was just like, everybody on this motherfucker got feelings. Like some of the shit y'all say, it fucking hurts. And just like you ain't think that my content was fun, bitch, when I was running down on your ass, wasn't it? Your ass got madder and hotter than fish grease when I brought up them damn charges, bitch, right? Because everything ain't funny, right? Everybody got feelings, right? But you can't be selective and want people to consider your feelings and want people to scribble all inside the lines, but then you think you can just have your fucking way. Like, if you want respect, bitch, you need to give it. And when I heard that level of like just, I was like, oh, Miss Netta really, wow. Like her skin isn't thick yet. You know, she is not ready, particularly for the volume of criticism she's being met with, even on the situation that's going live right now. Because honestly, I'm about to take my fucking little read. I'm about to edit my fucking little read down that I did it because Miss Netta got me convicted, bitch. I'm like, okay, hold on now. Let me. When she get ready, I'll circle back around for her ass. But she ain't ready. she ain't ready yet. Okay, I hear you, Miss Netta. But there's another situation that's going live right now, viral, of her and Charles in the pool. And he's on TikTok, she's on YouTube. And she is saying in the background, like, oh no, I don't fuck with TikTok because that's where the most of my haters are. Like, the trolling is the worst over on TikTok. She was like, F TikTok. I don't, you know, like, because that's where the hoes at. That be on me on TikTok. So Miss Netta has been apparently dealing with a lot of trolling. You know, it's just out of control. It's a lot of bullying. And what are y'all thoughts about Miss Netta? This concept of like, where is the line? Because even the mistress was saying it. Where's the line? Who can we talk about? Who can we not talk about? Where's the line between joking and schoolyard poking fun of people or whatever, or having an opinion or not liking somebody, and when it goes into hell, when it just crosses a line. Does anybody think a line should exist? Or at the end of the day, bitch, you a public figure, get with the program, girl. Nobody gets to have their cake and eat it too, girl. Beyonce ass get dragged. Jesus get dragged. Everybody ass get dragged. Ain't no goddamn exception gonna be made for you. It's human nature for people to take to the same public square you in to vote. They vote in about why the fuck they don't fuck with you. And some people gonna want you to know why they don't fuck with you. So they're gonna get all up in your shit and all up on your ass about their opinion of your ass. And hell, the caveat is, bitch, you get to go be rich and famous. So hell yeah, you get dragged, bitch, but you get paid to get dragged, and you get to be on BET and get dragged, and you get to go do a lot of other shit that the hoes who dragging you ain't gonna never have the privilege and the luxury of doing, girl. So it all circles. It's all the circle of life at the end of the day, girl. Like, yeah, it all comes full circle. Or there's this idea that, girl, no, we need to behave better. Period.
I just think if you're going to put this narrative out here, the energy of an elitist, then you need to walk the walk. Okay. So maybe the mistress needs to take some training, some classes as well. Because I wouldn't be putting that much energy into someone that clearly he thinks that he's above. Like, I just don't understand. I understand stooping if you're being provoked. But in this case, you're literally the antagonist, not because you have an opinion, but because your opinion it comes off as malicious and obsessive. That's why people are calling you a bully, because you're putting way too much energy into people that you claim not to give a F about. Too much. That's not the identity, or not say identity, but that's not a characteristic. That sounds like a characteristic flaw. It doesn't sound like a characteristic that someone of an elitist background would possess.
And I'm asking that also to women's and tea, like just in general too, like even beyond like the mistress, like what do you think about the concept of like,
yeah, that goes for anybody.
Like, do public figures need to just grow a thick skin, and does it just come with the territory, or do we need to?
I think it needs to be a balance. There's a fine line, right? When it becomes obsessive, and we got to be realistic, because everybody's perspective of what is obsessive is going to vary. Because some people just don't want to be talked about, but I think that is unfair. Because let's be honest, before most people become celebrities, right? They were regular folk. They had opinions, and even as a celebrity, you have opinions about everything in life. So everyone's entitled to their opinion. I just think that when it becomes obsessive, like to the point that you never have anything good to say, what have they done that it has to become obsessive? You understand what I'm saying? Like, I could see if it was like, the former CEO of Bad Boy, I could understand if like it was someone, if the bashing was justifiable to the degree that it is. Because it's just weird, like you said, like everything that he was saying about Netta is basically could be said about Maddie. So for me, I can understand why people are even assuming that there's transphobia at play.
In what way? What stuff are you speaking on?
Because it's like, if
what
Maddie
stuff are you saying? Yeah, Maddie specifically.
When he started the comparison thing, when like just this, all of the things that he was, the shots that he was taking towards Netta, the things he was saying, it's like, okay, Madison was saying, like, I basically paved the way. I've been there, done that. Like, so you're not just you're not really, it doesn't matter if the intention was to go to this extent. You have, though, because you're not just saying something specifically to one person. All of the things that you're taking, that's like talking to some, like, okay, that's like a chick that was, or anyone that worked in a strip club, or an ex-worker. When people be throwing out, saying a lot of judgmental stuff, and you never consider the person that's in the room that you're speaking in front of, how it could be offensive. Like what they call that, what is that when a person, like, you wasn't the intended target, you got hit with a stray?
Mm-hmm. A casualty of war.
And it doesn't matter if the intention was like, because a lot of times people love to defend themselves by saying, I'm not transphobic. if you're saying something against the minority out of pure prejudice for no other reason, you are that what you're saying that you're working so hard to prove that you're not. We do know that we are conscious in our actions and we are also unconscious in our actions. That's just like if you're not aware of it, even though I believe most people are, but they'll never admit it. And I understand because it is not easy for someone to tell and like admit their flaws and their shortcomings. But I just think like where we are making so light of things, like I don't think everything deserves to be blown up to a large magnitude. But I do think that even when it comes to the small things, sometimes you should treat it as a mountain or whatever the case may be, because there's always, there's always a root to everything. And if you don't address and pull that weed out, it's going to affect that seed, whatever is growing, you know what I mean, and being produced. Like you got to sometimes cut just stop it before it gets out of hand. And I think that's what T.S. Madison that's where she was at when she was like, I don't want to talk about this anymore because it's getting out of hand.
I do think that that's part of where she was coming from on the not wanting to talk about it anymore. But I'm curious at this point about how much of this is people sincerely feeling like this was too far, too much, and bullying of Miss Netta, and how much of it is just a distaste for the writer at this point. Because it seems like the tide is turning. There's 16,000 people watching for a reason. The show has gone up. People enjoy it. It's a reason that they tune in. But it seems like as of late, people have really been changing how they feel about the writer or the mistress. And I'm wondering really what the line is here. Just like, Conscious is asking, like, where is the line? What is commentary? What is joking? What is dragging? And what is too far? I do think, like you said, there has to be a balance, and there's obvious lines that can't be crossed. Like, okay, we're going too far when you're saying racist stuff, when you're saying transphobic stuff, when you're saying homophobic things, like, yeah, that's an obvious line. But we're not talking about obvious lines, at least not to me here. We're not talking about obvious lines that were crossed. So, like, how do we determine what is too much? And is this situation genuinely too much? Or have we just, as society, determined that he's too much?
Can I ask you a question in a comparison to answer the question by asking a question?
Okay.
Giving an example, is this okay, Conscious? It's giving an example of seeing a white comedian tell jokes about a black person with using stereotypes. And then there's an outrage, and we say it doesn't matter if your intention wasn't to be racist. Like, it doesn't matter that even though what you're saying can be a truth, it is the point that you're saying it, and you know what is attached to that.
But I feel like that's the obvious line. Like that's what I'm saying about obvious lines that are not to be crossed. Like, as a white comedian, your commentary shouldn't be going there, period. It's not your lane. It's not your space. A black comedian can be stereotypical, even though they're still aligned with black comedians about how stereotypical your jokes can be, and without coming across as offensive and no longer funny. But like I said, for me, this is not that hard of a line. It's not that direct. So, like, where is the line crossed? Like, where is the moment? Because to me, like I said earlier, with everything that you were saying about him, and even the examples you were given, to me, the real bottom line for him was the tone. It wasn't necessarily what he was saying, because like you said yourself, what he was saying wasn't that spectacular. But the tone of it is what gave the energy that people seem to be receiving on it. And trust me, I'm not saying that he doesn't come off as elitist or, arrogant at times. And I know that his tone does not help that. And I'm also speaking from a place of knowing his background. Okay. I went to the same university that he did. Now, like Madison says, I'm not that young, but I was not there at his time. Okay. He's older than me. But I do know the university and the mindset that they have, and they will 100% train you to have this talented 10th mindset that you are the chosen one. You know, that Hampton University is just about that. And I love my university, don't get me wrong, but I know what I'm saying. Okay. I know the indoctrination that occurs there. And if you are not strong in mind, if you don't already have, you know, your mindset about who you are and what you are and how you stand, especially as a Black person, you can get lost at that school because they are beating it into you. For example, at the time I was there, it was an argument about us graduating if we were wearing our natural hair. We literally had to protest because we were not straightening our hair for graduation. It wasn't happening. People weren't cutting off locks, and they were demanding it to get you to be able to walk. So I know what his mindset is. I know what has occurred there, you know, and I can't speak to what he's done over the years to remove some of that. If any of it got to him, maybe he was, you know, had his own mindset that makes him seem elitist, you know, before he got to the university. But I'm speaking from real knowledge about knowing his background, knowing his particular field too, and what he got trained in, which was this space, you know, in media. And it's even worse in that department because it is very exclusive to get into. It's a thing. It's a thing. So I'm just curious, like, what is that line?
Because I think my response to that would be, it's not even so much as the elitism, because I mean, we got snobby bitches who exist. I mean, I'm even giving the cunty energy in the season my damn self a little bit. I'm in my anti-hero bag a little bit my damn self. But I think, at least from Miss Netta's perspective, the problem is it's not even that your read was apocalyptic. It's the fact that, bitch, I don't know you, and I don't know why you keep talking about me, especially since you don't like me and you don't want me to be famous. So what do you think you're actually doing when you're sitting on a bitch platform with 16,000 viewers in the chat talking about me? You might want to actually read your own verbiage backwards and cancel your subscription to the Miss Netta and Charles show, since you clearly got a fucking issue with me and don't feel like I deserve none of the hype that I'm getting. And I don't know you, and I'm kind of forced to run into you because I met Maddie through Fox Soul and I really liked her and I actually enjoy her commentary on her morning show. But with you sitting beside her, I'm also forced to hear you, bitch. And I really don't know what the problem is, because I don't speak on trans people. I don't speak on Black people. I don't speak on gay people. I don't speak on nobody. I'm not even a commentator. I am a performer. I am an entertainer, and I do skits and shows and stunts. So I'm just trying to figure out, girl, what is really the heat? So I think for Miss Netta, it was just a consistency of the mistress's kitten heels on Miss Netta's neck. And it was like, what is the issue and why are you actually so fucking pressed? And then for me, it was really, what is the issue too? I'm curious, bitch, why you are this pressed about somebody so non-problematic, but because she ain't taking no money out of your mouth. Y'all in two different lanes, right? You ain't even in entertainment. So she can't even take no food off your plate. Y'all at two different tables, remember? But we know that's not the case, right? Which is why you're so happy to get your ass in front of 16,000 motherfucking viewers, honey, because you with the clout of it all too. But my second issue is, can you get some emotional intelligence here and really understand that everything you literally don't like about Miss Netta is exactly everything you did not like about T.S. Madison? And all the criticism and respectability politics that also impacted the critiques that folk had of T.S. Madison's journey through social media. Because T.S. Madison got dragged for being an ex-worker. She got dragged for running around with her dick hanging out as a trans woman. She got dragged for not giving a fuck about pronouns initially. She got dragged for she got dragged for all of her things or all other things. She got, I mean, you know, and once again, so there's nothing you can say about Miss Netta, who is doing far less than what Maddie was doing during her time on the up and up. That does not slice T.S. Madison's throat the fuck open. And how can you sit here and affirm Maddie and take up an issue with another entertainer who's in her bag and who ain't even doing half the shit that Maddie did on her up and up? It just is so hypocritical. It's so like you are right now embodying the very people who was being a Craig to Miss Madison. You are embodying the energy that Miss Maddie still to this day gets up and cuss the fuck out. You are in the energy of, you're in the same respectability politics, you're in the same vibration, you're bodying the same upper enchilantness or the same superficiality or the same whatever. That is the same energy that compels Miss Maddie to drag the fuck out these hoes when they do the same shit to her. And me and her in the same business, baby. And in her words, we doing it the exact same way. So you can affirm her, and you can wave a church fan at her ass, and you can stand behind her and support her, bitch, while you can't extend that energy to me. We the same bitch.
Miss Netta's no punk.
Can I add something to that? And also, while T.S. Madison was going through it, she couldn't take it. She couldn't handle it in the beginning.
And she still, I mean, she's still going to fuck. Did you hear the line today? Miss Maddie still with the shit. And I'm with her being with the shit, because my issue ain't with Maddie at all, because once again, Maddie ain't the one with the issue. She ain't the one with the issue. It's her sidekick that got the issue.
This video should be a poster card for Miss Netta. Because why it should be a poster card? Because she turned him into a little boy overnight. Had him explain to himself.
Say it again, but I'm sorry.
I said this video should be a poster card for Miss Netta, because she had him turn into everything he thought he was to a little boy explaining himself to her. She stood firm in her strength. She stood firm in who she was.
Cool, Miss Netta.
Miss Netta, yes. Very.
Miss Netta.
She did.
Gather, honey, gather, because she won the war, baby. Because baby, that thing got Miss I'm Too Good right on off her ass, and did what it was supposed to do, baby. Them bullets landed. They struck, baby, on sight. Romeo, any thoughts? Oh, is Romeo still here? I don't think Romeo's still here. Oh no, he gone. So, but I don't feel like we still got did we get to a middle on if there should be a line or not?
No, and that's what I was asking earlier, was like, so what is the line? Where should the line be? And really, I was asking Rumors and Tea earlier, you know, what would the appropriate response have been? Because we already know where the hit dog was hit. We know where the dog was hit, because that's where he hollered. Okay, it was at, like Conscious said, it was at the audacity of somebody that he does not see on his level coming at him. Okay, and going for blood. That being said, though, what was the appropriate response there? And moving forward, what is the line? Like, what does that really look like? And for the people that are in this arena, because I did want to say this to you, Conscious, because a moment ago when you were first responding, you were saying, you know, that with the whole situation, that the way it went down, you know, that I guess bottom line is that his emotion and what his issue is with it. Because to me, the issue comes down to, he just want to know why. Why is this fame worthy, I guess, to me. is what he keeps pointing out, which is crazy.
For the same reason T.S. Madison says.
There you go. That's why I say, which is crazy to ask. He knows what it is. You know, right. But at the same time, are we asking the wrong question there though? Like, at what point do we say, but this is what they do? Like, this is what they do, is social commentary on the hot topic of the day. And if she is the hot topic, is he not to speak on it? Is he not to be able to express his opinion, or how he expresses his opinion is the issue? Like, what are we saying? Which one is it?
I think the proper I don't know if there was a response that was in context and that also didn't allow Madison to catch any strays. I think all the mistress had to say was, girl, like, these people ain't my cup of tea. This just ain't my cup of tea. Like, I don't find them interesting. It's not funny to me. I don't laugh. It's not a kiki. It's just not something that I maybe could like me saying, I didn't know who the fuck these people was. I've been seeing them in my algorithm all year long, but it's just not. I don't ever really get into these fringe people who become pop culture icons. They never really like become a thing for me, but that's something that obviously there is a sector for that, and I just leave that where it is.
Right.
You chime in every now and again because, you know, I am a commentator and I see what's going on out here, but it's really not something I get into. And that's really, Craig never even, how about the proper response was, since he don't like her and he don't want her to be famous, he could have never ever even dealt with it if he didn't want to. If he really didn't want them to be famous, then
that's what I'm saying. Is it realistic to ask if this is what they do?
Yeah,
that's what they talk about. This is what they talk.
The docket is customized, and the docket is a choice. And just like it was on the docket, Miss Maddie took it off the docket because that's how customizable the docket is. We don't have to talk about it. There's no commitment to talk about a particular thing going on in pop culture.
But I think that shows the toxicness of what's happening here, because hey, let's be real, the docket is very customizable, but it's also dictated by what the audience is talking about and asking for. Just like he said, everybody is sending these topics.
I wouldn't say dictated. It can be influenced, but ultimately it's the gatekeepers who decide.
There you go, influenced.
What's going to happen.
Correct. You're right. It's influenced by that. But that being said, if it's influenced by that, the same people that are influencing it and want this as a topic are also offended by the commentary on the topic, but keep making it be a topic. You know what I mean? And yes, they have the power to not engage. They can be like, baby, hands off. We're good on that. We're going to move on from this topic. They could have chosen that lane a long time ago before it got here, but they didn't. And now we here. So like, you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like it's a constant merry-go-round.
Yeah. I mean, and this, and I think it's one of those things that even Maddie didn't anticipate. I think she thought, okay, Miss Netta is a public figure, and I think she assumed what the rest of us did. She's a public figure, and Miss Netta said in either that Shade Room interview, or she said in one of her live streams that I want to be famous. I want to be the center of attention. Like, this is what I want. I want this. So I think that with that being the case, people just assume you ready for this and you ready to deal with what comes with that. So I think initially she probably didn't think anything of Miss Netta being on the docket. I mean, she's a public figure. She's, like, people gonna talk about you. I mean, you giving us content. People gonna provide content about your content. People gonna create content as a result of your content. But with the shit getting out of hand and the shit now going all the way left, I think Maddie now is like, okay, this ain't working, because Maddie knows that she also holds a particular position in the community at this point that the mistresses absolutely do not. And for her, she definitely is going to have to be mindful about what happens in her space, especially as it relates to the communities that she advocates for. Therefore, she can't afford the liability of what the mistress is doing to cost her to cost her questioning around her sincerity and the integrity of her advocacy and what she stands on. But I think this was just I think this was just one of those things that couldn't necessarily be anticipated. They had to just play out, and then you just correct it as you see that it's going all the way down. Okay, like, girl, all right, let's pull back. Because for me, I wasn't ever going to talk about Miss Netta anyway. As Madison said, this was never my team. This was all Craig, bitch. And she should make it clear, girl. I ain't never put Miss Netta. I can do without talking about Miss Netta. She said, I do watch it, but you know, I don't talk about it, and it is what it is. And you know, and now she's using her creative power as to say, okay, we're not gonna do her in my space because I'm not trying to have that, and I'm not trying to have this look like that, and I don't want it to be a trans on trans or a LGBT on LGBT situation because it ain't necessary, and this is really stupid any goddamn way. And there are other things we can get paid and have 16,000 motherfuckers in the live chat to hear us talk about other than Miss fucking Netta. Miss Netta's not the reason 16,000 motherfuckers in the chat. They were already there before we had her ass on the docket. So let's just move it along. So I think this is just a great example that no matter what the audience wants, ultimately content creators need to do what's in the best interest of their brands. And and like they said, all money ain't good money. All coverage, baby. All things that can be done and can be said and can be created don't necessarily need to be created. And when you got something to lose, like Miss Maddie, you know, and you're trying to create something that you want to be of value to you and want sustainability behind, you need to be responsible. And so I think now she is, you know, she put in the reins back. But I don't think anybody could have anticipated it would have got here. You know?
I could have. I'm gonna be honest, because I'm. You know, you want to know the truth when you ask about the line. For me, the line isn't even necessarily what you say or how it's being said.
Yeah.
I think the line is when you are in that field, when your brand is roasting, gagging, dragging, you know, and just overall commentary.
Yeah.
I think the line should be leave commentary alone on content creators specifically that you know that their platform is not, their fame is not being had off of sincere support. When you know that the joke is on them majority of the time and they are not laughing with the crowd, I feel like that should be the line. You should automatically know that this is not the space or the topic to really engage with, because it's already going to be a very sensitive space because people are there with disingenuous reasons. They're there to be entertained in inappropriate ways sometimes. And like I said, they're not there to laugh with Miss Netta because it's not even a funny thing. Like I said, I don't watch her. I just went to look at certain things to see who this person is that keeps speaking on and what's going on. You know, what does she do? Unless I'm, you know, not familiar enough with the videos that I did watch, she doesn't seem like it's supposed to be funny anyways. This is just her living her life and her interactions with her husband, you know, and their daily comings and goings and the meals that she makes. So the fact that she is funny and fodder on the internet to begin with, I think is already a problem. And there's no way for you to be as big as T.S. Madison and join in on the roasting and it not go left. Like I would have anticipated this going bad, period. Even if Madison is not the person who is delivering the commentary, she is sitting there, you know, even if she's like trying to look away or I'm not part of it, that is going to be received as being part of it. It's going to be received as her being in on the joke, no matter how sincere she is on this is, you know, Craig, this ain't me. You know what I mean? So for me, it would have been anticipated that this is going to go left because there's not sincerity to begin with in the support of that platform. And that should be the line.
Insincerity in Maddie's platform?
No, sincerity in Miss Netta's platform and the support and why Miss Netta has the popularity and the rise that she's having. To me, it should have been anticipated.
Her platform is already like her her pedestalization is already sitting on some really fucked up
shaky ground, baby.
To begin with. Like she's already, like her fame is the result of people willing to troll her. Like it goes back to the idea that the public is not laughing with Miss Netta; they're laughing at Miss Netta and Charles. So she's famous because the trolling led to the fame. The trolling is the machine and the fuel behind her fame. So anything else is just going to be add insult to injury.
Just piling on, and to be that high in your fame, to actually be famous, no shade, but to be famous, and you're joining in, even if your join in is I ain't part of it, that still comes off as a joke, you know. So there's no way to win there. Like I expected that to go left. I would have expected it to go left.
Okay. So the lesson for Mother Madison is, boo, when you are the captain, just like a Claudia Jordan is catching all the heat for what another ninja did on TGIF, honey, and she's made the fall guy because she's the captain. When you Beyonce, what happens to Kelly, Michelle, Latavia, Matthew, and them, babe, whatever, it's even if it ain't your fault, it's gonna be your fault. Even if you ain't did it, you did it, baby. So because baby, that's how high the stakes are for whoever is leading the charge. You gotta be extra diligent because, like it or not, fair or not, all roads gonna lead back to you at the end of the day.
You gotta know how low your hangs, okay? How far do they drag? Are you that big? Are you big, or are you just kind of big? Know your status and stay there. Otherwise, it's gonna go left for you. And know the platform that you're speaking on.
Yeah.
Know the reality of the platform and why they are famous or infamous or whatever they're known for. And be realistic. There's no way this could have gone but left, and of course it's going to land on her head.
Yeah. And I think that's what my girl Intersex would agree to too. About the read the room. It's a lesson learned. But let me tell you something, baby. Look, I'm seeing it. A lot of these duos and trios, I think a lot of the reason why it is collapsing is because a lot of the people who have the power to create a trio and create these groups, unfortunately, they're not staying within a weight class.
There you go.
Baby, you better fuck with somebody else who got something to lose too. You better line yourself up with other people, baby, who got something to lose too, baby. Because see, when you keeping that energy, you don't necessarily end up in these situations, but you know, trying to be friends and or trying to be communal or whatever the motivations are, honey, thinking that, oh, okay, this person is good as a key, and I know they bring the key, but once again, you're dealing with a reckless bitch. And you're dealing with,
and I get why they do. I kind of understand why they do, because they feel like if they keep somebody that's not exactly on their level and doesn't have the same level of responsibilities, you can get into some more shady, you know, things. You can keep key a little harder, you know, and be able to toss the responsibility to them, you know. But when it blows up, there's no running from it. It comes to you.
And I think it's short-sightedness on behalf of those who got something to lose, because I think that capitalism come into play. I think, like,
there you go.
Just like in a short-sightedness of of the producer who thought, oh, Horseface for TGIF, like, okay, he controversial, he gets, he messy, he da 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 da, he's a cackle, not realizing that same messiness and that same gift of creating chaos and confusion is what's going to literally be brought to your house. That's what you
swing both ways,
right? And you see how he ain't been able to keep a relationship. He done burnt bridges with everybody that did anything and everything from him, and you gon' be short-sighted and only focus on, oh, I think this person can bring me clicks and views. And then when your shit getting canceled and your network getting canceled and motherfuckers running down to HR and everybody fighting, everybody just up for grab, baby, it's just kind of like, okay, these are the consequences and repercussions of short-sightedness. Y'all can't make everything about capitalism. And I just said this to my community wall. We have to transcend just being gifted can't be enough. We really got to really be interested in putting the right people on as well. Not just gifted, but good human beings who happen to be gifted. Like, y'all gotta include some of this humanity shit. You gotta include some of this character shit. You gotta look at the way people really navigate. You gotta look at their ability to sustain relationships and their ability to be professional and their ability, like, you gotta nuance this shit. Because if you just keep making it about, oh, this person is good for this, and then you leave the rest of the motherfucker out, baby, people don't compartmentalize themselves like that half the time, especially in experienced talent. So you just gonna do this, and then the rest of the bullshit is also gonna follow as well. You bring in this person, but what you didn't know is that in a luggage is them roaches that they brought from their last environment, baby. Now you got a goddamn infestation in your damn place.
Come on. And you need to know their why. You need to know their why they do what they do, why they want to do this with you. You know, like all that background matters, everything that you said. And then the final question is, why? Why are you here? Why do you want this? And what is your intention? Like, what is their real soul for this? Why are they here?
Why are they here? Yeah.
Because it matters. It matters about, will your platform exist once they're gone?
Baby.
Okay.
Let me tell you something.
Can you survive them?
Let me tell you something, baby. I'm learning from TLC. I'm learning from In Vogue. I'm learning from Destiny's Child, baby. I'm learning from NSYNC, Backstreet Boy, baby. But bring on all the trios, the original Queen Sport, baby. TGIF, baby. Let me tell you, the receipts are receiving that the rest of it matters too. It's not just enough to consider somebody, to consider the talent, especially when you're talking about going into business with people and you're talking about all of that. Because think about how this looks to Beyonce, who's very tight on her brand and making sure that the shit around, like, when Beyonce was creating, I don't know whether it was this album or Lemonade or one of the albums, girl, Beyonce was to the point that, girl, she was literally having her producers run criminal background checks on them because she wanted to deal with controversialist people. Like, she was like, bitch, ain't nobody about to have me adjacent to nothing, girl. I make sure these niggas who making these beats ain't no damn SAers. Make sure they ain't no rapists. Make sure they ain't got no femicide charges. Make sure they ain't got no murder charges, because everything comes back to me, and I don't need my name being used in a way that endorses the foolishness, because I know how all this shit get carried away. Like, when you rise, you got to raise everything up. You got to raise your standard up about who around you, your circle, your system, your whole fucking nine. And I'm still watching a lot of people just be deaf and fucking stupid. And I'm also seeing how it continues to bite them in a big ass ass.
For real. I mean, it just matters. It's a reason that, and you need to know your brand. Like, do you need to share your life in order for your brand to exist? If you're just gagging and roasting, why do we know about your whole life? You know, like, that shouldn't be a part of it. It's a reason that Beyonce went silent and stopped trying to get y'all to know her.
That part.
Okay.
Yeah, that part. Anybody else got anything to say, chat? Because we done been here and we done rocked it out. Anybody got anything else they want to add to the commentary? Because we done put our foot in this shit.
So the last
anybody any questions or
I said, so the last couple things y'all was saying about watching people, especially when T.S. Madison doing this starter house and she need those endorsements. She need to watch him, like, again, with 2 pair of glasses.
No, you gotta make it plain. Like, make it plain in the sense, hey, girl, like, what you saying? Like, make it plain.
You said don't make it plain?
No, I said make it plain.
Make my plain?
Yeah.
I did have a question, but if we at the end.
No, like, when you say she need to put 2 glasses on and she got the starter house, like, don't imply.
Speak on it.
Say what you try to say. Like, what like, what is it?
Um.
Mhm.
So basically, in a way, you're trying to
Mhm.
make money off of from the community. Then you have someone there on your live, because he did say, Joe, Netta, whatever she want to be called.
Mhm.
That can stop some endorsements. Like you need to watch who you, just like with Kaya, and she came up with
Mhm.
words like blouse
Mhm.
and different things like that.
Mhm.
I mean, she's smart. I don't know how she's going to do it, but yeah, that definitely didn't look good, or probably don't sit well with a lot of people
Yeah.
from the community that got money in
Yeah.
on her starter
We,
house.
and
And I
because
agree with you 100%. That is not at all the move, and especially not when you're trying to do, I'm assuming it's a nonprofit and
yeah.
charitable thing, and not something she's making money off of. It sounded like it was going to be more of a group home, but I'm not sure, so don't quote me on that. But I will say in his defense that Miss Netta actually does, when she speaks about herself, I've seen on more than one occasion where when she is trying to convey something, she'll say, for me personally, not Miss Netta, Joe.
Oh, see, I ain't seen none of
She,
that.
even in
Okay.
her apology, as a matter
Yeah,
of fact,
she
she has an
does.
apology video, and she
She
does
does.
say that.
Can we not? Because you were saying earlier, and I've been enjoying, even though I don't agree with a lot that you said, I enjoy the breakdown on things from your perspective. But like you were saying earlier, like let's have a real conversation. Let's not pretend like, although we know when someone is trying to weaponize someone's truth against them, and
Absolutely.
that's what, and it's like, okay, I get that we do live in what, and it bothers me that we say this, but I understand we are more aware. We're not a sleeping nation, or like a bunch of sleeping people. People are waking up, and it's
Yeah.
not. It hasn't. For some people act like this is something dramatic that has happened. Because I still feel like we're slow to the change of evolving, for the better. But we do know that there has been a lot of awareness and awakeness, and so people are speaking out more than they were before.
Mm-hmm.
But we put the label, or we always cop out talking about, like, everybody's so sensitive, this, that, and the third. No, people are more vocal.
Correct.
People are standing up for themselves. And so although we may feel like it's sensitive or whatever, and we may, because some of us are desensitized or whatever, whereas others aren't, I think it is unfair to really be dismissive, as if, regardless if she says, yeah, this is not Netta, this is Joe, because I've seen lives where she said that too, or whatever the case may be, doesn't mean that he gets to weaponize it against her. We know what the
Right.
intention was.
Right. No, I agree with you. He definitely was trying to say it like a slight, but I did. The only reason why I emphasize it with her is because for I don't know her age. I don't know what her real age is,
I
but
think she was
I
40.
do.
I think she 40. Because she younger than Craig apparently. So Craig said he
Okay.
47. So she I think she 40, 45 maybe. I don't know, like 46. She's somewhere close. She's in her 40s apparently.
Okay. Yeah, because I do. There is a section of the community that even if I feel like it makes it harder for other trans people, I still respect them in them not wanting to necessarily identify in that way, and not wanting to hold tight to gender affirming names and pronouns. And I don't have to understand it. They don't owe me an explanation as to why they're so staunch on that. But I noticed that a particular age group, especially later 40s, 50s, and the 60s for sure, they seem to be more, I don't know, they just have an attachment to it in a way that sometimes to me feels self-deprecating,
I feel like
It's
because they
it's like
didn't have
stop.
no choice.
Yeah, I was going to say, intersex is like almost like Stockholm syndrome, in a
Mhm.
sense. Like you're just used to having to accept it, and to a point that you kind of become numb to it.
Almost. It feels like that to me, but I don't want to project that on them because I know that my mindset is from a different generation, you know. And so for me, it's like, if that's not what you want to project, why not say and put people in line for where you want to be recognized? But at the same time, like I said, I don't question it because it's not for me to understand why they are so tightly clung to it. But you're right, it feels like
No,
Stockholm
you
to
should
me,
be
but
able
maybe
to
it's not.
No, you should be able to question it, because questioning things, if it's coming from a sincere place, give you an understanding. That's education, that's learning, that's breaking cycles and patterns. Okay, so there's nothing wrong with questioning things. I think that it is also a bit like, it's a little unwise when you see people that have been oppressed, and some people lose the will in the fight. Some people get up, and it doesn't matter what the oppression is, but some people get up in age, a certain point in their life, where they just, they're not that they're happy with it, but they've just submitted to it, and they've lost the will for it, so they just go on just so they can survive and exist. That doesn't mean that it is okay. Just because you're not willing to put up a fight for yourself doesn't always mean that I should not fight for you.
Yeah, no, I respect that, but some of these people I'm talking about are not at all not fighters. Like, they are absolutely fighters and leaders in my local area, in the community. Like, they are the beginnings of the LGBT community where I'm at, and so that's kind of why I don't force the issue.
Can I ask you, have you seen people that fight for others but don't fight for themselves?
100%. Absolutely. I see it all the time. We all have a bad habit of it. It's easier to stand up for somebody else than it is for yourself sometimes. You know, like it's a human trait. So I respect that, and I totally hear where you're coming from. You know, I think just sometimes I feel like it can come off more offensive when I'm questioning you so hard about something I'm not understanding with where you draw a line, you know?
Yeah, I think it's for each individual, like, to be honest, because there's no narrow spectrum. This everything's so broad. So it has to be based upon individuals, and whatever a person tell you about themselves, how they want to be identified, don't want to be identified, whatever. What a person requests, I think, is what we should honor.
Right.
And you just have to deal with it individually.
And that's the way I do it. I've come to a place now at this age where, unless I feel like it is somebody who is genuinely triggered and they are newly getting into the understanding, I let it be. I don't push the issue. You've had this stance much longer than I've been out, and grown. So I let it be. But outside of that, I'm on the same page with you. Typically, I would dig a little further, like, why do you feel that way? But if I've asked that multiple times and you still got your line, I respect the line. It just is what it is. I'm going to go with whatever, pronouns you want today, whatever name you're letting people call you today. Is your space,
Yep. And I'm gonna tell you something, because Mary had asked me, if this is how I feel about the down low community in terms of identity. I'm not I kind of had missed a little bit of what y'all was saying because I was placing the order. But what I will say to what you're saying, Sonny, is we have to realize that a lot of even the need to avoid identification is also about safety. Because once you identify, people then know how to discriminate against you, and then they greenlight themselves to discriminate against you. So I wouldn't be surprised if for Miss Netta, it's like, once I say I'm trans, then every bitch gonna be telling me I ain't no real bitch, and I ain't fish, and I ain't this, and I ain't got a pussy, and I ain't got a womb, and then it's gonna be, and then anything I say is gonna have to find perfectly in line with whatever supposed to be the transgender talking point script, and then it becomes all this other shit. So
and now you got to be an advocate, and it just rolling, and
it just it takes on a life of its own, and then. So there's that, and then the other side of that is that you have people who they, outside of the expectation that can be placed on them, there is like this fear, and I do empathize with the down low community, because the down low community is basically is a community birthed out of a fear response to real tangible danger and violence that can come their way. And we saw that through I forgot the guy name. Reckless always know who I'm talking about because he's a freaky bitch who be always watching all this freaky ass shit. But it's the guy on OnlyFans. I forgot his name. I gave coverage to him like 2 years ago when he
what's his name?
Huh?
Oh my, everyone with a P, right?
I don't know. I don't even know. I can't even.
Ford.
No, it's not Ford. He's recent. This guy is less famous than Ford, but he was. But there was a buzz that was being generated around his OF content because he would do like sleep with little people and he would do like kind of extreme shit.
Oh yeah, with the cornrows.
I think so.
I know
Yeah, forgot about him.
Yeah, he also is like adjacent to the hip hop world, but he's not a rapper, but he's adjacent to that world. But nonetheless, he had a piece of content that came out of a trans woman giving him head, and it went viral. And his homeboys came out on social media and were threatening to unalive this man because he had the audacity to let a trans woman suck his damn dick. But that was their dick as far as they're concerned. The strong ass gatekeeping amongst men's community is heavy, and these men take other men's sexuality very fucking seriously. And they take it so seriously and so personally that they're willing to unalive other men as a result of how they identify, especially if those men also have passing privilege and can blend in with the Crips and can blend in with the Bloods and can blend in with dominant society. They become even more of a threat to the fragility that Black men's current version of masculinity is clinging to. And it's just a prime example that it's still not safe, even in 2022, 2023, 2024, for people for especially masculine presenting men to identify as anything other than heterosexual, because men's community becomes even more paranoid about what that means for them if they can't identify the men around them a particular way. That scares the shit, and it infringes upon this fragile masculinity that they uphold. So when I look at the DL community, it's like, yeah, I hate, because it creates there's a side effect, right? It can lead to infidelity. It leads to people living double lives. It leads to all type of atrocities and pain, and children have to be birthed out of people trying to pretend to be a certain way, and it's not fair to other people who have nothing to do with what's happening internally. But when we talk about the download community, we have to address the society, because it's also a response to the stigmas and the fear mongering and the religiosity and the gatekeeping over normalcy that has led to the development of download men and women. Like, we can't ever look at the download community without looking at the fact that this is a side effect of what dominant society created. So it's a lot.
You're speaking facts. It is a lot. You're speaking facts about that. It's a whole lot. And another level to it that really is a whole nother topic is that homeboy connection and the romantic ties that they have, but they're straight. And I mean literally straight. Their relationships are straight. They're heterosexual, but the love is with their homeboys. The connection is with the homeboys. The damn near the romance is with the homeboys. And I feel like that was a perfect example. I remember what you're talking about, and I remember that interview. And for real, to me, they were an iconic example of when your real ties, your real connections, your real emotional connections are with your homeboys and not with the women that you are connecting with, because they felt some type of way. My God, that situation went crazy. I'll never forget that.
Yeah. It happened too, and it's not for you guys. I'm talking about like this guy came way before 4. Like he paved the way. He paved the way for 4 to exist. But it also happened to 4 too. 4 also has gotten dragged and got a lot of heat from heterosexual men for his for being pegged and all the stuff that he's into that people would consider gay. Also, this happened to Malik Yoba when he tried to come out and advocate for trans visibility. And baby, the way that the black community witch hunted his motherfucking ass up out of this bitch and got Malik Yoba ass up out of her, it goes to show that hell, I'm going to say that masculine presenting, pan, bi, and same gender loving men have it even harder than openly queer men do, because once again, it's something about those men with masculinity having accessibility to a space that no gay shit ain't supposed to be going on in. Is baby, it raises the threat level for men who ain't there, and they not loving and inclusive, and they think that means something about them.
Conscious.
Mm-hmm.
Are you talking about Jimmy Snack?
Jimmy Stacks.
Yes.
That's it. Yep. Jimmy Stacks.
Yes.
Okay.
That's him. That's who I was talking about. Jimmy Stacks. Yep. And then remember the other guy, I constantly bring up his name too. Last name is I think something Barrow, but he had a trans girlfriend and he took his own life because
he from Philadelphia.
Well. Yeah, he's from Philly. And remember that there's a video of him walking out of a store and a gang of what we can assume to be heterosexual men are all filming him and calling him an F word and taunting him and trying to humiliate him over his relationship to that black trans woman. Like, this is what still happens to this day. So when I think about Down Low Folk, I'm just like, no, like that fear is
And
real.
his mother blinked the transgender woman.
Right.
Sure did.
Yeah. Even though, he had a lot of other problems too. And it just seemed that he, it was a lot of things that led ultimately to his life being claimed by self-deletion. But, the point is that I understand that in some way I'm a little bit more privileged. Like, now I don't want to say privileged, but that I just don't have as much judgment. I know that the download community gets a lot of heat from the heteros and the LGBT. Like, nobody fuck with the download. Nobody got a heart for the download men and women of the world. But I do. Because if you've ever been on the download, and most LGBT people who are open and out have been on the download at some point in their life. If you have been, I know all too well the fear psychologically. I know the terror that exists in the thought of somebody finding out and somebody knowing. I know what can potentially be lost as a result of you standing in your truth. The loss of your family, your mother, your parents, your community, sometimes your job, your children even, the literal threat of physical violence. I was listening to even Miss Netta in that the Shade Room interview. The host asked her, like, do you ever fear? And she said, yeah. She said, because a lot does happen to trans women. And that's also why I say Miss Netta is low-key identifying as a trans woman, because she was speaking literally to things that impact trans women. She was like, yeah, it's a lot of things in the headlines, of trans women always ended up unalive, etc. for no reason at all, She said, yes, I too have walked around with the fear for my safety, not knowing exactly how I'll be received. I don't typically tell people that I'm biologically male unless I'm comfortable. Because she was saying, I'm aware of the danger. So this fear, man, it's real. And I don't know if it's illogical to self-preserve when the threat level is that extreme, when literally your life may be taken as a result of you standing in your truth. I don't know if it's an illogical response. Like, if that's an illogical response to say, I'm gonna not tell anybody. I mean, if not telling somebody keeps my motherfucking ass alive, that's not, that's a rational response to imminent danger.
Okay.
I mean, it's built into the fabric of our biology to have a fight or flight response to imminent danger. So you can't raise the bar that high to the point that people are literally threatening to unalive people who identify a certain way, and then also tell people they need to fucking stand in their truth. Are you going to be there to take a bullet for their ass too? Are you going to be there to take a knife for their ass? Are you going to be there to deal with those things? No, you're not. So you don't get to necessarily just, you get to say that, but you are fool to remove all the context for why somebody is on the down low, and to not be reasonable in understanding why people are preserving themselves to that level. I do think it's unfortunate, and I do think that nobody else deserves to be victimized because a person can't live in their truth. But I also got my foot on the neck of society as well. It's a two-sided issue, and there needs to be accountability on both sides.
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure. And more compassion across the board.
Absolutely.
Especially, like you said, from the LGBT community when it comes to the down low community. Now, I'm not saying for the toxic situations.
Right.
I'm not speaking to that. I'm talking about the ones that are genuinely self-preserving, because those of us, like you said, who have came out because you were in.
Yeah.
And you know what you lost, and even if you gain some of it back, the loss is just what it is. And it is something that is hard to recover from emotionally, mentally, and spiritually. And if you've been there, you know what that feels like.
And even if you didn't lose, like, you know what you thought you would.
You know what you thought you would. You know the fear that you had and the risk that you were taking by just doing it anyway.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's what happens when people, because really, when you have to question if you can come out, it means that your community failed you in creating safety for you in that community. They failed you. If you had to think about what I lose to him, if I lose them, if they knew,
or worse,
or worse, what would it do to me if they were to? If they were, you know, so if that's even the thought, then it's just like, yeah, community failed people. Like, your community failed you. Our community failed us. You know, and it's fun.
Can I add something?
Yes, of course.
And people forget that men ain't the only ones that can be DL. Trans women can be DL as well.
Absolutely. Everybody can be on the down low.
And lesbians.
Yeah.
And I've been there. That's what I'm speaking from experience. Jeez. I know. Yeah, okay. And I know the danger and the harm that came to me when I finally spoke out and stood in it. I had to get a backbone. You got to get strong. That's why you could never tell me nothing, about who I am. Because I had to. It was no way to survive what happened after that if I didn't.
Mm-hmm. And you know what? I can't wait till we see when Miss Netta gets strong. Right?
Me too.
I can't wait.
I definitely see it for her. I don't know why. I don't know why, as a minority, the community is not pushing and supporting. Because, it's like anytime you can get people of the minority into certain spaces, you should support. It's a win for you. And that crab in the barrel syndrome has, we just keep, it is weird. I don't like saying that. It is confusing to me. I know why things are the way that they are, but it still confuses me. I don't understand our division, our logic behind the division.
For me, it's a lacking mindset. We don't believe that there's enough to go around, and it's not confidence in the God you serve. You don't think that your God is limitless.
But it's just so indoctrinated in us as, a race of people. And it's sickening because it's every community within our community is affected. And I do realize that other races and nationalities, I understand that they have their own thing, but like I don't be focused on them because we have so many broken fractions within our own. I just don't understand how we don't see and understand. Now, yeah, as they say, all skin folk ain't kin folk, but the more that we get in there, somebody's gonna the more you get in it, the better the odds. You know what I mean? Like, so why fight against any progression that any of us make? Like, it's just a little bit. I don't know. Yeah, when I tell y'all I'm so tired, like I be loving these conversations, but sometimes I be damn near about to go brain dead because
I agree.
it's like being on a hamster wheel.
But you know what, Rumors? Most of the times it end well. Well, at least, yeah. Most of the times it end well. Like I enjoyed, like when Sunny Love first came on. I'm like, oh God. Like I didn't agree with some of the things she was saying, but it was coming from a beautiful person. Like not just talking about your
Hmm.
looks. Like I like the way the conversation flow. Like I didn't have to jump in and get upset that I didn't agree. We just like had the conversation and you know, and that's where
No,
I think that's
But
what
I'm
we
always coming
missing
from a
with
place of wanting to understand and from a place of love. I sincerely want it to be better for all of us. And I feel like these conversations, as draining as they can be and as monotonous as they can get, I feel like the more we talk about it, the more that people have to be educated. They have to have better understanding. Now, what they do with it is up to them. And that's the frustrating part to me, is knowing that people are knowing more, is more information available, and they're accessing it and they're not doing anything with it. That is the part that I'm having a hard time coping with. But I feel
I
like, especially with you intersex and rumors, because I see y'all up here all the time. I've been on panels with you before, and I always respect and love your perspectives and what you stand for and how you say what you got to say, and that you don't back down. Like I have nothing but love and respect for both of you, and I feel like y'all are changing people one by one, whether you know it or not.
yeah, I think that is good to not always agree, because no one's perspective is the same, right? I do agree. I love the fact that this is a platform that allows everyone to have their own opinion, their own way of thinking. And it usually, if everybody's being mature, even when we're not being, we just being ratchet, it usually still, the outcome is you have a different perspective and understanding that you may not agree with, but you still have it. So that's more
hmm
information that you obtain. It's always good to know and comprehend as much as you can someone else's way of thinking, because we already know we're not a monolith. No one person thinks the same. Like that's the reason why, in my opinion, there's a lot of chaos and confusion, because everybody believes that their way is the right way.
And I
But I
want
don't
to
think
be
that
and I want to be clear, Rumors. My way is.
no, but I think there's something wrong though if your way is not if your way does not include someone else's perspective and opinion. We should always consider each other, because it's not just it's an individual thing, but it's not universally a individual thing. We should always humanize each other, and that's the problem. Like it's weird that I'm sorry, it's not weird. It's just really confusing how we just dehumanize each other so much that we have no consideration for each other. But yet when it's our turn to be considered and be humanized, we
Mhm.
demand it.
That's right.
And that's
That's
and that
right.
and I have gotten. I remember of other trans sister Shaw no, it's not Shaw. I forgot how you pronounce her name. Shay Shaw. Sasha, my girl
Sasha.
Sasha, she be great.
Yeah.
She come over here and get it that work, honey. But she used to always say, she had CCB. As hardcore as I am, bitch, even you have a tendency to make me understand the other side in ways that I would not even consider trying to fucking understand the fucking
I
other
agree.
side. And she was like, it's like you live so many lives in one life. I said, I feel like I have. I said, but the bigger thing is everything that Rumors and T just said. I'm aware of that privilege, and I know all too well what it feels like to not be heard, and I know what it's like to be a part of. I mean, I got a lot of minority intersections as a same gender man, as a black man, as a black person, as all this stuff. I mean, I'm a Wiccan. I got a lot of shit that is subjected to scrutiny and judgment and misunderstanding. And I said, so when I'm listening to other communities, I'm genuinely fascinated and I'm genuinely interested in knowing how to scoot over, because I'm not the only person trying to get at the table. I'm not the only person who needs to be at the table. And we're just not, none of us in whatever our identities and intersections are the only ones that exist. It's all of humanity at this point. You know, it's trying to get to the table because there's less than 1% running every fucking body else. So we're all scratching and sniffing and starving for space and for equality and for access and for dignity. And I just, so we have to strive to understand each other, and we have to strive to identify the right sources as the cause for division, and we need to listen to each other. And it was something else I wanted to touch on that Rumors and T had said, and I just got it. I don't know what it had to do with. Oh, I was gonna say, you guys have no idea how fucking many people I have who fucking email me, DM me, and leave comments who say, CTV, I am 72 years old. I am 50 something fucking years old. And I fucking learn from this fucking platform. You teach me. I have learned so much from your platform. So what we do here, it matters. So yes, there are people who gonna be here and they thought ain't change. And you know, they ain't impressed and they ain't swaying. But there's also an equivalent to that person who ain't got it. Somebody else did. What somebody else put down, another person picked the fuck up. So these conversations matter. And we have to use that as our motivation. I know that sometimes because of how crazy shit is and how bad shit gets, sometimes we need it. We want to see the numbers. We want to see a mass amount of people just finally getting on the right page. But you know, a lot of times that's unrealistic unless we're gonna get out here and really start a revolution. Whoop whoop. But if we ain't, you know, but outside of that, you know, we gotta really take pride and be proud of ourselves for being able to change groups of people at a time, and just keep our eye on change and not on volume, but on change. And the people are changing and they're learning and they're growing and they're evolving and they are doing better by their grandbabies and by their daughters and by their sons and by their community and their friends. We're doing the fucking work and we are blessing the land. We are blessing the fucking land. We are being a blessing unto the land.
That part.
Yeah. So I'm really proud of this. And this is why I allowed this to happen. This is why I want us to do this. This is why I will sit here for fucking 5 hours and 6 hours. And I dropped the link because we are having tangible impact. It's not going down the drain. It's not wasted energy. It's not in fucking vain. And this is the scariest part. If we already complaining that, oh, well, you know, it's a per person thing, and you know, we are changing, but we're changing one person at a time. If we decide not to even do that, guess who wins the ultimate war? The people who already got the majority.
The majority.
We can't even afford to not talk. We can't even afford to not do this. We can't even afford to not have these conversations because we already outnumbered to begin with. And we're the only ones doing the work. And we're the only ones who pushing against that. And we're seeing tangible result. If we take our hands off the wheel, baby, we're giving a car to the enemy. And I don't deal with that either. I can't deal with that either.
Right. That's why I think that is really we should stop coming up with the thought pattern of dismissing things so quickly and making it seem like this is so minute or whatever. I just believe that when it comes to the minority, I don't care what it is, whatever issue you want to bring up. And I know that some people are dramatic, but I'm not willing to take a chance as being a part of a minority group and letting something because everyone else says it's a small thing, just letting it ride. You know, like I said earlier, something you have to like set a standard and you have to stick to that standard. And if you gotta call a motherfucker out every time for the littlest thing to keep them on track, then you do that. I don't care how petty until we get to a place as a people where we don't have to sit there and micromanage every little thing. Fuck it. If we have to, micromanage it. For those that don't want to be a part of it, then you send them on a motherfucking way. But for those that want the change, want to keep evolving, want to get back to being owners and being in charge of our own, you know, trajectories and life plans and, you know, creating generational wealth and all of that, doing what every other you know what I'm saying, the majority is doing. But for us, yeah, micromanage the shit out of every little fucking thing that could become problematic for us. Yes. Stop being lazy and do the fucking work.
I can see that.
That's the problem. We got lazy.
I agree. And I think that speaks to what you said a moment ago, too, of why even when we're exhausted, we have to continue.
Yeah. So to the mistress, I hope you are through. I mean, at this point, you've spoken, said enough. I mean, I don't feel as though just because she doesn't have the thick skin that we think she should have right now, that is you should just stop for that reason. But I do think that you've made your point. We get it. You don't think and I don't even watch these people. So I mean, everything I'm discussing is what I've seen in the blogs. But like, you've made your point. We get it. You don't, you know, care for this person. You don't think that they deserve to be where they're at. Oh, well, that's fine. Move on and work to getting to wherever it is that you want to be. Like, because your actions and your words are very much a contradiction to one another. Just move on. There's so much more to be discussed other than these people that you swear are irrelevant.
Can I ask a quick question? Do you think his goal was to put them against each other?
I think he's clout chasing at his finest. I think that he when Madison, because Madison wasn't really entertaining it, that he was goating. I think that he really wanted. I don't think he really wanted Matt because I think he knew that Maddie would not go, like, she's not going to do that. But I do think that he was trying to play it up so that the audience can get caught up in it, and then it becomes some type of a thing. It was given very much elementary, like, you know, maybe not daycare, but maybe preschool. It was given very much that, and I'm glad that Madison didn't um feed into it. But I just want him to stop, like, because he's made his point. And I really want her not to respond. If he doesn't stop, I don't want her to respond again. Like I said, I think if she's going to continue to do this, she needs to have a team. She don't. She all she needs to do is have somebody record her content and up and run all her social media platforms. Let them do all the uploading. Let them interact with the fans, the supporters, followers, whatever. Let them handle that. Like, when you're not in a place where you can handle that, and the more she grows, the more criticism she's gonna get. If she thinks that this is the beginning, she hasn't seen anything. She hasn't seen anything. So she just doesn't need to be on social media until she gets the proper training, the proper team. You know, she needs counseling, in my opinion, because when you going into spaces, I'm a firm believer anytime, even though she says she's always been this way, I do believe that she has suffered some trauma. I mean, I don't know the depths of it, and I think that we will learn all of that as the, you know, time progresses moving forward. But I do think she needs to seek some type of, if she haven't already, some counseling and therapy. Like, because she has to gain the tools to learn how to navigate in that space. She really does.
Agreed. I think somebody spoke to her though, or maybe she had the epiphany herself, because I saw a video of her. She was apologizing to several people. I don't know what those situations were about, including her husband. But something she said in there made me think, okay, she's understanding her brand, and I'm hoping that she's going to take a different stance, because she spoke to the money, that she got caught up going back and forth with people because it was making money. But she realized that she was making money before. She didn't have to start going in this direction. And I love that for her, because like I said, I don't watch her. I never did. I just started looking at blogs and, certain clips to see what is happening here. Like, what is the smoke about? And I realized that at least to me, her brand didn't seem to be anything about this. She's cooking. She's married. It's about her relationship. It's about her. I think she has a cookbook. So it made no sense for her to start digging off into this side of social media. So I'm hoping that that is what she's about to do, is get back to what she's actually here for, separate herself from that fray, and not start blending the two, because that's not what her brand is, and it's not what it needs to be in order to continue to progress. And the ones that really support her, not for the memes, not for the low-key snickering and laughing, are going to continue to not just follow her, but elevate her. That's my hope for her.
I'm back, y'all. I had to order some stuff. I kind of miss what said, but if y'all talking about Miss Netta, yeah, I hope she gets a thick skin too, because she definitely gonna have to make room to just let a lot of stuff go for the sake of her own mental health, even if it's not fair, even if it does constitute as bullying, just for the sake of her mental health. She's going to have to definitely develop a thicker skin, because honestly, the more reaction she gives, the more the trolls know that they're getting to her, and they're going to then continue to commit to bringing this out of her, because now she's put blood in the water. The sharks now got blood in the water.
Y'all know how back in the day you would have PR training. I think that's what it was called, when like music labels and stuff.
Media training.
Yeah, I really wish that there was somewhere, or maybe people need to start offer creating that. And when you see new talent, like content creators coming on, you offer those type of like services, because I just feel like that's what is missing in a lot of platforms today. Like, people are becoming famous and infamous so fast. Everything is very instant. And it's like, if you have no background and no expertise, no professional people, like, you're gonna have these type of things happen. That's why we see so much of it. People can't, like, people are not. It's not that people are sensitive, in my opinion. It's the fact that people don't understand the fine line between social media, even though it's a real space, for what it was created for. Like, it has evolved so much that this is still social. This is still engagement. You may never meet some of these people a day in your life, but it's still a social interaction. And it holds so much weight in people's lives today. Like, all of us, to be honest, we all have our niche and what what it is that we're into, but it affects every last person that interacts in it, that utilizes it.
Yeah.
Some people, the hold and attachment to it is a bit extreme, based upon others. For those, like, people like me, that just, if it ain't conscious, like, I mean, I go and watch little videos and stuff, but I don't be on no other platforms and lives and stuff, because it don't interest me. I'm just gonna keep it 100. I be on Instagram all day, but like, I ain't out here. But that's me. Now, there are other people who do. They go whatever the platform, the social media platform, they like are dedicated to it, and they, to each his own. The whole point is though, that when you become so engraved in it, that it starts messing with your psyche. That's why I was saying, Conscious, like, I want her to start getting counseling and stuff. I just feel like when you get into these certain careers, I think everybody should get this done, though. To be honest, I've
Yeah.
said this before in the past. I just think that we all should have like like maybe 4 months, which would be like what 3 times out of the year, we should all get psych evaluations. You like, and
Agreed.
like it just should be something that is mandatory, just like even more pushed on, and more required than just going to get a general checkup. It should just become mandatory because we're just
Mental
dealing
health
with.
should take priority in people's lives on period. Like, yeah, like mental health needs to be not considered a luxury, but a
It
necessity.
will help in so many areas of our lives, honestly.
And if we can buy $1,400 iPhones and we can spend $23,000 on a Birkin bag, we damn sure can spend money at least, here and there a year on a mental health check-in with a mental health provider and expert, just to make sure that we got what we need internally and that we have a safe space to express ourselves in unbiasedly, and where we can get feedback and strategy and tips from about how to deal with the issues in our lives, etc. Yeah, and there should, and this is a lot of the content creators, especially the ones who have like made it over and beyond. Like, I wish that they would talk more about, pushing, especially since we can see that social media is going to allow a lot of opportunity to be at the hands of people, of all types of people who ready for it, people who ain't ready for it. Because social media is uncontrollable and everybody can be somebody overnight at this point. And there needs to be a conversation around people needing to be ready for this. You needing to be ready to capitalize off of your potential success, because to be on here at all heightens the odds of you going from 1 to 1,000,000 in a blink of an eye. And you want to be able to capitalize. You want to have something to be able to monetize that off of. And just having a whole conversation around just the mental health aspect of being a public figure, because, we look at the social media thing a lot like we do at marriage. We understand that there's a for worse part, but we really only internalize the for better. But we need to really understand that the pendulum swings equally, and the for worse part of social media is the dark side to the shit. And you need to have your internal shit set up a certain way so that this stuff does not get the best of you, because according to the statistics, it's getting to the best of a lot of people, and it's contributing to the mental health decline of its users across the board. And there needs to be some training, etc. I hope that Miss Netta, it's probably gonna have to come from somebody she trusts, somebody close. Gonna have to tell her, hey sis, you need to get a mental health provider involved in this. You're dealing with a lot having this hyper visibility, and apparently it's only going to grow bigger before it grows smaller. And so there's more of this where this comes from. So you need to talk to somebody. You need to, have somebody who you're able to vent to and who can teach you how to deal with all of the shit you now are going to have to deal with. People invading your privacy. You now have become a thing and an object to the public. You are dealing with dehumanization. You're dealing with being objectified. You're dealing with all of these things that can potentially impact your self-esteem. This goes for all social media content creators. So like I say, even Miss Madison, she got up here today and wore bitches out. It's not, nobody is above it. Nobody is above reacting and responding to the trolls, to the false narratives, to the slander, to it all. Beyonce right now is the exception to the goddamn rule. But the majority of people, regardless of how big they are, at some point are going to cave. Hell, a Donald Trump out here talking big shit and crashing the fuck out. And, it's the whole fucking president. So any and all people is subjected to this shit. And media training is a great idea. But because the internet is not regulated, it's no holds bar. Nobody knows how to control it yet, because we are the first generation of social media users. We don't know what we're doing. We've opened up Pandora's box on the strength of curiosity, and we didn't really think the rest of it through.
That's a fact.
We didn't think the rest of that shit through, honey. And now we have to learn as we go. And we're having to learn in real time. but it's going to be in everybody's best interest to do so. And I think, you know, there needs to be a conversation too, even with the audience, around don't use social media as a way to be gangster in a way that you wouldn't be gangster in person. Don't be a weak asshole, and don't be cowardly in that way. Cause if you know that you wouldn't fuck with me in real life, bitch, don't fuck with me in this comment section either. If you know you dare wouldn't try me in real life, don't try me in digital life either. Don't try me in virtual life either. Whatever your real energy is and whatever real business you stand on in real life, keep that same fucking energy behind that keyboard too. Because it's not the only people who can be subjected to an ass whipping are not just the public figures. You know, these viewers now are being doxxed as well. They're being pulled up on. They're being turned into content, and they're being turned into and like they're being subjected to the same shit that they subject the public figures to. So we all, you know, so everybody need a crash course, from the ones behind the wheel to the ones supporting the wheel to, you know, it needs to be a full course, because everything and everybody is out of goddamn control. It's out of control, baby. It's out of control. And I think that Miss Netta, you know, she pulled an interesting reverse Uno on my old boy. She's like, okay, like, once again, girl, you don't get to decide what the rules are once you don't fuck with me. Okay, you now trying to argue, oh, well, you could have said something to me. You could have said something to me. Why I need to come say something to you? You didn't come get my permission to parody me. So what the fuck I need to get your permission? Like, what I need your permission for? I don't. And just like you didn't think to ask me first, was I okay with being talked about in this way? Was I okay being made fun of in this way? Was I okay with this? No. You did what you wanted to do, and you made a lot of assumptions about what you thought I was ready for. And I turned around and played your game. And I decided what you was ready for. And I assumed what you was ready for. And what you wasn't ready for is for me to pull that goddamn criminal arrest record. What you wasn't ready for was for me to pull that goddamn mugshot.
Okay.
What you wasn't ready for, is what I was gonna do and what I thought would be good content. You weren't ready for that. Just like I wasn't ready for you, bitch. You wasn't ready for me. And now we're not ready for each other. Lesson learned. Two. Don't become reactionary. Be preventive. You should have figured all this out before you fuck with me. And then we wouldn't be here today. So I ain't even mad at Miss Netta. I mean, I ain't even mad at Miss Netta, because it's just like, hey, I mean, it's just like, look. You know, but for me, my particular posture as a content creator is, I don't get up here and tell people to stop talking about me. I just get up here and talk worse about these bitches than they do about me. I just return the I just return the favor, and then I press the gas harder in return. And
we
now
know
hoes
it.
want to be having heart attacks in court and shit, and getting PTOs. I thought y'all wanted to play.
Okay, to get litigious,
Why
baby.
are lawsuits coming out? Why are PTOs? What is the problem? I mean, you called my name 5 times in the mirror like Candyman. Now I'm here. Okay, so what's tea? I ain't gonna never get up here, because see, I understand that all the spirit and in love and war, and it would be unfair and hypocritical of me to ask people not to talk, but just keep that same energy when I talk back. That's it. You can talk. Say what you want to say. Do whatever you want to do. Maybe I will circle around to your ass. Maybe I won't. Maybe I will have something to say. Maybe I won't. All I want you to do is, no matter what, just keep that same energy and remember you when you were doing me.
Hey, Conscious.
Hey,
I wanted to say this. You know, I followed Netta when she was big, and I'm gonna say this. I noticed something. If I may interject for a minute, when she was big, they didn't have too much to say. But as soon as she started losing weight, they started coming for her even more. You see what I'm saying? It was fine when she was big and you know how it is, Conscious. Like, if you a certain size or you a certain weight, people don't too much really mess with you, but they mess with you. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like they was fine with her being big. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And they treated her different, because she was doing comedy and stuff. That's what I'm finna tell y'all. So that's the reason why I first started following her, because she was doing comedy. And then, once she started losing weight and stuff, I noticed a difference and stuff like that. And what I'm finna tell y'all, she's getting bullied because she's a different look. She want to change how she looks. She want to change her skin and different things like that. I'm gonna tell y'all something that y'all don't know. Now, she said that she had diabetes and different things like that, and she's trying to, lose weight and different things like that. So she was talking about something very serious. And do you know people was on there bullying her and talking crazy? And this is something serious that could save your life. So what I'm saying is, people, we got so much going on in the world that folks so focused on the wrong thing, we're gonna mess around here and we're gonna get got. It's so much that we could be worried about worrying about what somebody else's life. And then, like you said, Conscious, people can say what they want to say about a person, but they don't want you saying nothing. But see, they don't like how you gonna play back. So what I'm saying is, you got to respect people, regardless of if you don't like them or not. Respect their privacy, respect how they feel. You see what I'm saying? But we live in a world now. Everybody wanna jump in, be viral, do all the different things like that. And I'm gonna say this too. Now, y'all, I don't know if y'all paid attention. This guy Julio. I'm saying it for a reason. Okay. Julio, he caused his own demise. Y'all need to look at that. That's a lesson learned. It's a lesson learned. Y'all gotta, you know what I'm saying? Y'all going around here clout chasing, doing all this crazy stuff, talking about what somebody else. You one thing about it, you don't diss the dead, you don't talk about folks, you don't know how a person may feel. You see what I'm saying? So we as a country, we should be coming together, because if we don't, guess what? We gonna be eating pinto beans out of a can again.
Yeah.
We gonna be in a worse situation than what we is. So all I'm saying is, you want your children going through this. You don't want your family members going through this. I don't care if you have an opinion or not. Keep it to yourself. Sometimes it's best not to say nothing. If you can't say nothing nice, don't say nothing at all.
Baby.
You get what I'm saying? And then and Conscious, you know what went on, you know what I'm saying? And I want to say thank you for standing up for me, for people, saying different things to me, because you know what I'm saying, I can't help some of the stuff that I'm going through, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna show you something. Now, I have 3 friends who know that I have facial hair, and I'm bringing this up for a reason. Okay, you know what they did? They bought me some razors and some shaving cream. They know what I'm going through. Instead of talking about me, they helped me. They actually gave me something. So that's what I'm saying. If you can't be a help to somebody, don't say nothing at all, because you don't know how it is. And that's part of the mental health. Everybody want to sit up here and talk, and they it's about how fast they can hit below the belt. How can they talk about folks and stuff like that, instead of saying something nice? Everybody want to be mean to everybody instead of loving on people. You don't know what they're going through.
And it's so funny, because I want to add super quick to what you just said about the whole people going mean. I also think that this is a result of our society collapsing, because I think the more stress we collectively are under, economically, politically, like the more stressful our lives are becoming, I think the more social media, which acts as an outlet, is going to be abused, because it's going to be an outlet for that frustration. And I think that is what's also fueling a lot of the trolling and a lot of the bad behavior on social media, is that it becomes this space for you to just find somebody to trauma dump on, for you to find somebody to project your frustrations onto. And that's really the whole psychology behind this whole the person that everybody loved to hate dynamic is that
you talking now.
Is that person becomes a target and becomes the emotional dumpster for people who got other things going on beside what they claim it's about, you know. And it's just one thing that leads to another. So we really do need to deal with the issues in our world, and we do need to deal with the issues in our lives, because it does determine and influence, even on an unconscious level, the way that we treat other human beings, whether we are aware of it, whether we're intentional or unintentional about it. And to be honest, like, I thought that Miss Netta was with the shit as well, not knowing that Miss Netta, like, not knowing a lot about Miss Netta before I gave my first commentary on Miss Netta, even though I was on Miss Netta's side. But at the same time, like, you know, I was gagging and roasting too. But as we just kind of really unpack this whole conversation, it's like, I don't want to be a part of that when it comes to Miss Netta. And once I hear somebody kind of like cry out like that, and they literally are not problematic, it's just like, leave people alone and let people go do them. Like, if you got a just reason to be on a bitch ass, you know, then it is what it is. You know, if there's a problem, that's a problem. But if they ain't, then there ain't. And if somebody is saying, I can't, like, this is too much for me, then yeah, the right thing to do then is to cease fire at that point. Cease fire. You know, but I've also seen comments in the comment section about people saying, you know, they don't believe that it should be a line. I disagree. You know, there should always be lines, and boundaries are what keeps a healthy community intact and keeps the rules of engagement intact. Because at the end of the day, the agenda should not be to injure people and to cause people, especially unnecessarily, harm. That just should not be what it is. And I know for me, when it came to Miss Netta and the whole Craig thing, was it's just like, girl, once again, Miss Netta is a non-problematic person. She's just doing skits. I can understand if she's voting for Trump, or she has something that you just really feel like bleeds into your reality, or something that really just offsets society, or something that really just is poisonous to society. But that's just not the case here when it comes to Miss Netta. And TS has traveled the same road to get to where she is. So just shut the fuck up and take responsibility for you not wanting her to be famous by not talking about her, so that she doesn't have to be. That's one less motherfucker making her famous. That's one less chat. That's one less community that got her in the algorithm. So be a part of the solution, mistress. But yeah, I agree, Rashonda. You know, it's getting toxic, and it's going to get worse as our society gets worse, as our society declines and dies. Social media is going to get worse. You know, we got whole beef sectors all over this motherfucker. People getting their children taken from CPS. People getting the cops called on them. People are being unalived. I mean, it's so much ratchetness going on as a result of online fodder. You know, we got people taking their lives over online shit. I mean, it's just gone to the extreme. You know, it's Google gone wild.
But you know something, Conscious. Here's the crazy part about it. It's like they think that life is a video game now. You get what I'm saying? Like, you can just reset your life and start over, you know, press play and start all over again.
Yeah.
You know, and here's the thing. It ain't worth your life. It ain't worth, you know, where it has been the common sense of all this. You see what I'm saying? It's like now people don't have even common sense to even just say, hey, you know, it ain't worth it or whatever. It's like they feeding. You know how when you was in high school and people run to a fight, when they say fight. What I'm saying is, I said it a minute ago, social media is just like a big old high school all over again, where you have a bunch of people that just doing whatever they want to do, bullying, different things, different avenues of stuff. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You can't do that in real life, because you don't know how it's going to affect you, your children. You know, and if we don't get this stuff together, we're gonna be we're gonna end up back in slavery. We already don't have rights as black folks. You see what I'm saying? Our race,
Yeah.
our people. And people don't see that. You see what I'm saying? Women having problems getting, you know, they try to take women's votings and all that stuff. It's so much that we could be talking about besides how somebody is how their hair is and how they looking and different things like that. You had somebody said something the other day. I had talked to somebody and they said they had a problem with a person being transgender. That's your issue with that person. How you going to get mad about somebody a decision that they made? You get what I'm saying? And if we don't get this stuff together and we don't respect people as a person, how are we gonna when something really happened, or if a bomb hit something, how are we gonna come together? Think about what I'm saying. Because you know, in the White House they have that. I'm just trying to
And
tell
that's the
y'all.
whole gag over Shonda is that shouldn't be the only time that we have a humanity. Is when some hurricane done rip through somewhere or something extreme doesn't happen. Like this stuff here matters too. Like how we literally just treat people in every capacity. And I guess we've all played our role in it. And I don't, you know, and this is just interesting that this whole thing really just is interesting as hell, you know, because I don't know about I don't know about all of y'all's lines, but I know like for instance, right? I definitely roast, I gag, I drag, and that spirit done came over me. My mission statement is I'm going to drag with a purpose. I'm going to drag with the intent to awaken and to call out the bullshit.
Yeah.
Which is why even in my hot topics, I try to really I try to pick stuff that I can really talk about. It's like I can use that situation to really just do some good, either in my viewers' lives or either in the celebrity that I'm directly talking to. Like in my hot topics, I called out Cardi B. And I'm just like, why are you out here addressing your family issues to the same space you consider to be toxic and a bully to you? Why are you giving this space, this content? You're the same person who always hooting and hollering all over social media about social media, like coming at your neck, and you want to get out here and throw all these subliminal shots to whoever in your family you are addressing through social media, and then your excuse is, well, I can't get y'all on the phone, so I know y'all here, and then you think that's mature as a mother, and you're talking about, and like you're responding to actual issues right in your real life situation. Cardi B, you out of order, girl, and you too fucking grown. Like, grow up, grow up, grow the fuck up. Who does that? And what example are you fucking setting for your children?
I'm gonna tell you, Conscious. It's. I'm gonna tell you this. It's a lot of dope bullies that used to be young bullies. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
It's just trickling all over, and then they want you to give their children grace. Oh, don't bully my children, but you forget you a bully. You see what I'm saying? So it's like we got so many adults who haven't healed, who like trauma, who like drama, who like mess, who like being in the spotlight and different things like that. You got to take, and that's another thing. A lot of people in this America, that we have, they don't want to look in themselves in the mirror. Prime example, the Rona. Okay, do you know people would not sit down? Do you know they told folks sit down, sit your butt down. No, I got to go out there. I got to go out there. You see what happened, Conscious, don't you? You see, so it says in in the Bible, it said warning come before destruction. What people really think it's a game? It's not.
Yeah.
So all I'm saying is God have sent people to warn. And I thank God for you, Conscious, because you have a heart of gold, and you know you have a God in you. You see what I'm saying? Now,
Yeah.
regardless of who may have what, that still don't give people to come at you, you know what I'm saying, and lie on you and disrespect you. You know what I'm saying? Because you're taking time out of your day and trying to love on people and heal people and try to get people to understand where life is and where it's going. You see what I'm saying? So I've learned so much from you, and I want to say thank you
Thank
for
you.
standing up for me and being there for me. You know what I'm saying?
You're welcome.
I just it makes me teary eyed because I you know you accepted me when people in my hometown don't even accept me. See what I'm saying? And that's sad. So we got a lot of work to do. People want to sit up here and don't want to do the work, but then want to sit up here and talk crazy to folk. And not only that, see when you do stuff like that, people minds, you don't know where their minds and their hearts are. You see what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
you gotta be careful what you say and what you do.
Yeah. And
Work on you.
everything that you just said is a prime example that this space equally can be used to heal and to bring people together, because even the trolls are missing out on an opportunity to really get their actual needs met, because their own trolling is birthed out of something horrendous in their life. It's a result of their own frustrations with their own lives. And if they would convert that into using that same energy to troll and take advantage of the space that also equally offers safety, that offers social services and resources, that offers so much content that can actually help you to deal with your issues. Like there's so many therapists and psychologists who literally have channels and TikToks and platforms who are giving away free information, that are just offering all type of support, etc. Like this space can be used for that, and people could get that out of this space. They could get a home, they could get love, they could get community if that's what they set their sights upon. It's all here. It's all sitting right here in this situation. So your testimony is, you know, a receipt to that, Rashonda. And I want to ask Tanya, are you still there, Tanya?
Yes, I'm still here.
Okay, I just want to make sure that you're still there, and I also just want to make sure that you had an opportunity to speak to before we get out of here.
Yeah, I wanted to say earlier, I don't know if I should say it now, but
yes, you should.
Okay. The TS, you know, the TS and transsexual or transgender, it usually falls under an umbrella. So when she goes by TS, most TSs, one of the first things they do is change their names. So if she's still going by Timothy, I guess I was agreeing.
That's what I called you up here for. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I guess you know she was doing that like Intersex was saying because of her mother. You clearly could see that because most homosexuals know the paperwork is important and they do the paperwork, and it seems like she lacked in that area. And it was a sensitive thing for her too. You could see it as you watch her talk about it. Yeah.
Do you? Oh,
okay. She's a
okay.
very strong person, though. She's like she's turning her home. I read or I saw somewhere into like a transitional.
Yeah.
So that's just amazing.
Yeah, T.S. Madison has come up. Damn, she done came across the threshold. But you know, though, that's a prime example of what you just said, even about T.S. Madison. Like when we were talking about transphobia in the download community and how much is at stake for queer people when we talk about coming out. That it's not that easy. And obviously, in all the ways that T.S. Madison has accommodated her mom's journey with accepting her, all that accommodation was the result of her not wanting to lose her mama, you know, over her truth.
Sacrificed for that too.
Huh?
She sacrificed for that too. She sacrificed within herself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I guess it's because here's the thing about love. Like, ideally, T.S. Madison shouldn't have had to compromise anything and still should have been afforded the love from the people that say they love her. But at the same time, I can also accept that love also, when love can't have its full circle moment, it then will strive to meet in the middle at least. And I think Madison and Mother Mary, I think they met each other in the middle, and I think that's fair.
Yeah, I think that's more than fair.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for your mother, I think that's more than fair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, she gave her mom time to, you know, she extended patience to her, and she allowed her to move around her transness in a way that Mother Mary felt didn't infringe on her own principle system or ideology or whatever it is. And in return, Mother Mary leaned into the rest of it. You know, she gave up. You know, she gave up her side too, and she embraced the community that come with T.S. Madison. She embraced and decided to respect the way her daughter decides to live her life, regardless of if she believes differently, but she respects it. And she met TS halfway, and I think that's a beautiful thing too, because, you know, everybody not gonna get everything they want, but I think that love kind of is designed to deal with that, to deal just with that. Like, love is by design in place to help us reason together, to help us to find middle ground amongst each other, to help us to find the spaces where we can compromise, where we can give up something to get something. And I think that that's literally the nature of love. So I'm happy for TS, and I'm happy for Mother Mary, because so many queer people don't have their parents in their life as a result of these things. And these things didn't work out for so many parents. These things didn't work out for so many queer children. So it's an interesting thing.
That is definitely true. And as I see her make the sacrifice, I also see them thrive with their relationship, how they've went from one way to another today, how they've grown from day to day.
Yeah.
They are a great example.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, it's amazing. It's inspiring, you know. It just shows what we can. When you love somebody, you fight. And if you're fighting together, you got a good thing going. If y'all fighting to understand each other, then y'all are in the literal good fight. That's what the good fight is. You know, you're fighting to understand each other. You're fighting to get it. You're fighting to figure it out for each other. And that needs to bleed out into the rest of the world. We need to be fighting to hold on to each other and not finding every reason to not want anything to do with each other. And that's getting so hard to do, because so many people have just taken on such a shallow existence, and so many people have become so jaded by the life experience, and so guarded and so defensive and so this and so that. And so, you know, it's getting real rough out here, but we all get to make a choice in terms of what we want to do with the tragedies of our life. Do we want to be defined by them, or are we going to use them to inspire a better version of self?
That's true.
And evangelize that good out into the world. We all get the choice to be either the superhero or the supervillain. The choice is ours, though. The choice is ours.
Need superhero days, so that's true. Yeah, 100% true.
Because right now, baby, I feel like we in Gotham, honey, and it's the heroes against the supervillains of Gotham, honey. It's a lot going on. It's a lot going on.
There is a lot going on, and it will keep your mind very busy.
It will, and it does.
And to find your depth within.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, I think it just says asking me to unmute. Can you hear me, intersex?
Yes, can you hear me?
Okay, yes.
Okay, so I was saying that I just hope and pray that this safe haven that she's creating in her home is really for the community and not for money. And I say this because I know when you get like endorsements and things like that, it
The fine print, right?
yeah, and it goes to help a particular type of trans woman. And I said it like that because I don't know how much I can say.
No,
Like,
say it because I don't even know what you. Because I'm trying. I don't even know what you're trying to say. Like
so,
for
like, no, because I hope it like when she get endorsements, she's not taking money from people who only want to help trans women who's sick. I don't know if I can say that word, so I'm gonna just say that.
Oh, the H, the
Yes.
H. Okay.
Like it's not an age restriction and et cetera, et cetera. Like it's not like the places that the community already have that's not really given to the community. Like it's a age, it's only for the youth, et cetera, et cetera. It's just like a long list of BS that certain endorsements, certain LGBT community people who has the money only like I don't know what words I can say, so I'm trying to like, but because we have a safe haven spot place in Baltimore. And what I mean by that, like this person to me, it's 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 not growing, it's not progressing in the community. Like they allow the certain things they allow in the home is not really helping the community if you're helping them to
Can I tap in and say something?
Yeah.
I get what you're saying. You want to make sure it's legit and genuine because you can say these things and show these things, and then you can show up like how politicians show up. Oh, I'm going to do this and do that, and then turn around and don't do half of the things that you say you're going to do. That's all I got to say.
But you know what? Because she has done so much in her life, and we have seen it, we have seen how it's grown, and you want to give her the love and the light, like CTE would say all the time, give her the good light. The future will tell all that.
Jonathan, if you in the chat, could you hit the link super quick and explain like the house situation? Because I'm gonna be honest, I personally don't know a lot about the house situation that you're doing. But I know that Jonathan is trying to speak to some of your concerns or intersex. Jonathan said that Dominique Morgan, who I believe is another trans woman as well, is the one who inspired Maddie to do this as a legacy. She's not doing this for money. And I think that Jonathan also said that he's pretty sure that Dominique Morgan is helping her with this, and Dominique knows what she's doing, because I think that Dominique is also like very active in the community and with advocacy, etc. too, if I'm not mistaken. So I just dropped the link for Jonathan. I think it kicked you out, Jonathan. Okay, so we're going to see if Jonathan can hit the link to explain more about the situation.
All these things I know. I watched when she announced. I watched the people that was in the audience. I watched the people who was on stage speaking. I watched all of it. Like I'm not a type of person that just say something out my mouth without watching
Yeah.
And it's a new it's one in Baltimore like that. And I just don't agree with certain things. Like, if you have a safe haven for people, you shouldn't allow them to, still in the home. Still, it's certain things that you shouldn't do. It's certain things that I just wish I just hope it's a new opportunity. It's not an opportunity that's, oh, you have to have this. You have to be this age. You have to be this. Like,
I mean,
certain.
but everything that's created intersex has to, it. I mean, it's, it has an intended target audience. I mean, I don't know if this is like a kind of like a free for all that we taking 10-year-olds.
I don't want to cut you off, but just TV, out of all respect, I get what she's saying and what she's feeling from. She's wanting to make sure that it's like, okay, you say you're doing this and you're doing that, and this is what's going on. Is it really legit? Like, because you can show up like this and then turn around, it's a whole chaos or shit show with things that's going on behind the scenes, and it's not showing up in the forefront. And
Mm-hmm.
this is me saying that as a heterosexual woman.
But intersex is also saying that on the front end as well, that she thinks that it should end coming this side the third. Is that a little bit of projection intersex? I mean, do you get to tell another
No, but I'm saying a
visionary
lot of
how, like, if they want 18 to 30-year-olds, or if they go on for 30 to 45? I mean, like, isn't that kind of tailored to the creator and not necessarily to
Yeah, initially what
outside?
she said was she
Mhm.
had a lot of special moments in the house. The house,
Mhm.
she made her first million in the house. I
Yeah.
watched everything, right?
Mhm, mhm,
So
mhm.
in a sense, some of the things that she went through, if she's creating a environment like the environments that's already out there, you're not really helping, because she had to go through things like that because she didn't have this, and she didn't qualify because of her age, and et cetera, et cetera. You get what I'm saying?
I get you.
Okay.
So she still had to do the things she had to do to become who she is today, because those opportunities were not given to her, because you had to be this, you had to be that, you had to do this, you had to be that.
So she's going to create a criteria some way, you feeling? Or am I wrong? Because I'm trying to make sure I understand where you're coming
Yeah, because
from.
I'm trying to understand too, because that's what it sounds. It sounds like intersex is against the criteria.
I'm not. I'm against.
No.
I'm against
Mhm.
the criteria because it's not nothing new. Everywhere in the states
Mhm.
have these things, and they're taking the money from these people who only want to help girls who have certain things. It's because they're getting money in the back end
Mhm.
because they helping a particular type of person. You get what I'm saying?
So
Yeah,
you're
that's a
saying that
similarity of how. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Conscious.
no, I was just going to ask. So you're saying that you would like TS to create something that is non-stereotypical, something that's for the other girls,
I-
not for the girls who typically already receive benefits and help from the system, but create another situation that allows other girls to qualify for
Correct.
this aid and this help.
Correct.
Okay.
And then when you're saying that, you're saying like, okay, let's recognize that and pay attention to that, because it's like sometimes some people will say these things, but they'll be saying these things and it doesn't matter
But
as what you're
hmm
speaking on.
and still making
Okay.
money on the back end.
Exactly. I got you.
I the thing about this
I
is
mean, but here's the thing: in business, we can't keep the lights on unless money coming from somewhere.
Okay, that's fine. So that's fine. Then don't have a nonprofit. Don't say it's a nonprofit and having it under a different
Ain't
name.
saying that though, that not have a nonprofit. I can say when you join the nonprofit, you need to make sure it's equality for across the board.
Okay, yeah,
If
I get
that
what you're
makes
saying.
sense.
I agree with what you're both saying to have to switch the target audience. But I will say this, it matters about the funding, if it's just her funding this, or if she's receiving grant money and how this nonprofit is being registered, what she's saying it's for. Because, and I'm saying this from experience of starting nonprofits, of having a charitable foundation, that they do create parameters depending on how your organization has been set up. And sometimes it doesn't allow you to expand your audience. Hence the reason the same group of girls keep getting targeted for a lot of these programs.
And you're
It's
definitely
not
correct.
coincidence.
You're
Yeah, it's not a
definitely
coincidence,
correct
and
on what you're
it's
saying.
not necessarily a prejudice either that's happening. It's because they are not using private funding. They are getting funded via grants,
Mm-hmm.
and other organizations that are requiring specific billing on who can participate. So it's not necessarily up to her if the money is not coming purely out of her pocket and, like I said, private money.
That's a thing to think about though. You right. I
But
can see what you're
honestly,
saying.
I'm reading the comment on the thing.
Mhm.
Honestly, if she's getting funded by something, she's not gonna have to say. She's not.
She definitely ain't because their money is going to be power to
Yes.
control her and manipulate her to do what they need, just like with politics. And we ain't gonna go into that, but yeah,
There you go.
that
Exactly.
happens.
And so it's earmarked. It has a specific use that it has to legally be used for, because
Can
every
I
dollar that you spend in your nonprofit does have to be reported.
No,
And
go
what
ahead.
You have to show
and
how it's
what
being
if
can I give
used.
an
and what
example?
and what if hold on, I was gonna say this, I'm intersect. Like what you think about this? I mean, like, what if this is what Madison wants to contribute to? Like, you know how like you have a lot of celebrities who will like be the brand ambassador of a company or
I just,
of a
I don't mean
charity.
to
Hold on,
cut
hold
you
on,
off
hold
and
on, hold on,
said
hold
you.
on, hold on, hold on, hold
Go
on.
ahead.
Like how you will have like a celebrity, who will embrace a charity, who will stand behind a corporation, etc. Like, I mean, like, what if this is what she feels called to do? Like, what if these are the groups of people that she, in this particular situation, want to help as well? Like, she wants to have her hand in.
Okay, so what I would say is I don't feel like T.S. Madison can be bought because she gonna say what she gonna say. She gonna do what she wanna do. She always showed us that way, and that's what she does, and that's her brand. Regardless that T.S. Madison. I'm in a movie. I'm in a TV show. Um, Beyonce. I'm there. I got a Grammy and all that stuff. I don't feel like she's bought, but what's coming off a little bit low key, it's seeming like she's low key like agreeing to be bought. And I think what a lot of people is thinking and saying is looking at that and paying attention to that, but she's not doing that
Okay, can y'all
because
like?
one thing
'Cause
we
I want to do my homework. Like, can somebody at some point? It ain't gotta be right now, but can somebody send me the links where I can get like I can like hear about this house thing, because I don't know enough about this house situation. I know that Madison got a house situation going on, but I don't know the ins and outs. I haven't even heard T.S. Madison speak on it
you
I
personally.
can
said
send.
Jonathan can do it.
Huh?
You said Jonathan can do it. I want to hear more from him.
Okay.
I don't think that Jonathan can hit the link, but can somebody send me, like, because I also want to just see it for myself, so that I can just have an understanding of what the hell is going on, because I really don't even know what is going on enough to know how to speak to some of the concerns of intersex. But go ahead.
Okay. So can I'm gonna respond because he
Mm-hmm.
mentioned Hope Giselle.
Yes, hope
Ar-
because I know who that is.
Around the time, this was a couple years ago, when they shut down Backpage, Hope Giselle got on live and she discussed how She was looking down on the girls who do those things. And after a video, she came back and she made another video of how she was creating this website that was going to help women of trans experience to find jobs who only looking for women of trans experience to hire. And to be honest with you, to narrow it down, the the website was some shit. I don't know how many people she helped get a job. Like, it was bullshit.
I mean, can you break that down? Like, what you mean by like
Like
bullshit
a
because
lot
of
of all right. So, for example, I know people who filled out applications, who sent emails, no response, etc., etc. Like, it didn't help the community. And it's times when things like this happen, and like, I'm not saying them, but in general, people ushered in their girlfriends first. People they know in situations that need help.
I feel you on that one. I really do. Because the conversation is like you asking a question and then you're not getting the answer you're supposed to get. And then you're wondering why you're not getting the answer you're supposed to get. And then it's like, okay, you know what? I'm going to just chill out because maybe
Can
I'm
I give
doing
an
too much.
example real quick?
No, give it.
So, at one point in time, okay, so I'm a woman of intersex experience, but I had the trans experience. But everything has changed and whatever. So, I have a girlfriend who works in the community work. And in order for the people she worked for to get paid, they have to have a certain amount of money, a certain amount of people who get tested, etc. It's a list of things that they have to meet, right? And so one day I went to get tested, and so happily I look over and I seen that my information of my sex and my gender was changed. So my ID says female. I identify as a female. My birth certificate says female. All my information says female, even my social security card. They changed the information to male for them to get money. What
That's wrong, though.
what pissed me off about the situation is I seen the paperwork. If I didn't see the paperwork and then the person like broke it down to me, like, the same organization doing COVID.
The system.
Can't say that word. During that
Right.
time, they were trying to give uh different people gifts and et cetera to, you know, nobody's not working, etc. So the first
Mm-hmm.
thing the person said when I answered the phone, now this is a gay man that's in ballroom, a gay man
Really?
that is around the thing. The first thing he said was, "What is your dead name?" He didn't say it like that. And I said, "Excuse me?" He was like, I said, "Sir, what are you talking about? The name I gave you is my name." "Oh, that's the name you prefer?" I'm like, "No, that's my name." To me, he was forcing me to say a different name so he could put in the information. Yeah, that pissed me off. That pissed
And I ain't
me
mad at you for that. I am
off.
not mad at you for that.
So what I'm
'Cause it
saying
really
is,
is crazy.
when you have organizations with big money, because I'm sure she's only going to take endorsements from people who's going to give her big money, it's things that you have to have in writing to able to get this money. Just like he changed my information to mail. So it's like, and I'm not saying anything. I feel like what she's doing is beautiful, but once I seen all the lights, cameras, and action and all that, That's scary to a lot of people in the community because you don't know what people in the community deal with when they go to these community things.
And the
It's a
fact
lot.
that the point what you just said is like, yeah, some people are looking at it this way, but we're looking at it this way, and it's not being spoke more of, so we can understand and figure it out. And I'm a heterosexual woman, understanding what the fuck you talking about because
And me
I
and my
don't think
friend
that's
almost
right.
went to blows over this. I was like,
I'm
change
sure
my
you
shit
did. I
back.
really apologize that that happened to
I
you.
was
And
just
that's
like,
fraud. That's fraud, by the way, just so you're aware. But I do want to say that so that we're clear on here for everybody listening too, that these are assumptions. We don't know where the money is coming from. She definitely has the money to do this on her own, out of her own account, and not be taking any funding or grant money. So I don't want anyone to run with what I said and think that I know that this is going to be outside funded. I was just throwing that in there to make it clear about why there's so many organizations that have the same background, the same requirements for participants. You know, they're always going towards the same target audience. I just wanted to clarify why that happens, but I'm not at all insinuating that that is what's happening here
But I
or
feel
that
as
she
a
is going to be
group,
getting
all of us
outside money for
don't
her
feel
her
like
her
that.
program. So I just want to be clear about that. I'm not saying T.S. Madison is receiving any money for any program that she is starting
No,
or
but
this nonprofit.
I get what you're saying, but I feel like we all as a group understand and know that better. We know better on that. We passed that. Not being funny on that, but I'm just saying I think a lot of us on this group knows that, but we just questioning questions because we got questions. It's not like trying to like tear her down or anything because I love T.S. Madison. That's my girl. Honey, that's how I found
Okay, well,
Consciouztv
can you
through
intercept do
T.S.
me a
Madison.
favor? And can y'all inbox Madison and give her an opportunity to speak specifically to these things because she is tangible. She is
Sorry, I'm
she
sorry.
is available. I mean, she does have a comment
I'm
section and
sorry.
she got a
But I've
DM.
been able to
Can
communicate with
we
you,
ask
Conscious,
some
and I
questions first before we just think that I mean, like she is there to be spoken to. Can we not send her an email, John, and then this is a
Okay.
you know what,
Then
you
get
know
into
what, you know what, you know what, Conscious, I get you. I got you on that. I would do that. But the thing is, I don't hate T.S. Madison. I'm not trying to tear her down. We're having a real conversation. I'm just giving you my truth conversation because I'm in my era where I don't give a fuck what nobody feels, what I say. If I be a villain, I be a villain. I'm in that stage now. I'm in my story, journey, and stuff like that. But I ain't trying to tear T.S. Madison down because I love her. She got me through a lot of shit, and she still going to get me through a lot of shit that I got going on right now. We ain't talk. We gotta talk. But yeah. Just to make a long story short and shut the fuck up. I ain't trying. I ain't here to tear her down.
Conscious.
I'm just asking questions.
Conscious.
Mm-hmm.
This is why sometimes I just don't say nothing.
No, I know you need to say it because it allows us. Because now that you done said it, and you and V,
Why are you
and
gonna
you
be
and V, or
quiet for
and you
what?
and
Why are
V,
you gonna be
you and V
quiet?
got
Talk.
questions. Is good
Because listen,
because it allow us to be able to tell y'all that y'all need to be sending emails. Damn it!
Okay. Okay.
But y'all need to be sending
I know.
emails, baby.
Hilarious.
For real.
I
That's what
mean,
I'm saying. I ain't even on that. Like I'm just talking, but it ain't that serious, you know. I'm
I was
just
just talking
saying and
shit.
speaking my piece.
I was just
Yeah,
speaking
and
my
I
piece.
want you to say what you gotta say,
I
and
ain't mean to
and
ruffle
tell my
feathers.
ass up when you gotta tell me your ass up. And I ain't saying the right things.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
not
baby, because
mad.
y'all ain't about to have a medicine come on the bitch and tell me you
But
pussy
listen,
assholes. I hear talking about me, you pussy ass bitches.
but
Y'all,
listen,
Okay.
I mean, y'all
but
ain't.
Okay.
listen, but listen. All I will say, and I'ma just shut up. I
Man,
know
that's
for
why I'm putting my phone on mute to shut the fuck up too.
Because if TS Master tell me to shut my fat ass up, I'm gonna shut my fat ass up.
Okay.
That part.
And this would happen when I got my fucking picture up here.
Oh,
Because this is also a great lesson in like because
No,
I'm
but
curious.
but you
No,
know
no, no,
how?
no, no. Because
Can I
I'm for
just?
real curious now.
Can I
I'm
just
curious.
finish? It
It's
it
not the dialogue. No,
it
let
makes
her
you
finish. But it's the
it
dialogue
makes you
not
feel
that
like
good.
it makes you feel like shit when a person that is helping the community tell you if you never did drugs before, you never got locked up, you never did this, 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 you don't got this, you don't got this, I can't help you.
Yeah.
That
That
shit
part.
is some crazy that shit. I don't that feeling, and it's so many people in the community get that feeling.
Yeah, it's like a reason, especially for people that look like us, people that's
Oh,
black and brown like
listen.
us.
The kicker is you
Listen,
never
I
been
ain't
to
trying to be
jail.
shady.
How?
I ain't trying to be shady, but it happens for y'all. But I ain't gonna lie, it happens a lot in the heterosexual community. Y'all don't even get that. See,
Especially in
I'm
the
here
black
to
woman
tell y'all
community.
to see and let y'all know. In the heterosexual, I'm like y'all driving me crazy right now, because I don't understand this shit. I'm getting older and I'm learning myself and what I want and stuff like that. And I'm like, I'm so tired of just considifying or whatever the fucking word I just made up
Somebody
of
said she
just
didn't get no.
being this person. Huh?
Somebody said she didn't get a. Shut
She didn't.
I ain't worrying about the comments because I ain't gonna pay attention to the comments. I'm talking to y'all.
up.
Hold on. Let me say this. Because this is good, right? But because I was going to ask intersex, like my thing about it is like when a lot of these figures are actually tangible, they can be accessed. Why is it that we have concerns or even have things that we feel like we could contribute or ideas that could be expounded upon? Why don't we actually
First,
take like why don't we actually take that to the tangible influencer instead of internalizing kind of the worst fears or holding on to
first of all, I've been so scared.
finish. Hold on.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm gonna
And
let you know, but go ahead.
this is really directed to an intersex. And because intersex, you also have some great ideas. And I don't know if you were to like find a way to communicate with T.S. Madison through email, through DM, etc., and be like, hey girl, like I see what you're doing. And I
I feel like I'm a no factor.
Hold on. Can I finish y'all?
No, I want you to finish, but I gotta say that
I'm
I feel like I'm a
trying
no
to
factor.
finish. I tried to get to the finish mark.
Okay.
Okay.
So,
Let me shut the hell up.
like, can we, because you don't know what will happen out of that conversation. So you could very well have that conversation with T.S. Madison, behind the scenes, in front of the scenes, or wherever. You can send her a super chat like while she is live and say, hey Madison, I sent you a very important email or DM. Could you please look for this name in your DMs and get back to me? And in that DM, it could be, hey Madison, I see what you're doing, girl. And I got some questions. And on top of some questions, I got some things that I think you may be interested in. And I just want to pitch this to you as it relates to what you're doing. And then give Madison the opportunity to like be impressed. I mean, to be inspired by that, because she may be like, oh girl, that's a wonderful idea. I didn't even think of that, because this is the thing, right?
The thing is, I don't feel like I'm a nobody.
Hold on, because it's interrupting like continuity here. Hold on, because what it does is, first of all, it gives Madison an opportunity to be helped, because she's one person. And she's only one person, and she can't do everything perfectly, and she can't do everything for everybody. But she also is one person, and she very well could appreciate people chiming in with their creative input and with their visions and with their ideas. And that could be something that can become incorporated in what she's doing if it already hasn't. So it's always a good thing to direct these things to the source, because you know, it's no reason not to, for one. And we can only see what happens, and we give ourselves the opportunity to be properly informed and clarified. So my question to you as intersex is, how come whatever you started thinking about, like, why didn't that translate into, let me just hit T.S. Madison up. Let me hit her up and see what's going on here. See, you know, like what the
Because certain people like me, it's like, it is not like just intimidated. Sometimes we're scared because a person like her and what she has gotten into, I watched her glow up. I watched her from Kaya and the
what
Monique
that got to do with you
conversation.
contacting her? That ain't got a damn thing to do with nothing.
I don't feel like I can give that in the caliber to like make that she recognize my DM.
So let me say this. If you don't feel, because feeling is a belief. If you don't feel, if you're choosing to believe you don't have the caliber or the qualifications or whatever it is that you are using to reduce yourself, then you probably shouldn't feel like publicly having an opinion either about it.
Opinion, right?
Yeah, because
I got you.
Y'all can't.
But I have so many opinions, and I be wanting to be around
be out here spraying
someone like that,
and not giving them the opportunity at least first to like at least have a, you know, fill in the gaps. I mean, even fucking, I even said this in the previous live. He was like, okay, I'm talking to the girls who got access to me. Y'all know y'all can talk to me. Y'all know y'all could call my phone, send me a text, or hit me up, and I'll give y'all the whatever. Like, if you got access, or I'm telling everybody I'm accessible, you can contact me here, and here. If you really got pressing questions, hit up bitch up. Especially if it's something that's really on your heart. So my question, once again, is to intersex, because intersex have brought this, and intersex is the real, you know, it's who really feeling this. Intersex, what just made you not feel like you could just hit her up and get some resolve or get some understanding and possibly, you know, have some creative input?
I don't think she would answer, honestly.
But why bet on a think when you can know by hitting up and see?
I messaged people before.
But you ain't messaged T.S. Madison.
I didn't. You're
T.S.
right.
Madison ain't people.
You're right.
She T.S.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
And you can't bring it into fruition if you haven't actually put the energy out. And it start in your head.
Cause guess what? The scriptures say, faith without works is what? Intersex.
Dead.
Yeah. So you gotta take that action. And T.S. Madison, you know, I mean, this is her lane. She fought the girls. So I mean, take advantage of that.
You think that?
Yeah. Well, yes. Why would I not? T.S. Madison. Do you know that T.S. Madison literally put a halt to her Fox Soul show because there wasn't enough visibility and presence of Black female employment in that network, and they had to gather to give Black women jobs in order for T.S. Madison to even do her show Slay or whatever it was on Fox Soul? Like, T.S. Madison be making all type of moves in the spaces she's in to create space for Black women of all kinds, of the trans experience, the intersex experience.
You sure? You sure the second one?
What?
Wait. Before y'all get into that, let me toot the Kang's horn for him, because he's not going to say it. But let's be clear about his visibility as well.
So how
Believe
many
me,
trans people
at some point, T.S. Madison or somebody on the team was on this live tonight, okay? And they saw you, intersex. They've heard you. Believe me, your name is not as quiet as you think it is. And your impact isn't as small as you think it is. If any time is the time to step out on faith, and really have an impact where you think it matters the most in this particular thing we're talking about right now, and saying who needs the help the most and how to reach those people. Girl, do that now. I mean, and I really do mean that. Like, do it now. Do not underestimate the impact that Conscious has. And you have been a part of that this evening. And trust me, the team heard you. Somebody on that team heard you.
Yeah, hell, I have T.S. Madison's phone number. Her and I have corresponded. Me and T.S. Madison have pillow talk. So I mean, hell, if you want to write, if you hit her up first intersex and you don't hear back from her, and you don't think you're gonna hear back from her, send me the write up, and then I'll get it to T.S. Madison and see if she can clarify, and just make sure that she also at least has some of your creative ideas, you know, available to her, so that she can make a choice on, you know, if that's something she can do in this particular situation, if that's something she can add to, or something maybe she's already doing, etc. So hit her up, and then if she don't respond back, give it to me, and I'll get it to her.
Okay.
But I'm also now curious to know, like, because it seems like this thing with you and TS is actually
deeper.
Yeah, it's deeper than it goes outside of just the house situation. It's some other things that you just believe she done dropped the ball on.
A lot of things.
Do you care to expound?
I just asked the question: how many women of trans experience have she hired?
I mean, she did the Supreme Queen's Court, and she put on Sydney Starr.
Mm-hmm.
She also has, I think she had other trans women and LGBT figures. A lot of the people she put on her platform was LGBT. Matter of fact, I think damn near everybody she gave a space to on the show, including she offered the show to me several times. I just wasn't ready for it, and I just turned it down all several times. You know, I've seen her reach for even smaller content creators. Like, I've seen Maddie not even have an ego at all. Like, she don't give a fuck about size. She don't give a fuck about none of that. Like, if she see it for you, if she, you know, like, just, I mean, and when I say see it for you, I mean see it for you in terms of, I mean, everybody got to see it for somebody. I mean, you know, but what I'm saying is that, you know, she has, I've seen her just, you know, I've seen her on podcasts, on her platform. I've seen Madison talk her shit. I've seen her stand in the gap for trans women. I've seen her go to bat over her own trans identity. I've seen her go to bat for a bio women, for Black women. I mean, like, I don't understand what you haven't seen, because it seems like you haven't seen this, but I'm just like, it's
I've been following T.S. Madison from the beginning. I loved her, fell out of love, fell in love again.
Yeah.
Good terms. So, but I haven't seen her hire no woman of trans experience.
A woman of a who?
I never seen her hire a trans woman.
Okay, but how are you going to see exactly who she's hiring all the time? I mean, you know, I mean, like, it's not like T.S. Madison feels obligated to come on here and say,
She put them on camera.
I just hired a white woman. I just wanted y'all to know that. I just hired. I mean, it's like, it's like, that's kind of corny. I mean, it's just like, we've heard the testimonies. We saw even how Monique.
I'm back, y'all. I hit my phone had died. I'm back. I just want to say that, but I'm gonna put myself back on mute.
I don't know what. Okay, so when you say the times you fell out of love, what were those other times? Like, what drove you to fall out of love?
Why are you putting me on the spot?
I mean, because she also works closely with Hope Giselle, who definitely goes up for the girls. Hold on, wait, you don't do Hope either?
It's an in and out of two. She looked down on women who escorted.
She do?
Yes.
Like, what you mean? Like, give me an example, because like y'all gotta like, huh?
Is she still that way, or was that like an era? Was that a moment?
That was an era.
Okay.
So why you holding on to it so long? If it was an error,
Yeah,
I got a question for that.
Yeah, if she moved on from it, I mean, like if she grew, if she got educated, if she evolved, I mean, does that not count? I don't.
I said in and out.
Okay, hold on.
You said in and out, but it's not making sense because it's like, okay, you feel some way, and it's like if you feel some way, if she checked it and made
Can
it
I ask a
better,
question
why you
real quick?
still go ahead?
TST, have you experienced this too?
She asking that to TS to Tanya.
Yes, here.
Are you talking to me?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Have
Hold
you
on.
experienced what I experienced before as well?
Hold on 1 second. Sorry.
Jonathan says that Hope never experienced having to do X work, so she didn't understand it. She gets it now.
Oh wow.
Wait, I'm sorry. I'm a little lost. I heard what you said, that she judged people who do sex work.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I said, have you experienced like question marks about T.S. Madison, or I'm not going to talk about the other person. Have you like frustration?
Demanty.
Yeah, the Timothy thing. I didn't
Okay,
get that for a
that was
while.
one for me.
Okay. I didn't get why she was still living as Timothy, and then had Kaya sue her as Timothy and Keita and all that. I just didn't get it at
She didn't
first.
show up as Timothy. She showed up as T.S. Madison.
No,
But
they
they
was online
blocked her.
kicking about it.
Okay.
Can I offer a perspective to that? Because I'm going to assume, right?
Oh no, I understand it now.
No. Because I don't know because it may be some other people who listen and who don't get it. So I want to.
Thank you.
So I want to
yes,
add
poetic poem.
Oh, sorry.
So I want to add that. I want to add this. I'm going to assume that obviously T.S. Madison got her license or state ID, whatever it was, at the time that she was still identifying as male on paper. Because once again, T.S. Madison also came out the old world as well. So all this like
but in the old world you changed that. In the old
is,
world you changed that. That's why you have the TS. That's what the TS is.
But it's a thing.
No, but what he's trying to explain to you.
Hold on. This is I'm going to assume that because Madison didn't know how big she was going to become. She didn't know how much business she required in her life, etc. So I'm going to assume that, she was living her actual life as TS and living as she, etc., presenting as she. Her paperwork was Timothy, etc., for whatever reason. And then, but once she started taking off and she started making money and she started LLCing and branding and all this and all that, I once again, we got to realize that this whole like being trans across the board thing is something that like is being made available and is kind of being affirmed now. But the old world, the non-social media world, the non-super queer visibility world, like Miss Netta said, I don't know shit about all that. I'm just living that
right.
I go by Joe too, but I've been living my life as Miss Netta. I've been living my life as a woman, and that's just it, child. All this rigmarole and paperwork and this, that, the third, and labels and I don't know shit about none of that. I'm just trying to be a normal damn person in this system. So I'm going to assume that with Maddie coming out of the same world where there wasn't a pressure and there wasn't really nobody advocating for that type of stuff at the level that now the advocacy is there. We understand the power of also identifying as the proper thing on paper now, because the conversations, everybody being educated in this space, including trans women, including T.S. Madison, she grew and has grown in stature and education as well. You know,
She
she's
has.
born all knowing, so she has her own journey and accumulating knowledge, etc. And so I'm going to assume that she probably went by Timothy on paper for so long because she had already done too much business in Timothy's name, and she just probably out of laziness just didn't want and feel like going down there doing all that undoing about something that she personally felt like I could live with this for the rest of my life. I don't care about if I'm male on paper. I don't care if I'm
I agree.
on.
That can't be 100% true because you
No,
can
I agree what you're saying,
No,
Conscious. I agree.
hold on, Vanessa, hold on. Intersex, go ahead. Like what you about to say? It came with you
because she have spoken on her live that she get offended when it did happen.
What happened?
Like when people did say, "Oh, Timothy," or when I'm not talking about like people on live trolling her. I'm talking about like experience, like getting on the airport, etc., etc.
I agree. She did admit in saying that.
I mean, but that still don't got. I mean, but that still ain't got nothing. I mean, like, they ain't got nothing to do with what.
It don't have nothing to do with what she said.
It don't at all.
What
Like,
she said. It doesn't have nothing to do.
Hold on. Let me clarify, because what I'm arguing is what she was for herself, what she was comfortable with. She was comfortable with Timothy.
That's what she said.
Because on paper, because she had already started doing business and accumulating business in Timothy's name, and probably just didn't want to go through the rigmarole. Now, her having an issue with bitches in TSA referring her to her as Timothy when they can see that she is Terry, when they can see that she is Tarisha, when they can clearly see, etc. I mean, like that's a kind of another thing. But to your point, it's also an illogical response, right? Because if these people deal with your ID, they're going to more than likely refer to you by whatever is on your ID, regardless of what the fuck your gender expression is.
Mm-hmm.
But that still doesn't necessarily negate why she's maintaining Timothy on paper. That's literally for business purposes. And she probably just didn't deal with it when she could have dealt with it, because once again, she just didn't feel like it wasn't really that pressing of an issue. I go by T.S. Madison. I'm branded as T.S. Madison. My audience knows me as T.S. Madison. My brand knows me as T.S. Madison.
And a lot of those motherfuckers at that goddamn airport know that shit too.
People only deal with Timothy on paper in business. I don't have to see Timothy outside of signing Timothy as a John Hancock. I don't have to see and deal with Timothy outside of signing my signature on a check or whatever the case may be. So I think that, and to be honest, I don't understand why that would be an issue for any of us. Isn't that her personal preference? She can, I mean, if she comfortable with Timothy on paper, I mean, like, what that got to do with us? Exactly.
I have no issue.
Can I say something? Why is the issue with the heterosexual part of it? Because I'm a heterosexual woman. Why is it's a problem with them that's working there to make it an issue so she can do what she gotta do? That is an issue for me, because I'm like, girl, like, y'all doing too much. You taking your job too seriously. Like, calm the fuck down. Like, it's not really that big a deal. Like, she's a she, regardless if she was born a he. Why are we doing all this stuff? And why are we making it difficult
But I was
for
about
her
to say
to go
something,
through that
but
shit?
you cut me off a little. I have no issues with her doing this at all. None at all. It goes back to our generation. I'm over 40. So I have no issues with her doing it at all. Girls have lived their lives like that, and before there was ever paperwork at all.
And they were never the big deal about you being
I
clocked
still
about
like her. I still
anything.
cherish her. I still see her accomplishments. And that's before I got cut off. I was saying to intersex that we should give her the grace. We should give her the be humbled with her, because look at everything she's accomplished. Why would she F up now? Like, why would she do that now? She don't need to do anything like that. She has accomplished so much. It's amazing. Like, girl, she is one of our girls, like one of the girls that to look up to. A name that is going to be written down, that is written down. Like, girl, she is that girl. She just
So you
is.
feel
So,
like
so, so
so
I, well, what I was saying to intersex is to give her whatever you feel or whatever issues you see, is to give her the grace to grow. Because I've seen her grown with that, with just that issue alone. You know, I've seen her grown with her mom. I've seen it. I've watched it. I've teared. I mean, so I've seen it. She gets very intimate. She tears every part of her. Uh, um, uh, um, I don't mean every part of her. She gets very intimate, and you cannot ignore that. And she's amazing, and she has accomplished
and
so
you're
much.
correct about that. Because
No, she has
her
accomplished
mom
so much. She
her
really has.
mom loves her the
Can I say
most.
something?
And I love that
No,
her
I
mom
didn't say
loves her
nothing
the
about her
most.
mom. I love her mom too,
No,
and I
no, no,
think.
no, 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 no. I wasn't saying like that. I love
Oh,
her mom.
oh, okay.
I'm talking about T.S. Madison, and I'm calling her proper
That's who I was
pronouns.
talking about.
All I'm saying is, I just love how her mom loves on her, and she's able to do the things she's doing and recognize and be there for her. And I love that for her. And I love that for her mom as well because she had that issue that was going on, but we ain't gonna talk about that. But her mom loves her to death, and she
Um,
loves her for her. And for her, I love that for her because, you know, it takes a lot of some people to figure out and do what they got to do about the situation and stuff like that. But I love her, and I'm with her mom just as well. I'm with her, and the fact that she do what she do to protect her daughter. Her daughter, I love that for her,
Yes.
and it makes a lot of sense because she recognizing she had some flaws, but she fixed those flaws and she recognized, oh, this is my daughter. And I'm gonna protect her at any cost or anything. I don't give a fuck about this religion or whatever. I love my daughter. And that's the biggest thing for a lot of people. What folks don't recognize, because I recognize that it's deep than a lot of things is. But I'm gonna leave it alone. I ain't gonna go that deep. But I love that for her, and that's why I follow, and that's why I'm there because I look at it like a situation is she wasn't gonna be there, and then she recognized, okay, this is what it is, and she's like, if I love everybody, because I'm being in this Christianity shit or whatever, this cult Christianity shit, but I love my daughter. And if I choose to love my daughter, I'm gonna love her no matter what. I don't give a damn that she was born a male, but I love her. And she's been a grace thing to me. And the energy that when I watch them between each other is love. And that needs to be seen because that's a lot of stuff that happens behind the scenes with other children, okay? But I love to see that because she's able to show that and expose that. So it's hope, it's faith, or it's
Yes.
whatever it is.
Yes, 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 girl. You are dragging this point out. Be yes, okay. All thanks for sharing. Okay. If shout out
Okay,
to
I'll
Mother,
shut up. I'll
shout out
shut
to
up. I'll
Mother,
shut
shout
up.
out to Mother
I'll shut
Mary.
up.
Shout out to Dwayne Wade and Gabrielle Union. Shout out to Magic Johnson for standing in the gap for their queer children. Yes, God. All the queer parents are the queer parents of the queer parents. Yes, God. It's amazing. And we all need it, okay?
I'm sorry I was dragging it out though, but go ahead.
Intersex
I love that. I
inter,
love that.
intersex had wanted to speak to poetic before poetic falls asleep.
So
Okay, go ahead.
I wanted Poetic to hear it, but I was saying it to the panel in general is uh I have a lot of love for T.S. Madison. I was just asked the question and I gave my answer. That does not mean I don't love her. Everything that TST said, I feel the same way. But I was asked my opinion or I was asked the question and I answered the question. I have no problem with T.S. Madison. All I said was I hope that it's legit. That's all I said. And somebody asked me why you
I don't
say
mean to cut
that.
you. I'm gonna say this real
And I
quick. I
got
just
into
hate
pieces.
that you got to try to explain yourself when you genuinely feel that way. And I'm finna shut the fuck up and put myself on mute.
Okay, intersex, I never really thought you had a problem with T.S. Madison. I, with the lady that was talking earlier, I'm literally the walking example. I'm a transsexual. There's no way you can convince me of a her. Girl, I'm it. Sorry, but girl, I'm it. I fight for it. I bleed for it. I crave for it. To fight. I'm it, girl. So, and I feel energy well. I'm an empath, and girl, your energy was something else. But
Thank you.
I have no aggression towards T.S. Madison and her. None at all. I'm the walking example. I have sued for her. You know these people that are saying, "Oh, why are transsexuals using bathrooms now?" They have been using bathrooms since the 70s, darling. They finally woke up. Us girls know that.
Yeah.
So us
Okay, say
hers,
that.
we know that.
Say that.
So T.S. Madison will always be a her to me. Bitch, at my very last breath, it will be a
Period.
Hate that.
I want you to tell her for me. Bye. That part, honey, to the
Okay.
end, bitch. Okay, but intersex, it does. I mean, and it's not. I mean, it's not a negative in and of itself because if you got questions, you got questions. But it does sound like you ain't convinced. It sound like what you're really trying. It sounds like what you're trying to keep from really saying is that you believe that Maddie is a little performative, and you're not convinced that it's all heart and spirit. And
Yeah, she sees it for what it is. She sees not all cracked up with the package is not all what it is.
Is that a close assessment or interpretation of your feelings intersex? Because you described it as an on again, off again with both Hope and
Yeah, but for both of them right now, it's on. I got my eyes on them.
Yeah,
It's not that
really,
serious for intersex. She lives in the her.
Better not fuck it up.
and I ain't mad because you her sis.
Because you know where this come from? This also come from an organization who wow. Okay. It's like so many experience. And I know I'm not the only person who know people from the community who got their eyes open. The ones who've been around, that been around the people who've been around.
You know, nonprofit intersex is the new hustle. Like used to being a pastor, like Mace became a pastor. The new hustle to avoid taxes. So there's a lot of nonprofit that earns billions of dollars a year.
Amen.
If you could look them up, there's a lot out there. So you're not too far off.
I just don't like.
But I don't think she would do that. I just don't. She's came so far. She's done so much.
But here's the thing: is that illegal? I mean, it's just like if she could make her own life easier, and also
it's not. If you do it federally, no, it's not. She could turn her whole house into a program.
And that's what she's doing, right? She's turning
Yeah.
into a whole program.
NCTV, the video is on YouTube, and she's at a dinner with a whole bunch of friends and Beyonce. mother is
Tina.
capturing on her I think it's an
And if
iPad.
y'all think that T.S. Madison has remotely come this far to let y'all
Yeah,
get the
she ain't come
win,
this
to let,
far.
if y'all think she done came this far to let her ops and her haters
She's dumb.
catch her slipping, y'all underestimate the TS, baby, because
They got everything fucked
whatever
up. Here y'all
criminality
thought
TS
T.S.
was,
Madison.
whatever demon time TS was gonna be on, it would have been in her earlier years when she was trying to get on. She ain't gonna get all the way up here, baby, and been able to get here on legit business and legit check signing and legit whatever.
Yeah, she got the type of oxygen we'll never
I agree
feel.
on that.
And
Conscious, I agree.
hold on, y'all. And I do want to say this too, because I'm not even sure for me that, because it's like in a romantic poetic world, we also want like people to, we want to believe that people want to do things too, and that they're doing this out of a certain place. At the end of the day, to be honest, as long as you helping,
That person ain't got to do shit.
I kind of don't give a damn.
You ain't got to do nothing.
I kind of don't give a damn if you're doing it just because you like, you know what, I know I need to do something for my damn community.
But why should you give a damn though?
Because I got space and opportunity.
I know, but why should you give a damn when motherfuckers are on the other shit? Like you doing that and you trying to do all those things and things, but they ain't even like recognize what you're doing. And then you doing those things and then they'll do that a little bit, but they ain't really on that type of time. And then you get disappointed. So why do you need to waste your time to be upset of a motherfucker that's on some bullshit? I'm sorry, I just gotta say that.
As Jonathan said in the chat, T.S. Madison is surrounded by a lot of community players and a lot of people who do this.
Saying yes, man.
Are
you saying yes, man?
Huh?
I said, are you saying yes, man? Because
no,
that
I'm
could
saying
be
what
happening.
I'm saying what I'm saying. I'm saying that T.S. Madison is literally surrounded in community, even with this house situation, according to Jonathan, with a lot of the girls who actually do this from a grassroots level, who actually like put their bodies on the line, who are out here doing advocacy work like Hope, Giselle, etc. Like these are the girls who
Yeah, but the reality behind the scenes, these are yes men people.
No,
Let's
the
be
reality
honest.
is we don't know what the hell the reality is because we ain't behind the scenes. So that's
we don't.
Yeah, so that's an
But
assumption.
what I'm
So
saying,
we can't.
We know her mother is not a yes man. Let's be serious. We know her mother is not no yes man.
And
now her mother is not though.
I also know that Hope Giselle ain't no motherfucking yes man because I have seen Hope pull on
She's not.
Yes Wig. I've seen her intercept. I've seen her stand on her business. Period. Because Hope Giselle is willing to take them L's. She don't give a damn. She will block your celebrity ass and all. She will, because apparently her and Claudia got some issues, and she feel like Claudia don't stand on business, and she blocked Claudia ass. I mean, Hope Giselle is not a girl who's out there really chasing clout. Like she, and
thank you for correcting myself.
And here's the thing: it also doesn't mean that any of these people are perfect. Like they're not perfect people either. So it doesn't mean that Hope Giselle sometimes won't get it wrong. It doesn't mean that T.S. Madison, because she's T.S. Madison, will sometimes get it wrong. But I do believe that these people overall, yes, are trying to do the right thing. And they're trying to do things that they believe will be impactful. That doesn't mean that you don't think they can't do more or they can't do something different. But I'm just arguing that I believe their heart is in the right place. They're trying to do what they believe is.
No, I'm hearing you, and I understand that, and I
for the
feel you.
community. And I mean, any of us can go down the rabbit hole and do a bunch of if, but, I mean, but we're just, I mean, but you would never find a bottom. It's just like, I just have to allow these people to continue to do what they've been doing. And then when shit hits the fan, that's when we have the opportunity to be like,
We're gonna have a conversation.
Yeah, but I mean,
no, you always been that way, so that's what I'm saying. I'm not mad at you for that. I just try to challenge you because of the thought process of what I thought about certain situations with that. But I know you always be okay in there and know what's going on. I wasn't trying to like be on no funny or shady shit.
no, all
Because I know, yeah.
all the intersex questions are valid. Like, this is something that directly can impact her and her community. And I just want intersex to definitely give TS like the opportunity to also speak, you know, to her questions and to also have an opportunity to have her ideas, you know, in front of
You
her.
always have it together, Conscious. You
No, I
always
don't.
have it.
I don't always have it together.
I know you don't. I'm
Okay,
telling
I
you
am
that.
lying. I do have it always together.
Listen. I'm not saying
I was trying to be humble, but yes, I do have it all. I do have it always together.
I want you to be humble. You do. But what I'm saying is you do at points and times you have it together. But I'm not here to try to break you down. That's not what I'm doing.
No, I ain't, girl. Who? You know, V, you kind of
You already know who you already know who I am when I'm talking to you, bro.
You kind of been in
boy, girl.
You
You already know.
V, you kind of been in your own dimension on this panel.
Listen, I'm a Cancer. So you already know.
Like, you've been in your own
That's more than Cancer.
I'm July
That's
the
more than
15th.
Cancer happening.
I'm July 15th. You already know you're gonna deal with a little different
And
personality
she
from
did
me.
come at an Aries. Not a good idea, darling.
Honey, I'm in astrology and I'm with the you know, all that shit.
No.
But you know, I fuck with you the long way.
I do too.
You were saying
Nothing
something, but I
personal.
wasn't trying to come and try to like
I ain't take it that way.
disturb what you got going on.
Take it that way.
I didn't either.
Yeah.
That's why I turned it into a joke. I denied that.
And you got a heart.
And I'm very. I gotta go to heart, and I'm trying to help.
You have to go to heart.
Build a bridge for what's going on with the LGBTQ, and as far as the Black LGBTQ, and what you call it, I be having arguments with my husband. I have to argue with his ass all the fucking time because he don't be getting shit, and then I have to tell him shit, teach him shit. But at the same time, I ain't talked to you in a long while. I ain't been on your lives, you know, and I don't want to take over your lives. I can't take over your lives. Let's be honest on that, okay? But I'm just saying and asking questions. That's all I'm doing.
And I'm gonna make sure y'all have access to TS Madison's email in the description box right after this live stream.
I am done.
That's exactly what I'm gonna make sure.
Girl, you need to know. Hey, I'm talking about it, but hell, you ain't finna get my shit fucked up, and I ain't never trying to fuck your shit up. Period.
Of course not.
Because you be giving the good tea.
I don't know, on period.
That's why I follow and watch your shit. Like I'm like on your lives.
I love it. I live for it. All right, but we do got to get out of here, y'all, because I ain't 8, and we done been here 8 hours basically.
Okay.
It's time to go. Car.
Wait a minute. Let me shut the hell up.
Can I say a couple things? Just real quick.
I forgot Shauna was here. Yes, go ahead.
Real quick. I've been listening to the live stream past couple of hours. I was at work, but I wanted to say that intersex. I really appreciate your input. I think we Conscious said, and I think we all agree that your thoughts about T.S. Madison's house is a very important concern, but until we actually see how it goes, how she presents it and to the community, we can't really judge it or criticize it or critique it too much. But I think it's really important, and I know you said you know keep your thoughts to yourself. I don't think you should, because I would have never realized the situation you were put in until now. And I think nonprofit organizations, a lot of the problems with um, what's going on with societies, we're not putting that critical eye, and her house does need a critical eye. And I watched that live too, when she announced it, and I thought it was a wonderful idea. And I read the comments as people were putting them in, and some concerns people were having. And it's going to be it's a huge uptaking, because I think she's probably presenting something that has maybe, I don't know, hasn't been presented before. But and just like anything that happens that's new to any person, she's going to make some mistakes, and she's going to make a lot of mistakes. And I think through her living her life in full view of the public, I think she has tripped up and made mistakes in front of people, and come back and say, hey, I made a mistake, and I don't think she has a problem with that. So I think we do need to keep a critical eye on this situation. I mean, initially when I was watching, I was thinking trans women only, which, I mean, I have no problem with trans women, but she has a house, and it's going to only inhabit a few people, and her obligation is to trans women. And then after I thought about it, I'm like, I'm on board with it. You know, this is her house and her baby, this project. So she can invite whoever she wants to. And it is a concern that maybe she's only going to invite, you know, friends or people she knows. But I do believe in her, because I think she's been 100%, well, 98% or whatever, 90% transparent in what has gone on with her life, that I truly believe that she wouldn't compromise her name, because she truly believes in T.S. Madison as a brand. So I don't think she's going to allow what is known to her, and that's the responsibility she has, to make sure she knows what's going on in that house all the time, whether she's given it to I don't remember that lady's name, but giving it to her to run this house. But she still needs her hands in it at all times, because it does have her name, and she's has a lot of integrity. I've watched I haven't watched her complete come up, but I've been watching her for years, and I do understand the falling in and out of love, but with people. But I know that I can understand people's intentions more than their actions, and I do have a faith, whatever you want to believe that is, and what her intentions are pure, because I watch her Instagrams when she's sitting on with her mother debating the Bible, you know, and I think that having that conversation in full view of everybody says a lot about T.S. Madison.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to also keep everybody in mind
Go ahead.
this is not the only project she's going to be a part of. She has a lot of years God given like ahead of her. So we, you know, don't need to be, you know, like we, you know, like give Maddie time to get into
Tell
some
it escalates.
and to escalate it all and to build.
She has Beyonce as a song.
I think that like
Tell it escalate.
I think that when her being her first project, etc., I think this is good. It's a step in the right direction, because it shows that she has her eye out on trying to do something for the girls, even if it's the girls who she's trying to help make it basically cross the finish line. Because we know that, I mean, everybody feels called to help in a different way, and feels called to help, you know, particular people at particular points in their journey, etc. But I think that this is a great thing, and I think that we have hardly seen what all TS, you know, is going to be called to do, what she's going to do. And so we don't have to be fearful of her, like, okay, she need to have all her eggs in one basket. I
Yeah,
think that this is
that
just
part.
like, yeah, like this just is a project, and it's probably going to be plenty of projects, plenty of things that she's going to get involved in. And she's probably going to build upon her legacy as a humanitarian, as a philanthropist, as a staple in her community. So I think that there's a lot of good there. You know, we need to be calling the bitches who ain't doing shit at all to get to taking action. You know, like
I agree on that because I felt some type of way, but I'm gonna let y'all talk.
yeah, well, I'm about to go talk to a plate of food. This was good, y'all. This was amazing. I gotta go. I'm getting a headache. I'm hungry as hell. I'm tired. Goodbye. Good night.
I've been munching on mute.
Subscribe to me. Share me out, baby. Y'all were amazing. Thank you, Sonny, for being
Appreciate
here. I literally am about to haul ass into the kitchen. I got to go. Thumbs up, I love y'all. Okay, we'll finish this convo, girl. We'll pick it all up. Okay, bye.